All right, we are live on YouTube. Both streams should be up. We're going to be live in 1 second on TikTok. Bada bing, bada boom. We're live on TikTok now. Very good. Everything should be ready to go, friends. Thank you so much for being here. It is Monday. Today's Monday. Hopefully, everyone had a good Monday, not a case of the Mondays. If you know the reference, you know the reference. And welcome in, friends. Let me get my comment box resituated. Sorry about that. All right, now we should have everything ready to rock and roll. Awesome. I think Dalton's here as well. We got a fun topic tonight. We did this one a couple weeks ago. It was really good. And I think it's actually a pretty easy position to hold on to. But before we get started, friends, let me grab our super chats. And then while we're doing that, we'll grab Dalton and we'll get our first guest in here next after that. Godwin, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Big W, friend. I really appreciate that. It says, as I'm fully sopping. Wait, what's FSPF? I don't know what that means, friend. Sorry about that. I have an oath to hurl at those heretical up and down viewers. There are no heresies. Okay, there are no heresies. We're not hurling anything at the vertical viewers. And then I certainly don't. Oh, CUFR is cracked up for Rocky. That's good. I do like cracked up for Rockies. This is no schism nor fracture, but a chasm. There's no chasm and there's no schism, my friend. It says, I'm sorry, Justin, but those vertical viewers hold different perspective. I mean, that's a good play on words. That is a good play on words. But there's no schism. Godwin, you know this. Godwin, my friend, we are not schisming. There will be no division between those at the vertical and those at the horizontal. At least if I can have anything to do about it. Let me grab Dalton and we'll get our first guest in here in just a moment.
Happy
Welcome.
Monday, bud.
Good to see you. All right, let me grab, I think we got Dalton loaded up. We got one guest waiting to get in. Let me read this super chat and we'll load up our first guest. I just want to get the screen fixed up. Bada bing, bada bing. Very good. Yoda St. Cloud, great to see you tonight, friend. I really appreciate the $20 super chat. It says, what if Jesus wasn't actually crucified? Judas warned him, so they used a body double. After the fake died, they hid the body. Jesus reappeared, preached briefly, then vanished to another land and died quietly. Horizontal for Doug. Well, there actually were quite a few Jesus was never crucified proponents throughout history. And, even the Muslims famously don't believe he was actually crucified and died. So, yeah, you can certainly say that. To be sure, like if we're saying, well, what's more likely? That he crucified and rose from the dead or that he didn't actually die? I think the more likely thing, statistically speaking, is that the guy never died. It seems to be the case, especially if he was only up there for a period of 6 hours as it's recorded. If that is the case, if that part is true, then I don't really have a good reason to believe that he died within 6 hours. Most crucifixion victims don't die that quickly. Nevertheless, we got Charles waiting in the YouTube queue. We'll get Charles first. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ guest. You can click that link in the description of the video if you don't want to punch it into your browser, and you'll be able to come into the conversation as well. If you're watching on TikTok, you know what to do. Hit that guest request button at the bottom of the screen, and we'll pull you into the conversation. And with that, let's pull up Charles. Welcome, Charles.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Charles, are you at least 18, and do you believe in Satan?
No. I'm 18 though.
Sounds like you're in the wrong place then, my friend. We're talking about Satan tonight.
Do I believe in Satan?
Yep.
You said, do I believe in Satan?
Do you think Satan exists?
Oh, yeah, I do, yeah.
I didn't ask if you had faith in Satan. I asked, do you believe he exists?
I thought you meant, am I a Satanist? No, I'm not a Satanist, but I believe in Satan. Yes.
Oh, that's too bad. You should be a Satanist. Okay, so do you believe that Satan was a bad guy or a good guy?
Bad.
Why?
Um, well, because I believe in the Bible, and well, I didn't know what this live stream was about, but I was gonna tell you that I'm questioning my faith. Really, I'm Christian, but I'm questioning my faith, and I um I really have faith because of the resurrection accounts. So I'm wondering what you can tell me about the resurrection accounts, specifically the resurrection appearances in the Gospel of John and Luke, and if you could tell me if those are real or fake, in your opinion.
Well, if I told you that there was a guy named Aristeus that rose from the dead and appeared to a multitude of witnesses, would you believe my claim?
Well, who's that? I don't know who
Ex-
that is.
exactly. He's a guy that didn't have a cult named after him that became the most powerful government in the land. So Aristeus is the guy that, according to legend, rose from the dead. He was written about by multiple historians, Plutarch, Pliny, so on and so forth. And there's a
Hmm.
lot of people that claim that he rose from the dead. The reality is, there's a lot of resurrection accounts in the ancient world. Jesus' resurrection account isn't actually unique. It seems unique because in the modern world, we know well, that people don't resurrect from the dead, right? But in the ancient world, resurrection accounts were pretty abundant. So, if we're saying like,
Well, I have
okay,
a
well,
question. What do you what do you think happened with the apostles? That they like? Do you think they lied about it, or do you think they embellished it, or do you
Uh,
think
well,
uh,
that they're telling the
I th-
truth and they're mistaken?
well, they didn't tell us anything. We don't have their writings. They didn't leave us
all,
anything.
all we have is Paul's testimony, and if the apostles did see anything, I would just chalk that up to bereavement hallucination.
But didn't they say all 12 hallucinated, or all 12 saw it at the same time
Who said it?
in Paul's writing? I think Paul did, right?
Yes, Paul
In
said it.
Corinthians.
Yeah, yeah. The disciples didn't say it.
But what about the Gospel of John, though?
What about it? John didn't write John. There's multiple authors that are identified, or they call themselves out in chapter 21 at the end of the chapter.
Yeah,
But
the
I
resurrection
thought
accounts and the gospels are like fictitious through and through.
I thought Irenaeus, he was like a second century church historian or whatnot. He said that he was taught by Polycarp, and Polycarp was taught by John, and he said that Polycarp told him that John wrote the gospel in Ephesus.
Actually, I don't know that to be the case. I don't think he said that.
You don't think who said that? That John
No,
said that, or Irenaeus?
no. Irenaeus does claim to be a disciple of Polycarp, and Polycarp a disciple of John, if I recall. But I don't think he has any mention of the authorship of the Gospel of John. I mean, I could be wrong. I didn't.
Polycarp, or I mean,
Well, we don't.
Irenaeus, he states in against against heresy.
Polycarp doesn't say anything about that.
Yeah, I guess not Polycarp, but
Mhm.
that's Irenaeus said it, not Polycarp. I wasn't trying to say Polycarp said it, but
Mhm.
that's where we get the church tradition that
Mhm.
John wrote the gospel.
Right. And unfortunately, he didn't write the gospel because there are multiple authors, and at least two of them or more are identified in chapter 21. They call
But
themselves a
couldn't you say
we,
that was
and
his
they say that they're collecting the testimony of a certain John, right? So the reality is John was illiterate. The book of Acts says that he was illiterate. So he couldn't write. He's not writing anything. Now, it's possible that he was giving his testimony as part of a collection of testimonies, which seems to be the case in the Gospel of John. In fact, give me 1 second to pull up the browser. There you go.
but
So
wasn't
at the
what
end of the
didn't he
Gospel of
dictate it to someone?
John, so at the end of the Gospel of John, it says, "This is the disciple who testified to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true." So there's a we
Yeah,
that's
Yeah.
that's recounting the testimony of John. Now, who wrote the testimony of John originally? Nobody knows. John's illiterate according to the Bible. So somebody at some point wrote down John's testimony according to the Gospel of John, and that testimony was then probably passed on to whoever's writing this actual account. But whoever this we is, they don't actually identify themselves. But
Whoever's
also,
But
writing,
but
I was
also,
just say,
wouldn't that
but also none of it
go ahead?
matters. We have eyewitnesses to the resurrection of Aristeas and others as well. These are not uncommon. Like it doesn't matter even if John wrote John, it still wouldn't prove that there was a resurrection.
Okay, could I ask you a question then? Well, what if the we is just the scribes that he was dictating to? Because I know that he was illiterate, right? But Paul dictated to his scribe too.
But he
it doesn't
didn't
sound like a
he
Jew.
didn't dictate anything to a scribe. It says this is the disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them. Meaning whoever is testifying wrote them down, and John was illiterate, which means somebody other than John wrote down John's testimony, which means it's been passed down at least twice.
It certainly doesn't sound like
Oh, I didn't catch
the
on to
writings of a
that.
Jewish person. The person who like the writings of John sound extremely un-Jewish.
I didn't catch on to that part. That's interesting. So they said he wrote it down, but he didn't write it, right? So he
Exactly. It
couldn't have
says
dictated
this
it.
this is the disciple who testified to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true. So first of all, we don't know exactly when they say this disciple that it's John. I'm giving the authors credit that when they say this disciple, they think it's John. But the reality is they've been given somebody's written testimony and they've been told that it's John's testimony, and then they put it in this book. But there's nothing in this book that says John verbally gave us this testimony. And if it was a written testimony, and it was, if it was a written testimony and John was illiterate, then he certainly didn't write it down. It had to have at least been dictated to somebody and then eventually passed along.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, so let's just suppose he like that was his testimony. Would that make him a liar or a madman? What would you say about that?
Well, we don't actually have a full testimony of John. That's the problem with the Gospel of John, is it includes multiple people's testimonies. Most scholars think that even John the Baptist gave testimony to whoever was writing this gospel. So the idea that the entire gospel comes from John, even though it seems to contain some testimony of John, isn't actually the case. We have no reason to believe that all the testimony in this gospel came from John. Now, it's certainly named after John because that seems to be the favorite disciple. That's the disciple that Jesus
Hmm.
loved, apparently, which is probably why you would want John's name on it. But there's nothing in this that would lead one to believe that this was entirely or partially dictated by John.
Well, I guess one reason why you could say it's John is because at the end it says that Jesus will keep the beloved disciple alive longer than the other ones, and we know John was the one that didn't get martyred, right?
No, so we agree that I think the beloved disciple is John.
Okay, all right,
The
but
the question
I mean,
is
would you
whose
say though
all
that some of
testimony
the
is being
disciples?
included within the Gospel of John? And it seems clear that there's more testimony happening in the Gospel of John than just John's testimony. That's why the timeline doesn't match. That's why the cleansing of the temple happens in like chapter 2 in the Gospel of John, whereas in the other Gospels it happens at the right before the Olivet Discourse. So like the whoever is collecting the witnesses from John couldn't have been there with the events because one, they're not Jewish. Repeatedly, they say the Jews did this and the Jews did that. And certainly, John would have been a Jew. He wouldn't have said those dirty Jews over there. The other thing is the timeline would actually match. We would find the timeline in John would match the timeline of perhaps at least Matthew.
Okay, so what about like how it reckons? Like, what about the correlation with the other gospels where it talks about the appearances to the 12? Where did this originate? This appearance to all 12 disciples.
Well,
Where did that originate?
that's not actually something that correlates. All the four gospels have a different account of the appearance and resurrection.
Hmm. Well, doesn't Luke say that he appeared to all of them?
I'm sure it does, yeah. And Luke is the gospel where we read that Thomas put his finger in the side, if I remember correctly.
Well, technically, there's a disagreement between Paul and the Gospels because Paul says that Jesus appeared to the 12 apostles. The Gospels,
Mhm.
one of the apostles is already dead by the time
Mhm.
Jesus appears.
Yeah, yeah, and then Thomas didn't see it as well, so that's 10 if you count those two out.
Mhm.
Well, that could just the 12 could just be like a name for the like the group of the apostles, right? I
Well, the
mean, I
12
would
is
assume
definitely a
so.
nickname for the disciples. I actually agree with you on that. But the reality is, and you haven't asked me for it yet. The reality is the explanation for the resurrection is very easy to explain. You don't need to go to grief visions or anything. Do you want to hear how it most likely happened?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we have actual evidence from history on multiple accounts that people were pretending to be imposters of dead people. This was very common. Zalmoxis impostered himself 3 years after he supposedly died. There was at least 6 Nero imposters that we know of that claimed to be the resurrected Nero. One of them so famous that he was able to convince the Parthian armies to prepare to go to war against Rome. A number of them were famous enough that the rumor even made it into the book of Revelation, chapter 13. That's about Nero. The mark of the beast is about Nero. And so, like, we have a bunch of examples of people impostoring dead, like dead famous people or dead leaders, pretending to be them. And it doesn't take much. In fact, it also explains some of the weird details, like why Mary Magdalene wouldn't have recognized him, thought it was the gardener, why he's not recognized on the road as well. It seems to me like the Gospels are a mixture of like fiction and maybe a little bit of historical testimony. And even in Mark 13, I don't think he did it on purpose. I could be wrong. But there's a really interesting tell in the Olivet Discourse and in Mark 13 and also in Matthew 24. Jesus says, "Many will come in my name, saying that I am He, and they will deceive many." Well, this would make sense. You would want to write this, obviously, if there were people pretending to be the resurrected Jesus, claiming that they are Jesus. So I don't see
Hmm.
any reason to believe that Jesus resurrected. What I do see is a reason to believe that somebody pretended to be the resurrected Jesus and was able to fool at least one, two, or maybe even three of the disciples. And again, the resurrection doesn't fix all the problems with Jesus. Like, it doesn't solve any of the problems of Christian doctrine, namely that it's an entire contradiction of the Old Testament. Everything in the Old Testament disagrees with the New Testament. The law wasn't done away with, Levitical sacrifices weren't done away with. You don't have to shed blood to get forgiveness for your sins. God isn't sending you to hell just because you are imperfect. None of that is actually in the Hebrew Bible. That's stuff that had to get made up for a justification for Christianity. They needed to explain why their Messiah died because there was no good explanation for it. He came, he fulfilled no prophecies, then he got his ass hung up.
Hmm. That's a good point. So do you think that so you're basically saying like back to your first point, the former point, that you're saying that they were genuinely mistaken, they thought it was someone else,
Yep.
right?
I think whoever claimed to have seen the resurrected Jesus was genuinely just fooled by an imposter, and it doesn't take much. We see it with other resurrected figures. It was a pretty common occurrence. In fact, a lot of burial sites had signs hung up against them, warning people not to steal the dead bodies.
Okay. So do you think that some of them could have been lying like Joseph Smith, right? Do you think that some of them could have been lying?
Well, I don't know if they could have been lying. It certainly is a possibility, but I'm not sure it's necessary in my particular position to say that they lied. They could have legitimately just been
Hmm.
fooled by the imposter.
Okay.
Or it
All
could,
right.
or it could just be all fiction, which is this is the other thing that you're forgetting. It could just not be true, which is the same thing you would say about the other resurrection accounts. If I read you the other resurrection accounts, you're just gonna be like, "Well, I don't believe it. It's not true. It didn't happen." Like so,
Yeah,
like
that's actually, I was
if
gonna say,
you
that's
can
actually my perspective. I think they're just fiction.
Yeah. If you can just wipe
But they
away
could
the
have just
other
made it.
resurrection
Do you
accounts and
think
just say, well, these are mythological fiction, well, I could do the same thing.
do you think they could have like made it up to like gain like authority or like just to create a new religion, like Joseph Smith did. I mean, that's like a good motive, I guess.
I mean,
I mean,
certainly that certainly could be a possibility, yeah. And I wouldn't say all of them did it. I would say it might have just been one or two of them that wanted power, like James and Peter, who were eventually able to take leadership over the church, and then they convinced the
yeah,
others that he resurrected. You know?
I don't
yeah.
think the first gospel, being Mark, was written for nefarious reasons. I think the author was intending to write a fictitious story about Jesus in order to teach sort of moral lessons to the Christian community. We do have good evidence that, for example, Mark's gospel was in some way at least dependent upon the Odyssey. There's a whole great book on the topic by Dennis R. MacDonald on how the Gospel of Mark was basically just a retelling of the Epic of Homer.
I know that some of the the so-called miracles, were copied from the Old Testament, like from Kings. Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, the author is clearly trying to use stock imagery that the Hebrews would have known, which is why we see Jesus doing a lot of parallels with stories from the Old Testament. But I think it's more than that. So Michael Goulder, he's not a name you get to hear about too much anymore. He's passed. But Michael Goulder had a hypothesis that Mark was written in a particular order so that it could be read alongside of the Jewish synagogue reading from that time period. And so he actually laid down a reading schedule with the Gospel of Mark and demonstrated how the Gospel of Mark probably was the way the stories were arranged, the order of events, and the events that happened were heavily edited and mythologized in order that they would line up with the Old Testament so that they can read it as liturgical reading. But I
But
don't know if
wasn't the Gospel of Mark, according to Papias, didn't Papias say that the Gospel of Mark was like
My favorite
Peter,
fruit.
he was dictating it
yeah.
to Mark, right?
Well, Papias didn't say anything. We have nothing from him. What we do have is a quotation from Eusebius, and that was way after Papias would have said this stuff. So we don't actually have anything from Papias himself. That being said,
But I
Papias
mean,
says some
I mean,
things that
art.
just aren't true. Like he says that it was written in Hebrew and that it was a sayings gospel when he was referring to Matthew, which certainly wasn't the truth. There's no signs that Matthew was ever written originally in Hebrew, and it certainly isn't the sayings gospel.
But isn't most of what we have like from the early church fathers from Eusebius though? Like, didn't he give us against heresies by Irenaeus or whatever?
No, like we've got quite a few church fathers' writings from the actual church father, not just collections from Eusebius.
So do you think Eusebius might have forged it? Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
Like,
I do think he forged the quotation that we find in Josephus's Antiquities, Book 18, about Jesus. I think he forged that because we don't find any quotations of that nature prior to Eusebius, and the recensions that were kept by non-Christian communities read much differently. So I certainly think he'd be in the business of manipulating certain texts to read a particular way. But I don't know if I would say he fabricated the sayings of Papias, but I mean, how could he verify? How, like, if he thought Papias said a thing, how could he possibly know it?
well, I guess didn't he have access to the library in Caesarea or whatever?
I mean, according to legend, yeah. But again, like, why do when he says Papias said a thing, how could we know it? But Papias, first of all, one of two things is true. Either there was a Gospel of Matthew written in Hebrew that is lost; it doesn't exist anymore, and somebody just decided to call the current book of Matthew Matthew. Option number two is Papias was a dunce and made things up. And if you read the rest of the quotations by Eusebius of Papias, he says a bunch of stuff that Christians
Yeah,
disagree with. It's just weird that Christians latch on to this one particular thing.
yeah. If I'm not wrong, I think Eusebius didn't like Papias. Like he thought
Yeah,
he was
called him
a fool.
basically a buffoon. Yeah, yeah, they weren't friends.
Okay, so I guess uh I don't know. I guess shoot, trying to think.
So, Charles, so
What
what this
about
boils
like?
down to is whether or not you think eyewitness testimony is valuable. And I don't think that you do. I think you think it's valuable only when it reinforces your religion, most likely, and then it's not value when it doesn't reinforce your religion. So, like if I told you that there's a multitude of eyewitnesses that witnessed Vespasian heal a blind man by putting spit in his eyes and heal a leg of another man, using the power of Serapis, would you say that that eyewitness testimony is trustworthy?
Well, I mean, do you think they actually had eyewitnesses who were mistaken or believed it, or
Well,
would you think they just made that up?
that's what I'm
I mean,
saying. Yeah, yeah. The skepticism that you're putting on the writings of Tacitus and Suetonius, you're not willing to put on your Gospels. See, when I read you miracle stories from other sources, you're really quick to be like, well, they could be wrong, they could be fooled, they could be lying. But when we talk about the Gospels, all of a sudden, like, well, I don't know, maybe they are telling the truth. It's like you're not treating all your sources equally.
well, do you think that Peter and Paul and all these other people, do you think they died like for their beliefs, like martyr themselves?
I have no reason to believe that they did. The accounts of their martyrdoms are hundreds of years after the supposed martyrdom. Clement records a martyrdom of like two of them, and then the rest of them are way later. And like even the martyrdom mythologies, like how Peter was crucified upside down. If you read that actual text, it's full of crazy stuff you wouldn't accept. There's a dog that is empowered by the Holy Spirit to give a speech to the household of Simon Magus. Do you think a dog gave a speech?
No, I don't.
Right? So like
Well, I mean,
we have
The
these
Clement one was like
we've had
wasn't
these apocryphal
the
accounts,
Philip
and you
Clement.
you certainly don't believe the other claims within the apocryphal accounts. So it's weird that you would take like the martyrdom and say yes, they were definitely martyred, but then you'll throw the rest of it out.
Okay, so you're saying like, well, you said they were written hundreds of years after, but Clement wasn't written 100 years after the martyrdom of Peter.
I know
I don't
that's why
think.
I that's why I singled Clement out. Yeah.
Okay, okay, I misunderstood. All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
all right.
Clement only records the death of Peter and Paul. That's it. That's it.
So other
Those are the only early martyrdom accounts. And Paul, listen, if Paul was martyred, I don't even know if that lines up necessarily with what we have in the book of Acts. I mean, the best evidence we have
but,
from the Bible is that if he died, he probably just died in prison.
but you never answered my question though. Do you think that Mark was written by? I mean, do you think Mark was written by Mark, who's a companion of Peter and was dictated by Peter? Do you think that?
Well, I have no reason to believe it. So, and the reason why, if Mark, the cousin of Barnabas, as it said in Colossians chapter 4, if that's the Mark we're talking about, and he's actually dictating Peter's account, then there's like a lot of problems. Like, for example, Mark just contradicts all kinds of details with the other gospels. So if Mark is writing and he's contradicting like Matthew and John, if you think John had anything to do with it, then I don't how if Peter's dictating his events to Mark, how are they contradicting the resurrection events in John and then also in Matthew? Because theoretically, Matthew is a disciple and so is John, which means John and Matthew should match up, but they don't. And who runs to the tomb? Who runs to the tomb in John with John?
Peter.
Yeah, but we don't get any of that nonsense in Mark. Peter doesn't have the foot race with Peter and John getting to the tomb first and then coming back again later.
Oh, one of my favorites is that according to the Gospel of Mark, Jesus was crucified at 9 in the morning, but
Mm-hmm.
John doesn't place his crucifixion until in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, isn't John on the Passover, and then the other ones say in the Synoptic they say it's the day before, right?
Yeah, it's actually the other way around. John has Jesus having the dinner early by one day. That way he can be killed over Passover night because he wants Jesus to be the Passover lamb. The other gospels have him dying one day later, and they're having the Passover meal on the actual Friday night that they should be having the Passover meal.
Okay, I see.
So, like, if
Okay,
Peter
I
is
understand.
dictating this to John Mark, the cousin of Barnabas, it's weird that it directly contradicts the other accounts.
So, well, I have a question then. So you said that they were all pretty much mistaken. Well, what about in Luke where he says that he appeared inside the upper rooms, like just appearing like out of nowhere, like a ghost? Like they
What
said
about it?
that they said they thought they seen a ghost. You
Yeah.
know what I
So
mean?
what
Like that doesn't really
was
seem like.
was Luke there?
I mean, no, I guess not. But he was wasn't Luke the one that dictated for, or didn't he write down what Paul told him to write down?
If he did, he's the worst scribe in the world because the book of Acts contradicts Paul's accounts. So if he's Paul's traveling companion, which first of all, we have no evidence that Luke wrote Luke, is the other problem. But if Luke wrote Luke, we have no evidence that he was able to adequately write down what Paul was telling him because he directly contradicts Paul on a number of occasions. In the book of Galatians, Paul says that he met with the disciples in Jerusalem about what to do with the Gentiles converting to the religion, and they didn't give him any stipulations to place on them. And then in the book of Acts, chapter 15, you know exactly what happens. There are a minimum of 4 different stipulations that are placed on them. One of those is to not eat meat that has been sacrificed to idols. Yet in the book of Corinthians, chapter 8, Paul says you're at liberty to eat meat sacrificed to idols. And that happened after the Jerusalem council. So if Paul is dictating this nonsense to Luke, then Luke's just lying. He's just writing it down wrong.
I never thought about that. Okay. Oh man, I don't know, man. I just I don't know. Me personally, I'm a Christian, but like like the I see how science contradicts the Bible, and that's one reason why I'm thinking, I'm just looking in all this stuff and trying to see what's the truth and what's not. I
Yeah.
have a feeling that it's probably not true. So,
Yeah, I mean, the reality is when we're comparing the Bible to other ancient literature, there's a ton of ancient literature that reads just like the Bible. It's not really unique in any way. Even like the prophecies of the Hebrew Bible, there are a ton of ancient prophecies from the same time period as the biblical prophets, and a bunch of them actually came true. In fact, I've got a document full of prophecies given to like Esarhaddon and some of the Neo-Assyrian and the Babylonian kings, and they actually came true. So like sometimes like the reality is if you're making a bunch of proclamations about geopolitical events, like if I said, listen, God told me that the Russians will not win the war against the Ukrainians and they'll have to retreat back into their own land. Cool. That's likely to be the case anyways. That doesn't mean I'm getting divine revelation, right? So like the prophecies even in the Old Testament that kind of appeared to come true. First of all, we have no evidence they were written prior to the events because they're written in a form of Hebrew that didn't exist until after the events. But even if they were, they're so mundane and could have been predicted anyways that they're kind of useless.
yeah, okay. All right, man. Well, how do I find this video? Like, if I want to look it up later and see what was talked about, like, how would I find this video?
Well, it'll be on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube on either of my channels, on Deconstruction Zone or DZ Debates, this will be recorded and you'll be able to do whatever you need to with it.
What's the title of the video?
Probably live debate Satan was innocent.
Okay. All right, man. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna
For
go for
sure.
now. So I'll talk to you later. Thank you for the discussion.
Yeah, have a good one.
Bye.
Justin, I don't know about you, but for some reason I'm suddenly craving papayas.
I know, right? I don't believe in prayer, but I was praying for that poor man's teeth. He's got to stop chewing that cancer juice.
Yeah. I don't know. I grew up in Texas. It gives me the ick every time I see it.
Yeah, nice guy, but I want the best for him and his future teeth. Friends, let me grab our next couple super chats, and then we're going to get our another guest in here. We've got one waiting on TikTok and one waiting on YouTube, and we'll get them loaded up right quick. Noco, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, happy Monday evening. Well, happy Monday evening to you. Looking forward to the show. Let's see how many theists can actually use their own book tonight. I'm going to guess that the first guest already set the bar way too high. That first guest actually knew some stuff. The reality is most guests that are going to come into this live stream aren't going to know anything from this book. So I wouldn't get our hopes up. And actually, before I forget, there we go. Let me turn the supers on. There we go for the vertical stream. Sorry about that. And Noko, also, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. DZ Debates right out of the gate today with memberships. Thank you. And Dougie Doug, fantastic name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, as one who carries the Holy One's name, I have been given a vision to end the rift and strife that has arisen between the horizontal and verticals. Thou shalt stream in Dutch angle. Google it. Well, I don't know what Dutch angle is, but now we're all going to have to learn. We'll have to look this up. And Dalton's already diagonal.
This is Dutch angle.
Hell yeah. It's a prophecy from Doug. It's true. It's true, friends. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And Marduk one says, I just found out about Moses of Crete. He told all of his followers to jump into the sea and he would part the water, but they all jumped in and drowned and then he fled down. Actually, I don't know much about Moses of Crete. Now I want to know because this sounds like a really good story. I'll have to check them out. I assume this was supposed to be a repeat of the original Moses, but Greek edition, and things just didn't go all that well. And Tattoo Sleeve, thank you for the $10 Canuck Buck, says, all praises to be to our omni-angular, omni-oriented, omni-hard Dween Foundations? What's Dayun? Dayun Foundations, Doug and Sharon, may their omni properties speak to us from all angles at all times. Listen, I appreciate this. This is good stuff. We need more of this unifying discussion. No more schism.
Yeah, touched by an angle.
100%. That was good. Rat and Jung, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hi Justin, can the contradictions re 7 and 3 years in Samuel and Chronicles not be explained by translation transcription errors, since the oldest manuscripts say 3 in both Samuel and Chronicles? Well, they don't. The oldest translation in Hebrew has the contradiction. You're referring to the LXX. You're referring to the Greek text. The Greek text came along and fixed it. The oldest Hebrew text could have been found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, but unfortunately that exact passage is not in our Dead Sea Scrolls. A bunch of that chapter is in it, but that exact passage is not in it. So if there's a Hebrew text out there where this has been fixed, we don't have it yet. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it is this translation problem. The reality is God said he'd preserve his word, and he just clearly didn't. Maybe, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hi from England. Well, hello across the pond. Says, longtime viewer. First super chat. Sorry, don't be sorry. It's okay. It's getting late here, so I'll have to finish up at a more reasonable hour. Have a great show, and I'll wait for the smell of barbecue across the Atlantic. Well, thank you for being here, friend. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much for supporting the show. And I hope that it meets all your expectations. And Brian, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, God has Satan. Does Doug have an adversary? Of course not. It would be ridiculous to create your own adversary. Only as somebody as dumb as Yahweh would do something like that. Or really Jesus. Yahweh didn't even really have an adversary. And Minuteman says, hey, today's magic suggestion is Frank Zappa's Jesus Thinks You're a Jerk. While praising Doug, please remember to fuck the patriarchy. Well, thank you. We have not forgotten, Minutemen. I really appreciate that. And Frank Zappa is really good, by the way. Young folk may not know about Frank Zappa, but he's really funny. I'm going to grab, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I got 4 super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest in here. House 70 says Satan was doing what he was told and was truthful about it. I agree. Rewards gets thrown under a bus by Christian mythology, probably now looking for a job under Doug. Yes, Doug will take the displaced Satan. That's no question about that. And John says, Justin, please ask this caller about chewing cud. I beg you. You know, we didn't really. I wasn't sure it was necessary for what we were talking about. We could have. It sounded like he already knew there were scientific errors. But you're right. Chewing cud may have been tangentially related to perhaps his favorite activity on screen. And man with a stoat through his throat. Thank you for the $20 Canadian super chat. Says, in a vision, Doug told me, I love how we're putting rock hard for Doug in parentheses now, just like we do like the PHUP. Our cathedral is strong and rigid, and its foundation is rock hard and unbreakable. Indeed, it is. My real stalwart disciples stand as one. Amazing. That's a real prophecy from Doug. I do not crack or split, nor do my believers. Hey, Doug.
From now on, if I ever write Doug's name down, I'm totally writing parentheses rock hard for Doug next to it.
That's now the thing. That is 1,000,000%. We have to do that now. Last super chat for now from our friend Retired Bomb Tech. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says trying to catch up on episodes so I can watch your live cooking. Do y'all think Christianity is just a different form from what it used to be? Meaning how it seems they completely ignore all the horrid shit God does. Well, I think they've been doing that from the beginning, to be fair. Like, they've been ignoring the atrocities of the Old Testament for a long time. And the earliest church fathers, if you read Origen and some of the others, their way of dealing with it was to suggest that, well, the Old Testament law and a lot of stuff in the Old Testament is allegorical. It's not supposed to be read literally. And even if I remember correctly, Julian the Heretic addresses this particular fact from his viewpoint. So that's how the early church dealt with it. They were trying to wipe it under the rug the same way modern Christians do. Just, plug your ears, put your head in the sand and hope it goes away. All right, let's get E-Rock in here. How you
Hello.
doing, E-Rock?
Good. How are you?
Doing good, thanks for asking. E-Rock, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Satan is real?
I am over 18, yes, and I have my doubts on if Satan is real or not.
Do you think that the Bible is true?
I've been listening to you for a while, and I am starting to. And so I'll be brief because I'm technically not trying to disprove anything that you're saying. I more have questions. So if we can kind of go that way. But as far as the Bible being true, I seriously doubt that is definitely not inspired by God, and feels weird for saying that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're deconstructing, and you're probably deconstructing because you're seeing all the crazy stuff in the Bible, and I can certainly understand why that would happen. That's why I deconstructed.
Right. I've been so Bart Ehrman,
Hmm.
he's like a historian. I've been listening to some of his stuff, and then also yours. But like my question, kind of for you, would be is if if we're taking that the Bible is not inspired by God, which is hard to for a lot of your guests to feel that way because I think there is this overwhelming sense of belonging and needing to have something higher than maybe us that is out there. Um, what is your thoughts? Was the Bible made originally maybe as a good book for a sense of morals, and then it turned into where people used it or a society used it to control the masses? I mean, what
I
was,
mean, it's a little bit of everything. Genesis was written as an ideology. It was designed to explain why things are the way that they are. The Exodus was there to explain how the Israelites were able to get to where they are and why they have these laws. They were certainly written many hundreds of years after the supposed events even took place. But when you get later in the history, you get what I would call is like legitimate literature, like attempting to record legitimate history, like Kings and Samuel. But obviously, the history has been revised and redacted and modified to serve a particular goal, like a Yahwistic cult goal. Same way with the Code of Hammurabi. If you read the prologue to the Code of Hammurabi, there's this huge prologue about how all these gods, gave these laws, and that's what gives it the authority, right? So all ancient law codes and stories and whatnot, they're modified to serve a particular goal, and it's not always nefarious. Like the Code of Hammurabi, yeah, did Hammurabi believe that all those gods gave the laws? Probably not. But did he believe that those laws were good and that he should enforce them by using the power of his deities? Yeah, he probably did believe that. So while it is a mechanism for control, I don't know if we would say that it's necessarily nefarious.
Question is what made it so popular? Because like if you if you kind of go back and believe if Moses, in that time, and Egyptians, and you had, in a world at that time where there was many different types of belief systems of Egyptians, Babylonians, Persians, and then the small almost set group of of that, and then it seemed like over time Christianity just, and not to say that it's the major religion, but it just became such a balloon. um
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's so
It's because the
popular.
Catholic Church was killing people who didn't convert, and they were like forcefully baptizing Jewish people. When the Spanish started to go out and do their conquests, they would literally go out to foreign lands, force baptize the captors, the people that they captured, and then execute them. Like it
Sure.
was spread by the sword the same way Islam was. There's nothing special about Islam. It's a horrific religion. It was spread by the sword. You can spread religion pretty effectively when you go out and kill all your enemies and people who disagree with you.
Well, and see, that's the crazy part, was is that I was raised as a Christian, and to look at other people of like, well, if you don't believe in my religion, then you're wrong. And I could, and even when you look at other religions where they think that, well, you could kill somebody because of the belief of you don't believe what you believe in, and then God will, for whatever reason, bless you. Which now I'm like, just like, good Lord. Now, if I agree on that part, that the Bible is just, a good book of maybe morals, if you could say the best or the least, then the question I have for you would be is, the actual existence of a God. If God, you know, didn't inspire the Bible, then do you believe not a higher form that is outside the realm of um, our knowledge, in the sense of like maybe not necessarily a God that's up there in heaven and in a harp, but that he has, there's an existence of a higher intelligent design, I guess.
No, I don't believe in any gods. There's no evidence for it.
No events. Okay. Where would you, I guess, if like I said, you're nail on them as far as deconstruction. What would you recommend is that I go in as far as study wise?
Hmm. Like if you want to study the Bible, you want to start out small. Start out with just a really good study Bible, and then branch out into small volume commentaries. Like I would get the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. It's a really good scholarly study Bible. The other favorite is the Catholic Note Taking Bible, which is basically a better version of the Catholic Study Bible Third Edition. And both of them are fantastic scholarly study Bibles, which is why most mainline Christians don't know they exist.
Sure, but then I'm talking about like, because I'm starting to slowly piece together the inconsistencies of what the Bible's having. But where, I mean, I'm just doing it on my own based off listening to you
Mhm.
primary, and just doing my own research. But is there a place where you, I mean, man, shit, I'm sorry, do you offer courses? You know what I mean? That
I
allows
don't
that kind
offer
of,
courses, but I've put a lot of my material into the deconstruction cheat sheet. The
okay,
subscribers on the YouTube channels and TikTok and on Patreon get a link to the deconstruction cheat sheet, and it's got like contradictions, failed prophecies, all kinds of stuff on it.
sure, okay. Well, hey, I appreciate your time.
Mhm.
I'll keep listening and keep on my journey.
Sure. All right. Good luck, man. Thanks for coming up.
All right.
I'm thinking about starting the Bible Guy podcast where I'll pick like a topic and like talk about it for like an hour for like a podcast episode instead of just talking to guests.
Yeah, you should. You really should. It'd be a lot of people actually like learning. In fact, I'm doing a stream here in the near future with Chet. We're going to be going over the ancient literature for the river ordeal or the trial by river and how it relates to the Bible. It should be a lot of fun. There won't be as many people watching it because it's not a debate, but people still definitely like to learn. Well, we definitely don't have anyone in our queue, which is why I was letting him ask me questions. But if you disagree, if you think Satan was evil, he wasn't the good guy, by all means, request up. You'll be first in line. There's nobody on YouTube or on TikTok right now, but if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen. It's also in the description of the video. And I know that there's Christians in here crying about the topic because I can see them in the comments doing that. So go ahead and get down on your knees and pray for Jesus to come inside you so that you can have the courage to come up and prove me that I'm wrong. Prove to me and everyone here that I'm wrong, that Satan's actually evil, because I've read the Bible and he doesn't seem to be the bad guy. Satan is not the bad guy in this book.
I mean, he tells the first truth and Yahweh tells the first lie, so
Indeed. That is 100%.
that's
Well, I guess we'll read some super chats while we're waiting for a guest to load up. Maybe some Christians will muster up the courage here in a minute. Master Machadier says, Pie, I don't know what that means. Pie the child Gracie of Doug. It's barbecue time and I'm eating Brazilian food. Well, listen, I hope you have some great Brazilian food. I assume that entry "pai da" is a Brazilian phrase. I have no idea what it means, but bon appetit, my friend. Thank you for being here and helping Mega deconstruct. Says praise be to Doug and Sharon for the Monday night barbecue. Well, I'm hoping we're going to get some barbecue going. We need some actual opposition. I know this is kind of a niche topic, but it shouldn't be hard. If you're a Christian, you've been pre-programmed to believe that Satan's the bad guy. All we want to know is what's the evidence for it. Squid Pope, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, oh, we going over how Satan is a job description? Do the origins of the name Lucifer next. Well, that's not really a whole topic. The origin of the name Lucifer does come from Isaiah 14 because the translators of the subsequent English Bibles after the Latin Bible, they wanted you to believe that that was about Satan. So they left the word Lucifer in there, which was Latin, which most people understood at that point to be a name for Satan, so that people would believe that Satan was in fact the object of the taunt in Isaiah 14. It wasn't. It's supposed to be the king of Babylon. Some have even argued it's actually the king of Assyria being referred to as the king of Babylon. That's a whole nother topic. But the reality is, there's nothing in there that would lead one to believe that it is about Satan. He's using a mythology that both the Babylonian and the Assyrian kings would have known, most likely the myth of Athtar being cast down from the throne on Mount Zaphon, the mountain of assembly, and being made a mockery of while Baal is in the underworld waiting for his sister Anat to rescue him.
Justin, have you ever watched the Netflix series Lucifer?
Mm-mm.
Oh my God, I feel like you would love it. It's basically Satan quit his job as the ruler of hell, and he opened up a nightclub in LA, and he solves crimes with a detective.
That sounds fun, actually. I'd go for it. I'd go for
It's
that.
really good.
Jeff, thank you for the super chat. It says Adam and Eve were first people, yet Cain was scared of being harmed by those outside of Eden. This has never made sense. Can you help me? No, Jeff, no one can help you. So there's 100 different apologetics for this, and none of them are actually sensible. The reality is this is what we called an anachronism. It's when there's something in the story that's clearly out of chronological order and is causing a plot hole, or there's just missing information. The reality is this is just an oversight by the people who put the Bible together. Was there a fuller story at one point that would have fixed this? Possibly. What we know is that the story we have now has enough information lacking that there are plot holes. And there's a bunch of this. Like Genesis has two different occasions where Jacob gets named Israel. And there's two different occasions on which Jacob and his brother Esau have to part ways. And one of them is ironic because he's already settled in the land of Seir. And then lo and behold, he ends up again on the west side of the Jordan, just chilling with his flocks and with his brother again. There's a lot of like just weird anachronisms within the text. Lots of doublets.
Yeah. Jacob gets his name Jacob for two different reasons. Edom gets his name Edom for two different reasons. Like Genesis has this more than any other book in the Pentateuch.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then the whole episode with Abraham having his wife taken twice, and then again his son Isaac as well. Yeah, that triplet doesn't work out. Saint Brush says, W topic, Paradise Lost and Frankenstein showed me Satan is a tragic figure, the Abrahamic Prometheus. Perhaps so. And the reality is, like, Satan, if the Old Testament is to believe for the narrative, Satan was just doing his job. He was just doing what he had to do. He can't do anything outside of God's authority. And Steve Harvey Oswald says, have you seen Assassin 33 AD? I've not. Muslims invent a time machine and kill Jesus before the crucifixion, and a Christian tier 1 operator has to stop them. Holy, that sounds really interesting. I'm sure it's a terrible B-rate movie, but like, listen, I'm here for it. I have no problem watching terrible movies. My favorite terrible
And
movie is Robo Geisha. If you haven't seen Robo Geisha, I'm just saying you're missing out.
and I'm sure the Muslims are depicted 100% accurately in this movie and not at all yeah.
Yeah, not at all violent psychopaths. Eris, thank you for the super chat. It says Charles chewing his cud tonight. That was the case. And Dr. Dave, great to see you, says prone tonight, hence the horizontal Doug sphere. Well, listen, if you're laying down watching the stream, it's just as good as being erect watching the stream. We appreciate you being here. And Steve says, I don't think that was the truth Charles was spitting. No, I don't think so. He certainly was spitting. Was it truth? It didn't seem that way, but he certainly was being honest with the arguments, at least. He was being a fair assessor. You have to understand, though, when they come in here, they more or less still believe a lot of this stuff. And I know there are Christians watching that are too cowardly to get in because they're crying in the comments about how you would cook both me and Dalton, yet you're not actually in the queue. It's almost like you're too much of a coward. It's okay. You don't have to show us that Jesus is real. We'll just continue to read super chats and collect money for Satan. Euhermes says, did the 12 tribes or the 12 apostles really exist? Or is that just numerology? Which ones are mentioned by contemporary extra-biblical sources? So classically, Old Testament scholars have noted that the number of the tribes change. We have listings of the tribes at various points in the Hebrew Bible, and they're not always the same. And it's not even consistent as to whether Joseph is a tribe or whether or not it's Ephraim and Manasseh. Sometimes Ephraim and Manasseh gets listed, and sometimes Joseph is listed. It seems like 12 is more of a numerological issue and less of a factual issue. They wanted 12 to be the number of tribes, despite the fact that there were clearly more than 12 tribes.
Yeah, I think Judges 5 that gives the list of the confederation of tribes, and I think Levi is not even mentioned in that list.
Yeah, and we get more later in Judges when they go to war over the Levite's concubine. Sonus, thank you for the 616 ARS. Says, hi, Justin. Quick question. How do we know the oldest manuscripts we have are not the originals? Cheers, and rock hard for Doug. Well, Sonus, you finally asked a question that doesn't get asked here often, but it's a good one, which is, there is no way to know. Let's imagine tomorrow we found an original manuscript. We have no way of knowing it is original at all. No way. There's no way to do. We have no original to compare it to. That being said, the manuscripts that we do have, we know are not original based on the style of writing and based on the parchment and based on other factors like carbon dating. But the reality is, if we did find an original manuscript, it would need to carbon date roughly to the time period of the author, and the writing should match. We should find some sort of Paleo Hebrew script that was just recently departed from Proto-Sinaitic, that was, the cousin of Phoenician. And it should be in a dialect that is contemporary to that time period, maybe even similar to what we find on the Mesha Stele, but we don't have any of that.
Now, what would be very convincing if you wanted to propose that one of the epistles really was the epistle that was written by Paul was if for the most part it was written in one direction, but at the very end where Paul says, see how I write in my own handwriting, if it was a different handwriting, that would be an interesting find.
Indeed. All right, friends, I'm going to read 2 more super chats, and we've got a guest waiting to get in. I am the Big Cheese. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, impossible theist challenge. Argue for fine-tuning, but also believing in Satan. If God is a programmer, then Satan, bug or hack, took over the PC. Maybe God shouldn't take a day off after putting world online. Lazy SOB. This is actually one of the arguments we use for fine-tuning a lot here, Cheese, which is, the minute you start poking at some of the things here on Earth about whether or not it is finely tuned, they have to start making excuses for why it's not finely tuned. And then you just simply tell them, if you have to make an excuse for why something's not finely tuned, that means the fine-tuning argument fails on the face of it, because you're showing me things and you're agreeing that they're not fine-tuned. The difference is you're making excuses for them, and I'm just saying, well, they're not finely tuned. And Flying J, thank you for the $20 super chat, says Genesis 15, Christian that I was talking to mentioned this covenant God made with Abraham locked in the fact that God had to die because he was the only one that went through the carcasses. Have you heard this before? Yeah, when he divided the carcass and went through them, why would Yahweh have to die? I don't understand. I may not understand what you're trying to suggest here.
I think the apologist claim is that when you split the carcasses, you're basically saying, if I break this covenant, may this be done to me. What you exactly do to the carcasses. But Yahweh didn't break the covenant, so he wouldn't have to be the one who dies.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I'm not sure what part of the covenant he would have broke to get himself in trouble, Flying J. But listen, it certainly is a really interesting passage. In fact, Sarah and I talk about this passage on our Exvangelical Bible study. You should check out Leaving Faith channel. We do address this, and we even address one or two of the ancient sources that had similar rituals to compare it to. All right, let's get Ashley in here from our TikTok queue, and maybe we'll be able to get some discussion. Welcome in, Ashley.
Hey, how's it going? So full transparency, I'm not decided on my belief, but for the sake of debate, could I take like a posture? Like if it was like a debate club or something. So I'm gonna argue the position that Satan was innocent.
Well,
even though
I mean, as I appreciate the valiant effort, but we traditionally and classically here don't take devil's advocate, even on the day where we talk about the devil.
Okay.
It's just not something we
fair
do
enough.
here, because then it encourages everybody to do it. And before you know it, we run out of actual opposition to talk to.
All right, I'll let you get to the
But I do
the key.
appreciate you being transparent.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Ashley. I mean, at least there'd be some irony in doing devil's advocate on the day that we're talking about Satan, but unfortunately, friends, we're not here for that. We want to talk to people that actually disagree with us. We do have one person in the box, but they might not be strong opposition. Their title says agnostic, so I don't know if that means you're a Christian, but you're now questioning it. But we'll see what's up. Welcome in, agnostic.
Hey, Justin.
geez.
Thanks for having me on.
Hold on a second. I gotta get your echo control. All right, that should be better. Agnostic, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. And do you believe that Satan is real?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, we gotta drop you then. We're
Can I ask you
talking to
one quick
people.
thing?
We're talking to people who think that Satan's real. Okay. All right. We got one other guest waiting to get in, so we'll grab them and see if we can get some discussion. I'm surprised people aren't coming up for this. Welcome in, Sam. Are you driving?
No, I do not.
It sounds like you're driving. Are you in the passenger seat?
I'm in Uber.
Nana nana nana. I like that song too. But the question was, are you in the passenger seat?
I'm on the back.
Okay. So are you at least 18, and do you think that Satan's real?
Yes, of course it's real.
Sure. And do you think that Satan's a bad guy or a good guy?
I mean, yeah, I don't know if you know languages, but the words has meanings and at the same
We,
time beginning.
yeah, we agree
So,
words have meaning.
so, so yeah, word has meaning. So you can describe Satan by a word, not just as not like somebody, but when you describe it by a word, you already know it's something that is commanding, good, anything that you can call but not good. I don't know if you got it.
I didn't understand a word you just said. You said words for sure, but none of them were coherent.
Okay, let me try to explain it again. I mean, Satan is like a, it's not like a somebody. It's like a, it's in a way that you can explain what is going against the we call good. Everything we call good, Satan
You
is
don't you don't think
the
a Satan is an
representation.
agent? You don't think
It's
it's
the
a you don't think
representation.
you think Satan's just symbolic?
Yeah, it's symbolic. Right now, it's more symbolic
Oh, so
than
you came in lying. You don't believe that Satan exists. So words don't have any
to
meaning
this
to you.
point. Not because before he
Okay.
was somebody. Right now, he's just nothing.
And so are you. Listen, I asked an easy question. Do you think Satan exists? Clearly, the answer to that question is no, which means you're out. We got to get somebody on here who actually thinks Satan's in existence, like the entity actually exists, and we're going to celebrate his holiday in a couple days.
I'd be really interested to know how a Philbro would attack this prompt up here.
They wouldn't. They would never. They couldn't. They would make you do an internal critique on the Bible, maybe, and then they would try to. They would perhaps try to say, well, if you're doing an internal critique, you have to admit that the Bible is true. But that's just silly. Hammond, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says Justin, Justin, you should maybe use the example of 3 false Dimitris. Well, I've never even heard of it. The first imposter was so successful he took over the Tsar of Russia. Oh, interesting. He even had his supposed mother confirm he is her child till he got killed. Shit. That's really interesting. I'm gonna add this to a piece. Give me 1 second. It's called 3 Dimitris, huh? I'm gonna take a look into the 3 Dimitris tonight after the stream, and we might have to add that into our discussion repertoire. And last super chat for now from our friend Lock4. Thank you so much for the $50 super chats. Thank you so much. Says Saucy Satan support. Fuck the what? Jesus can't play rugby anyways. No, Jesus could not play rugby.
For the win, FTW.
Oh, for the win. Sorry. Guys, you have to understand I'm a millennial, and FTW to a millennial is a purposeful misspelling of what the fuck. This goes back to a meme way before most of you were born. It was very common to do what the fuck typed wrong because you were so aggravated that you couldn't get the letters out right. It was a long running meme. So when you say FTW, my millennial brain will always say fuck the what every time.
You know what? You're not alone here. When I first received someone texting me and saying LMAO, I thought they had misspelled lame and was calling me lame. So you're not alone there. All right. By the way, are you doing anything special for Halloween this year? Because it's gonna be on a Friday, which is a show day.
Yeah, I was gonna do a special for Halloween. I'm dressed up and everything. It should be fun. Oh, well,
I'll dress up too.
We had a guest in the guest box and they dropped. I guess they I guess they weren't prepared to talk about Satan. Well, shit. I'm baffled. We did this topic a couple weeks ago and got tons of opposition. Weird. All right. Well, we'll try this. Let's see. Try to get "Why Are You Here" into the box. I know it's kind of a niche topic, but I figured somebody would bite.
Yo, what's going on?
How you doing? Why are you at least 18? And do you think Satan's real?
Oh yeah. I'm 19, and I mean, I think he's real. Yeah.
Okay. And do you think he's a good guy or a bad guy?
I mean, I think he's bad.
Why?
He's like, I mean, he doesn't. He's like an egotist.
Where?
So
Where can I find that in the Bible?
I don't believe in the Bible.
So you believe in Satan, but you don't believe in the Bible?
Well. I mean, okay. I believe in Iblis. So
In what?
I'm Iblis.
What's that?
It's Satan in Arabic.
Bliss is Satan in Islam.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
Muslim.
Yeah. Man,
Well, I don't know
man,
anything about the Muslim version of Satan.
okay. I was
Although
like, man,
I think he was created.
as far as I know,
he was-
I was like, man, I love your guys' live streams and stuff. Like, I love watching you guys. You guys are like super smart. I'm not gonna lie, you guys are a lot smarter than me. But I'm just saying, like,
The thing is covering my screen. Can you bring me back up?
Yeah.
but I mean, if you don't know anything about the Islamic or Iblis,
You
thing,
believe that
Yeah.
you believe that Satan is a jinn, and you think that the only reason that
That
he
is
was cast down was because he wouldn't bow down before Adam.
That is in there, yeah.
I mean, he did it because he thought he was better than Adam. So
and he
so
was.
so that's why he didn't bow, because he thought he was better.
Was he?
He was, yes. He was the highest. He was the highest ranking member of God's council.
I mean, he's a being of fire, and Adam is like a being of mud. So I don't really think just because he's a being of fire that he would like be any better. So he's kind of like racist.
That's not
Is
what
that-
M said. So he was the highest ranking among the divine council.
He was. It's not much of a divine council.
I
It's
mean-
more that he was the most pious of the entire race of jinns. So
shit.
imagine like having the most pious human on Earth, and then just creating another species. The most pious human would probably outrank the new species. It's something similar to that. But his reasoning in the Quran was that you made me out of fire and you made Adam out of mud. So I'm obviously better because I was made out of fire.
Yeah, that's like wrong. I mean,
Fire's way
That
better
doesn't make
though.
him racist.
I
That
mean,
doesn't make
I
him
mean,
racist.
I mean, I think that's kind of how racism started. I mean,
You think racism started because Iblis thought he was better because he was made out of fire?
That's
I mean,
crazy.
I mean, compared. I swear, I'm not trying to sound dumb or anything, but like
And
compared.
by the way, the reason that God allows Satan to exist in our world in Islam is because he had a bet with God, in the same way that, in the same sense in which the Job story happened. God
like
and Jesus, God and Shaitan, they have a bet. So God tells him, "I'm going to cast you to hell," and he said, "Well, you see those humans that I refuse to bow down to. I'm going to show you that they're going to fail, and I'm going to take them to hell with me."
So Satan was right.
I mean,
He told the truth.
That he told the truth about what?
About the humans failing.
I mean, like,
Justice for Satan.
I mean,
Justice for Satan.
they failed, but some, I would say some didn't fail.
So
I mean, literally, the first human to have ever existed, failed the test as soon as Satan tempted him and his wife. Both of them have failed and they are the reason that we are out of heaven right now. So the Garden of Eden in Islam is in heaven. So we were made in heaven, and then when they failed the test, we were kicked out of heaven.
Yeah, but okay, so their test in heaven.
There was no test. There was no test. God just told them not to eat the fruit. And then Satan came to them and convinced Eve. And then Eve and her husband went and ate the fruit. And then this is why humans have been kicked out of heaven. If it didn't happen, if God didn't even create the fruit in the first place, we would exist all in heaven right now.
I don't think we believe that Eve can or Hawa that she convinced
That is exactly what
that she
is written
convinced
in Hadith.
Adam to eat from the tree. I don't think she did that. I don't think that's a Muslim belief. I think that's a Christian belief. I mean, you guys are allowed to prove me wrong. I'm just saying. Like,
Em just pointed out it's from a hadith, right, Ems?
It is, yes, that Eve is the reason that women betray their husbands. Because she was the first woman to betray her husband. By listening to the serpent.
They both listened to him.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't. Yeah. Adam
But
and
the
Eve.
blame was placed on her by the prophet.
No. That's Christianity. That's
I
not.
know that is the prophet Muhammad saying it. Justin, can you look up the hadith, just hadith, and then Eve betraying a husband? It is,
Yeah, that's because
what's
your
the
prophet borrowed a lot of things from Judaism and Christianity.
what's the hadith?
it is in Muslim.
What is
Sahih
it?
Muslim 1470b, I think.
There's
One
multiple
sec.
narrations.
Yeah. This one's doesn't. Here's the English. That might not be it. Let me see if I can find it. So I'm seeing quotations from it on the interwebs, but it does. What's that?
Try Bukhari 3399.
3399.
And it tells you why we decay too. It says if it wasn't for the Israelis, we wouldn't decay.
Oh
We
yeah.
die.
Can you guys put it on the screen or?
Yep. It says the prophet said, "Were it not for Bani Israel, meat would not decay, and were it not for Eve, no woman would ever betray her husband."
The blame is put on Eve in Islam too.
I don't like. I mean, I don't think Eve betrayed Adam. I mean,
It was the prophet wrong.
I'm like, does it say that in the Quran?
Do you reject hadith?
No. I mean, I don't reject hadith, but I know that some of them are fabricated.
Are you Sunni?
I don't adhere to a sect. I'm
Do you
just
follow the Sunnah?
Muslim. I'm just Muslim.
Do you follow the Sunnah?
I would say, yeah.
Okay, then this is the highest grade hadith in Sunni Islam, or the people of Sunnah.
You said the people were of Sunnah?
The people of Sunnah. So if you're a person of Sunnah, this is the highest grading of hadith for you.
I mean, like following a book of hadith is like adhering to a sect.
No, it is not.
So I don't really adhere to a sect because I know that
It is not the same, sir.
there could be dive.
This is interesting. So you believe only in the Quran is what you're saying. You're like the Protestant version of a Muslim.
No. I wouldn't say I only believe in the Quran. I just know that there's fabricated hadith.
This is not fabricated. It's in the name, Sahih Bukhari.
That's all I'm saying.
How do you
Sure,
know
this
which
is not
ones are
fabricated.
fabricated?
I mean, you can check if it's fabricated or if it's like it'll say if it's I don't remember the name.
I can
of
tell
the
you,
app,
Justin.
but
Could you put it
I
back on the
actually
screen?
know an app though. Like I could bring an app back to you. Like actually.
Do you see the word before al-Bukhari?
Yeah, Sahih.
I'm
That means
telling you
authentic.
guys now. You guys can
Oh.
show me whatever. You guys can show me whatever.
Do you blame Adam for being kicked out of heaven?
What do you say?
Do you blame Adam for us being kicked out of heaven?
Do I blame who for being kicked out of heaven?
Adam.
No, because I don't believe in original sin.
That is not what I asked.
Well,
why were we kicked out of heaven?
You said, why are we kicked out of heaven?
Why did it happen?
Well, I mean, we weren't kicked out of heaven. Like, I wasn't in heaven.
We as in humans.
Yes. Well,
So why
well,
were humans kicked out?
well. I mean, like as in you and I, because
Uh,
like
I'm
we're
talking
Adam.
about humankind. Why was humankind kicked out of heaven?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Adam and Hawa
Uh,
were in a special version of heaven
they were in heaven.
specifically for
They
them.
were in heaven. No, they were
Like,
in heaven with God, which is what the Quran says.
no, um, does the Quran really say that they were in
It says
heaven?
they were in heaven, yes. And then God kicked them out of heaven and made Adam his successor on earth.
Because yeah, I mean, he became the successor on earth after being kicked out of heaven.
And why was he kicked out?
Because he ate from
And why did he eat from the apple?
a forbidden tree. I wouldn't say it's an apple. We don't
Why did he
say
eat the
it's an
fruit?
apple.
Why did he eat it? What
We,
made him eat it?
I'm like, we don't know what type of fruit it was.
Sure, but what made him eat it? So what is the reason he ate it?
Because he's human and he has desires.
And my question is, what is the thing that caused him to eat it?
I mean,
We have answers in the Quran and the Hadith.
so I mean, he was like Adam was told by God
Not to eat it.
first not to eat from the forbidden tree, and he told Adam that Satan was an enemy. So
what is the thing that made him eat it then?
so I mean, God warns him.
That is not my question. My question is, why did he eat it?
Because Satan influenced him to eat it.
And why did Satan influence him to eat it?
Because it was forbidden.
No, it is because God made Satan tempt him.
Yeah.
So God
could you read
had Satan. He put Satan up to tempting him.
Could you put the screen back up?
Yeah,
That's crazy. So that means
But-
God's to blame them. God's the one that had him tempted.
It is. Could you search in the search? Just
Adam could
write
have rejected.
Moses, father, and Adam.
Are we looking for Sahih Al-Bukhari 6614?
Yes.
Okay. It says the prophet said, and I hate this header, by the way, on Sunnah.com. There's no way to get rid of this gigantic header. But it says, the prophet said, Adam and Moses argued with each other. Moses said to Adam, "O Adam, you are our father who disappointed us and turned us out of paradise." Then Adam said to him, "O Moses, Allah favored you with his talked to you directly, and he wrote the Torah for you with his own hand. Do you blame me for action which Allah had written in my fate 40 years before my creation?" So Yahweh put it in his, he wrote it down. Allah wrote in advance.
And that is not just it. When he made Adam, that is when Satan first rebelled against God, quote unquote. So he wrote that Adam is going to be kicked out of heaven, which happened because Satan tempted him. And Satan was the highest of the jinn, the most pious of the jinn, living in heaven with the angels. So all of this was written by God before it happened. It was destined that Satan is going to do that. So it is not Satan's fault.
That's crazy. Justice for Satan. Justice for Satan.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, okay. So you guys are saying that it's basically like predestined that Adam was going to get us kicked out of heaven.
That is what Adam said.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I believe that he could have said that because I mean, you know, it's like once it happened, it happened. Um, but Adam could have refused to not.
But no, he couldn't have. If it was written in his fate, if this was his fate, then he couldn't have refused it. Because it is his fate, and God has written it for him. Can you escape your death? You can't.
But God warned him though.
Sure.
So?
And in the same breath that God warned him with, he has destined him to do it. So the warning is literally you playing with dolls.
So I'm like, okay, so I'm like, if somebody warns you not to like do something before you do it, is that like?
So
Is
this
that
is this is more analogous to, for example, me programming a robot, and then me having in that program that the robot is going to do something bad, and then after the robot is fully functional, I tell it, do not do this thing in which I have programmed you inevitably to do, and then I get shocked and surprised when the robot does it.
If God predestined
okay,
it, then He predestined it. You know.
Yeah. I see what you guys are saying. Like, I mean, yeah, it's predestined. I mean, but it's like God also warned him. I
So
mean,
what?
I don't.
But the warning's useless if He predestined you to do it. If He predestined you to do something, there's nothing you can do about it. Like if God predestined me to walk out in front of a beer truck tomorrow, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna walk out in front of that beer truck. I can't thwart God's predestination, can I?
No, you can't.
Exactly. So if God predestined Adam to bite the apple, or whatever the mythology is in Islam, then it doesn't matter what Adam did. God predestined it. It was a setup. It was a ruse.
Okay, so are you saying that like warnings are
They're
um
useless.
like is a warning something that's predestined?
The whole thing is predestined.
Yeah, it is, but is a warning predestined?
Does it matter?
I would say so.
Why?
Because like if something's harmful, you should inform someone first.
Well, if it was harmful, God shouldn't have predestined them to eat it.
I can give you another example of this. So
He did.
A Muslim, I don't know your name, on TikTok. Did God warn us in the Quran about adultery?
What'd you say?
Did God warn us in the Quran about adultery?
Yeah.
Justin, could you bring it back up? The screen?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Could you search up in the search fixed amount adultery?
Oh boy, this is not going to be good. I can already feel this one coming. It says, "Verily Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in, and which he of necessity must commit. The adultery of the eyes is the lustful look, and the adultery of the tongue is licentious speech. The heart desires and yearns, which the part may not put into effect." That's crazy.
And yet God warns you about adultery.
Which is crazy because he didn't actually give you the amount of adultery that he's willing to allow. He just says that he allows a particular amount of it, which means if he's going to tell you what part you're allowed to do, oof. This reminds me of the passage where in the Quran it says that your wives are like a farm to you. You can approach them however you wish or whenever you
And
wish.
it is about a belief that they had that if you have Fugi with your wives, the children are going to be cross-eyed.
Wait, what?
Uh-huh.
Wait, what was about the cross-eyed?
It was a belief that they had that if you have doggy with your wife, the child, as a result of this sexual uh, uh, position, is going to be cross-eyed. Then God told them, no, you can approach your wives, meaning penetrate them however you want.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they had all kinds of weird beliefs in the ancient world. I mean, a lot of Jewish people thought that if you topped a woman,
Um,
it would give you diarrhea.
I mean, we don't believe in what Jews believe. I mean,
He
Just
wasn't
believe
saying that you
other silly
did.
stuff.
I wouldn't say that we believe in what like Jews or what
It's
Christians
not that
believe.
far off.
He didn't say that though. That's not what he's saying.
No.
Oh, okay. Um. So, okay, was there a question I was
Yeah,
supposed to answer?
so the question that we're trying to figure out is why is Satan the bad guy? He hasn't done anything bad yet.
Um. I mean, he thought he was better than Adam. I mean,
But he
he thinks
was.
he's better. He thinks he's better than everybody.
He is.
I mean, you think so?
The book said so.
That
He's
Satan,
he's objectively better.
that Satan is better.
Mhm.
Could you put me on the screen, by the way?
Oh, are you
Yeah.
saying because he's made out of fire?
No. Although
For those
nobody
who
nobody on YouTube can see what you're doing here.
could you put it on the screen? It is chapter 223.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me put it on the screen for you. So
That
you
is
want
the
to do
source, the farmland.
you want to do what now?
It is for the people who ask for the source about the farmland, the cross-eyed. Just bring up the tafsir.
Oh, yeah. It's 223. Yeah. In the Quran. 1 second. I'll pull it up.
Let me see it.
The tafsir is
Yeah.
going to tell you that this was a Jewish belief.
So if you go to the Quran, it says, your wives are like farmland for you, so approach them consensually as you please.
It doesn't say consensually, but could you open up the tafsir?
Yeah, it at least it puts the word consensually in brackets to let you know that this is added to it. This is not actually part of the text, but we can definitely open up the tafsir.
And then Control F, and then cross.
Says, for instance, al-Bukhari recorded that in Ibn al-Munkadir said that he heard Jabir say that the Jews used to claim that if one had sex with his wife from behind in the hoo-hoo, the offspring would become cross-eyed. Then this ayah was revealed. That's crazy.
Wait. So it says this about what the Jews believed.
Uh-huh.
Then they said it was revealed after that.
I mean, I don't put it past them to believe something like that. To be honest, they believe in some pretty wild stuff in the Talmud.
No, obviously in your religion too.
I mean, like what though?
We just read it. Doing a doggy style makes your children cross-eyed.
No. There is God telling them that they can
but
do it.
that's God saying what the Jews believe, though.
There is God telling them that they can do it without fear.
Yeah. But that's God.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm
Like,
telling you
talking about the
So then
Jews.
I misunderstood it then.
Yeah, so this is why he tells them that they can approach the farmland however they want, from behind, from the front, etc.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's why he says that you can treat your women like farmland. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Well, anything else? Is there any reason why we would think that Satan's a bad guy? Because even though I haven't really read much of the Quran, I've just started it for the first time in like 25 years. I haven't seen anything bad that he's done yet. What has he done that's bad?
I mean, I think that he thinks that he's better than other people, and he's a
So
conscious being, and he looks different from other
He
people, and he
is.
thinks that he's better than other people because he looks different.
So
Like,
Satan
you see what I
so
mean?
Satan's bad because he was able to observe correctly that he was like a better creature than human beings, which are very flawed.
that's what I heard.
I mean,
I mean,
I
I can give you
mean,
something bad he did. Justin, can you open up the page again in the
sure,
Hadith?
sure, sure,
And let's
sure.
search up urination, or urinate in ear.
Urinate what?
In ear.
In the ear?
In the ear.
Uh-huh.
Man, they were crazy back. Well,
The hadiths are wild. All right, let me see if I can find this hadith. Okay. Hadithanswers.com says shaitan urinating in the ear. So I think this article is going to give us the hadith we need.
I'm like, guys, I'm just
But
here to learn. Stop attacking me in the comments.
you don't worry about the comments. The comments are all dirty heathens. It said so. The question is there hadith that states if one of the missing that if one misses his fajr selah, then Shaitan urinates in his ear. The
It is the
answer
viper.
is yeah. It looks like Hadith 1144. There is a difference of opinion that has been mentioned with regard to the type of person being referred to in the Hadith. Blah 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 blah. Let's see.
Yeah, yeah. So I've heard this before.
Now I'm curious. Prayer at night. So the person who was mentioned before the prophet, and he was told that he had kept on sleeping until morning, had not got up for the prayer. The prophet said Satan urinated in his ears. That's pretty wild, actually. At least it's entertaining, though.
I mean, like, you can't see him do it. You know, it's. I mean, I think it's just talking about laziness.
Was the prophet wrong?
I mean,
maybe the Prophet Muhammad was just a superstitious medieval like Arabic individual, so he had all kinds of silly beliefs about al shaitan.
I mean, yeah, I've heard this before. Like, I don't really know too much about him peeing in the ears. I don't really think about it because we don't have any like pictures of Satan, so like we don't believe he's like some red dude with horns.
I can
And
give you something good that he
But
did.
but he is peeing in people's ears, that's something. I got to be honest. If
Justin,
he is peeing in people's ears, we would say that is a bad thing.
yeah, I would say that's bad.
now,
What's up, Ems?
now, did I give you something bad? I'm gonna give you something good. I'm gonna give you something good since I gave you something bad. Could you read
Okay.
Bukhari 3275?
Buhari 2375.
3275.
I was like, you got
Yeah. The beginning of creation.
The chapter names are irrelevant in Hadith.
Yeah. Says Abu Hurari said, Allah's messenger put me in charge of the zakat of Ramadan. Someone came to me and started scooping some of the food stuff of zakat with both hands. I caught him and told him that I would take him to Allah's messenger. Then Abu Hurari told the whole narration and added, he, the thief, said, whenever you go to your bed, recite the verse of Al-Kursi, for the guardian from Allah will be guarding you, and Satan will not approach you till dawn. On that, the prophet said, he told you the truth, though he is a liar and he is a thief himself, was a Satan.
So what happened here is that a guy was stealing food from the house of charity. And then the guy caught him and told him, I'm going to take you to the prophet. And then the thief was very scared and said, I'm not going to take you, do not take me to the prophet, and I'm going to tell you something that is going to benefit you. If you recite this verse from the Quran, Satan himself cannot touch you until dawn. And then he went to the prophet and told him about this. And then the prophet said, he told you the truth even though he's a liar, because that was Satan himself. The guy stealing food.
Yeah. I know about that. Yeah, it was actually Satan stealing food.
Now why would he need food?
I mean,
And why would he come as a human? And why would he tell him a verse?
I'm like we believe that he can appear as humans.
Why would he need food?
I mean, it's not that he like he needs food, but we believe that he does eat. So like when somebody does something disgusting, like when they eat something really nasty, Satan
That
also.
Satan is eating with you.
Yeah.
That is if you do not if before you eating you do not invoke the name of God, then Satan is going to eat with you.
I mean,
there's a lot of meals. If you count the number of people in the U.S. alone that do not invoke the name of Allah before eating, there is a lot of meals Satan has to go through.
You heard it here, friends. You never have to eat alone. If you're feeling lonely, just make sure you never pray to Allah and you have a partner with you for lunch and dinner.
I'm like these rules only apply to Muslims though. They don't apply to people of other faiths.
Well, that is disappointing. Finally, I thought I had a companion in Satan, but apparently not.
But I'm like for example, if you were to use the bathroom with one of your like your left hand, and then
that is, if you enter the bathroom with your right foot, you're supposed to enter with your left.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to say a prayer so the toilet jinns do not get you.
Oh my God, there's toilet jinn?
Yes, they live in the toilets.
That's crazy.
I mean.
Holy shit! Toilet jinn?
It's not that they live in the toilet. They
live in dirty places.
They live in dirty places like the bathroom.
Wow.
And by the way, Justin, did you know that
these are the equivalent of unclean spirits? Then.
Yeah. By the way, Christians, if you're
unclean.
Christians listening, if you think this sounds silly, your religion's just as silly. So don't get too high and mighty in the comments.
Yeah, you've got unclean spirits too. What's that?
There are Christian jinns, Jewish jinns, and Muslim jinns, and atheist jinns.
Stop it! There are atheist jinn. Unfucking believable.
Yeah. They have free will.
Jinns can be good and bad, and they can be bad jinn who do good things and good jinns who do bad things. They're like a morally gray kind of being.
And by the way,
wild.
The jurisprudence, it is legally recognized for a woman to get married to a jinn and have his child. It's a thing.
Yeah, this religion makes a lot of sense.
A jinn having a woman's child?
Some jinn sound like Robin Williams, but that's another matter altogether.
I'm like, I mean, jinns means hidden spirits.
No, jinn is literally the name of a being. In Arabic, it doesn't mean hidden spirit.
It does mean hidden spirit.
That is my language. I would know that it doesn't mean that.
I mean, you could look up the meaning of jinn.
Sure, he's a native Arabic speaker. You think he doesn't know his own language?
And also, what was I going to say? I just imagined an atheist Jinn Justin having a debate on TikTok with Jinn Muslims on Jinn Talk or whatever they use.
Listen, I would totally join up Jinn Talk. I'm 100% down for Jinn Talk, actually.
Gin and tonic?
Mm-hmm. Listen, why are you here? I think that's your name. We've actually had a lot of fun talking to you. You're pretty good at sport, but I think it's time to move on to our next guest. But like, to be fair, like you've taken this really, really well. I'm actually surprised a lot of people don't.
Dude, I'm saying I actually like your guys' live streams, dude. Like you guys are, really cool. Like you guys bring up some really cool stuff, and I mean, I just love to see a bunch of guys studying together. So, I mean, it's like, dude, I'll tune in. I mean, you could bring me more stuff, dude. Like, I can come back. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, listen, come back again sometime when we're running another topic, and we'll dig into whatever the next topic is.
Sure, sure.
Sound good? Well, it was good to hear from you, friend. Take care of yourself.
You too, you too. Thank you, thank you.
You know, Justin, one of the weird oddities of the Quran is the fact that Satan is called Iblis. And what's weird about it is that it's actually derived from a Greek word, diabolos, which is what the devil's called in Greek, which is weird. Why does Allah speak through the angel Jibril and then reveal to Muhammad in the Arabic language that the devil's name is like Greek derived?
Well, because obviously the Bible was corrupted, and the Quran is the true revelation fixing the corruption. I mean,
also the devil's just Greek. He's from Greece. That's why.
The devil is from Greece. You heard it here, friends. Actually, we did a live stream a long time ago that was the claim of the live stream was that Satan and hell was robbed from the Greeks. It's not actually authentic to the Bible. And we got at least a mild reception to that topic. It was pretty good, actually.
Dalton, by the way, I haven't heard that before. Where did you get that from?
Oh, this is just like the standard etymological, like I've heard it from several different scholars, but I'll find like an actual source for you to send to you.
The Islamic source of the name is Iblis, coming from the word Iblis, which means I've just like lost faith in the mercy
That's
of
one. That's one of the two explanations I've heard. It's either it comes from that or it comes from diabolos, because it wouldn't be the first time in the Quran that you get
a lot closer to the
sure. Although it wouldn't be the first time in the Quran we get like these Greek loan words like Injil, which is like from Evangelion.
Yeah, we're gonna grab Alejandro next, and then Sarah after that. Friends, let me grab just a couple super chats, and we'll get our next guest pulled up in here. Ems, what do you say?
I was gonna drop. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. You're always welcome, buddy. Love you very much. Retired Bomb Tech, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says Dalton, this 20 for you, my man. Stock up on that coffee for your long cook shows. Been watching you too. Good stuff. Keep up that hard work. Dalton, make sure you send me your links after this live stream so we can get this to you. Also, if you're watching
much appreciated, because I'm saving up for a monitor, a keyboard, and a mouse right now.
If you're watching this, you can give directly to him. He's got you have your link tree set up now, right?
Yeah, I have a link tree with my Cash App in it.
Good man. You go to his link tree on either his TikTok or his YouTube, and you can support him directly. So thank you, Retired Bomb Tech. I'm excited for his profile to continue to grow. And Devil's Public Defender, amazing name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, keep up the good work. My client sends his appreciation. I'm sure he does, as the Devil's advocate. And April, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says the Christians aren't coming up tonight because they know you know the Bible more than they do, and they are chicken shit. That probably is the case. It looks like we're going to go hungry tonight. No, we'll get some people. We're sometimes they start out a little bit slow.
That hasn't stopped them before. Justin,
true.
What is the origin of that phrase? I think you might be like devil's advocate. It has something to do with a Catholic court system, right?
I don't actually know. I'd have to look it up.
Here, I'll look it up for you. Just keep going.
Appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. And Mike Bowen, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Philbro voice. Satan's eternal createdness and temporal fall are only intelligible because of the instantiation of the substrate of the universe, a guy who is his own dad. Of course, it makes perfect sense. I forgot about that, and I like that you ran that argument through the wisdom of Peterson word generator. That was pretty good. Also, Barney, thank you for the super chat. Says also "Dumb All Over" by Frank Zappa. Listen, all of the Marduk again with another Ghost from suggestion. I haven't listened to Ghost yet, but I'm aware of it now, Marduk. I promise I'll get to it when I do get around to listening to some new music. And Tim says my papayas has been getting smokes for 20 years. I think you mean papayas.
Papaya? Yeah. By the way, I found it out. I remembered as soon as I read this. Yeah. So in the 16th century, Pope Sixtus V created an office called the Promotor Fidei, or Promoter of the Faith, whose job it was to argue against an individual who's like be considered for sainthood, but colloquially among the people, it was called the Advocatus Diaboli, the devil's advocate, because they're arguing like why should this person not be canonized as a saint.
That's
So,
actually a really good
everyone-
idea. Thank you for that, Dalton. Also, thank you, Atom, for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I think DZ Debates is way ahead, but we do have 5 for Deconstruction Zone from Germs. Thank you so much, Germs, for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. And Lord Illuminous Pooh, good to see you tonight, says, from the book of Peter, Paul, and Mary, behold, the dragon lay low by the sea, known to the Lord as Puff, purveyor of sorcery. And yes, I am familiar with Puff the Magic Dragon. If you're a millennial, an elder millennial, and you don't know who Puff is, I got questions. Let's bring in Alejandro and then Sarah.
I'll admit I only know who Puff the Magic Dragon is because of Meet the Parents.
Nice haircut.
That makes sense. Thank you, Alejandro. Are you at least 18, and do you think
Welcome.
that Satan exists?
I do. And yes,
Okay, and do you think that he was good or bad or what?
I think he works for a higher power that is testing all of us.
We agree. Okay, so Satan's not evil then.
I mean, there is such thing as evil.
Yeah, but Satan's not evil if he's just working for God.
Satan is not evil and God is not evil, then we are evil, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all, no.
So you
My
think
claim
God
is
is
that-
evil, but not Satan.
Yeah, God is actually evil. Like all the horrible stuff that gets blamed on Satan is actually God's doing. Like what he did to Job, that was God's doing.
Yeah, I really resonate with Job. I'm glad you brought that up. Do you believe in that story?
No, I don't think it's a true story. But in the book, I mean, you believe it's true, but in the book, like the instigator of all that carnage is in fact God.
So how can you not believe that but believe in Satan?
I don't.
You don't what?
I don't believe in Satan.
He might be a little
Well, why
confused.
are you talking?
My claim is about the character from the religion. Like I could
So
say
you're
that
talking
Harry
about
Potter
something you don't believe
was
in.
actually not a good hero. Like
So
I
do you watch Disney? So you believe in Disney or you don't?
I believe more in Disney than the Bible, that's for sure.
And you don't think Disney was used by the Bible?
No. Do you think
So then
Satan is in
who-
charge
who-
of Disney?
I mean, if Satan is innocent,
That means God's in
wouldn't-
charge of Disney.
and so, but yet you don't believe in Satan.
No, I don't believe in
You
Satan
see
or
your
God.
contradiction.
No, I don't see it.
So you're confusing believe in with helping.
I'm not confusing anything. I'm saying in your storybook, your fictional
I
storybook,
believe in you.
Satan doesn't actually do
Did I
anything
believe
bad.
in you?
But
Did I
God
believe
does
in you?
all kinds of stuff
Did I
that's
believe in
bad.
you?
What
Did
you
I
need to
believe
do
in
is
you?
stop repeating yourself
Did I
because it's
believe in
meaningless
you?
to the point of this
Did
conversation.
I believe in you?
You can yell it. It's not going to make the conversation move any faster.
but you're
Maybe
not
if you
answering.
shout it louder,
You're not
it'll
answering.
actually move the conversation
Did
along.
all
believe in
that
you?
time waiting in the comment section only for him to like to do this.
Only
No,
to
really,
not
should I
have
believe
any
in
idea
you?
of what's
Why
actually
should I believe
happening
in
right
you?
now.
That's the
So
real
the
question.
the
now.
question
Now that
is
we-
right
now that we
now
have
whether or
surpassed
not
all the-
whether or not
No, listen,
I,
listen,
do
listen,
I
listen,
need to
listen,
believe
listen,
in.
listen.
I love how you
No,
think
no,
you're
no,
in
no,
charge
no,
of
no,
this
no,
flow
no,
of
no, 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 no,
conversation
no.
right
Listen.
now. No one can hear you,
Why should
Alejandro. My
I
microphone's
believe in
way
you?
louder than yours. So just so you're
Why should
aware,
I believe in you?
you'll never win the
Explain that
talking over the
first.
host game. It's never going to work. Not
You're never
one
gonna be
second
able
will
to
this
explain that
ever
question to me.
work. So
You're
the
never gonna
question
be able to
is
answer that.
not whether or not you believe in
This is
me.
why
The
you
question
are
is whether or
lower
not you believe in
I.
Satan. Oh, here
No.
comes the posturing. Here comes the posturing. I
about
couldn't
it.
actually engage in the actual
about it.
conversation, so now I'm just
Think
going to
about it.
posture for the audience. So I need
Think
you to
about
think
it.
about whether or not you actually think
Should
Satan's a real person,
I
and Do I need to believe that Satan's a real person
you.
for me to critique the story of Satan?
Why should I believe in you?
Do I need to believe in Satan in order to critique the story?
Tell me why I should believe you.
You fucking shouldn't. So get the fuck out of here if you don't believe I exist.
Tell me why I should believe you.
I tell you what, I'll give you
To
one.
yourself, Alejandro.
I'll give you one reason. Because you're a clown and you live in a false reality and you believe in a book of fairy tales. Get out of here.
That guy was whining in the comment section forever, talking about how much he wanted to come up here, only for him to crash out like that. It's wild.
Yeah, what a coward. Couldn't even engage. Please don't make me talk about the actual topic. I don't want to talk about the topic. Okay, we're going to bring in Sarah. I said we bring in Sarah next. Imagine spending all that time hate watching in the comments to add absolutely nothing to the conversation. These people should be embarrassed of themselves. It's crazy that they're not. Sarah, welcome in. Are you still connected? Because it looks like you're only half connected anymore. And I don't hear you talking. And you're
I
not
don't
loading.
see her or hear her.
Yeah, I don't think Sarah's actually connected anymore. Come back if your connection's too slow, Sarah. You got 3 red bars. You need to find some Wi-Fi, okay? You got a terrible connection. All right, friend, come back. Get some Wi-Fi and come back. Here comes the crybaby, though. Hey, did you are you ready to have an actual conversation now or what?
Human to human, or?
I'm under the understanding that we're both humans. Are you?
Do you believe it that I am human or not?
I think you're a pretty low tier human right now. So do you want to actually engage in the conversation or no?
So how many tiers of humans are there?
Whatever the lowest tier is, you're on it. So again, do you want to engage in the conversation or not?
How many tiers of humanism is there? Because you seem to know the lowest, so I want to know how.
Okay. Well, you can go fuck off again, okay? These people are wild. It's crazy that they think they're doing God's work.
Yep. You remember that Christian fellow who came in your live a couple days ago, the one that was a flat earther?
Yeah.
He keeps coming to my lives every single day. I think he's got a kink for getting absolutely spanked by me every day. And yeah.
There's a lot of them that live in cognitive dissonance land. All right, we'll try Sarah again. Hopefully Sarah's got a better connection. How you doing, Sarah? Sarah, your connection's slow, my friend. All right, I don't know where you're at, but your connection's not good enough for whatever you're trying to do, okay? You've got 3 red bars still, and nothing works. All right, so we gotta move on. When you get home and you're not in your car anymore, connect to the Wi-Fi, and we can try this again. Alejandro's back in the queue again. What a loser. Josh, are you driving right now?
I'm in a car on my way somewhere, but I'm not driving.
Okay, so you're not driving. Somebody else is driving?
Correct.
Have the driver say hello. You lying son of a bitch. I'll never understand.
Oh my gosh, that's so... Why have I never thought about that? Because I'm always suspicious, too, that people are lying to me. That seems like such an obvious thing to say. Gee whiz.
I'll never understand Christians or believers in God that will get up here and just lie in front of 2,000 to 3,000 people. Like it's just like they're using the restroom. You know, like just like another bodily function, this lying spewing out of their mouth all the time. I'm going to grab...
Don't live and drive, people.
Don't, actually. We've been on live stream before while somebody hit a curb. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm going to read one super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. Marcus Alexander says, I asked Inspiring Philosophy about Jeremiah and Ezekiel's vision of the Messianic temple where animals were killed, blood rituals, meat is boiled, all for sin offerings. And he said it was symbolism. Listen, IP has not read the Old Testament. That clown has not read a single page of Ezekiel. Don't ask him biblical questions if you want real answers. The guy is a cope factory. He's a big, big cope factory. But to be fair, at least he's typically a nice coper. He doesn't like rage on people. All right, well, we're going to bring in Connor, and then we'll get Connor in here. Connor, 1 second. Let me turn the echo cancellation on. All right, we should be good now. Connor says, I believe Satan is real, and I believe God is real. Awesome. Connor, do you believe that Satan was a good guy or a bad guy, though?
I believe he's a bad guy because of what the Bible says about his character.
Yeah, but did he do anything bad?
Yes, I mean, let's see. Let me pull up. I got a few verses to reference, so I'll just pop in and out sometimes. So
Mhm.
let's do John 10:10. I mean, do you want me to say the verse and then you can put it on screen, or do you just want me to say it?
No, I can put it up here, John 10:10.
Okay. Thanks for taking my call, by the way. Also, I am
Sure.
above age 18 and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm. It says, the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly. When did Satan steal, kill, or destroy anyone?
throughout the Bible, I mean, you just see
Name one.
instances of that.
I've never seen an instance where Satan killed anyone that he wasn't commanded to.
Like what? Like what verses?
The only people we see Satan killing in the Bible is Job, Job's family members and his servants, but God put him up to it. God
For a
killed.
redemptive
No,
plan
no,
for you.
there's no redemptive plan in the book of Job, at all. Nobody is getting redeemed in that particular book. It's just about God trying to win a bet with Satan. It's a pissing contest, an ego match.
Do you not think Job being cemented in the Bible in of itself is a redemptive plan,
No.
considering the fact that Job, his story is one of the most famous books of the Bible, and it gives people hope in the midst of adversary and evil and turmoil that does happen in their life. And Job gives them hope. Do you believe that when people look at the book of Job and they believe it sincerely, that it gives them genuine hope to persevere?
What's
Do you
hopeful
not
about
think
it?
that's a redemptive thing?
What's hopeful about it?
In the midst of
That
all the
that
evil
God
that
will
happens,
murder you and torture you even though you've done nothing wrong?
Right? I read Job, and all I got from it was that God's got the biggest stick, so he can do whatever he wants. Don't question him.
I mean, the Lord, it does say the Lord's ways are higher than our ways. So, like, when
So,
Satan does come before them, actually, let me I'm going to pull up the verse real quick just so I can reference it. Um, we're talking about Job 1:6, yeah?
yep.
Initially, when he's first
Mhm.
coming.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just read it just real quick just so I can get a refresher
Wait,
here.
I thought we were going to read John 10:10.
We did.
We did,
Oh,
but
we did.
you
Sorry, I must have
transitioned to
missed that.
Job.
Mhm.
So, we're on Job right now. So, I'm just going to read Job 1:6 through the end of the passage, I guess. Now
The
there
whole
was a
chapter?
day,
You're going to read the whole
pardon?
chapter?
Okay, yeah. Just so we get context, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Now
what
there
we
was
need. We need more context, yeah.
Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. And the Lord said to Satan, "From where do you come?" So Satan answered the Lord and said, "From going to and fro on the earth, and from walking back and forth on it." Then the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man, one who fears God and shuns evil?"
Okay, so who
And so
pointed out Job?
God did initially, and I get
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying. It
So
is
God
interesting. I
God said, "Hey, what about this motherfucker over here?"
Do you reckon there might be context to that we don't know? Because
I know the
sometimes,
context. You might not know it if I know it.
yeah. Please, I'm actually curious. There might be context to it because
The con
it does seem like God's just pointing him out. Like, okay, you just showed up, right? You and your angel buddies just showed up, and it's like, hey, look at this guy Job over here. I want you to go mess him up. But like, I'm curious contextually, like if you have context to it.
Yeah, contextually, Satan's job is to be the accuser, is to test the humans. And so God is like, "Hey, look at this special one over here. You should go test this guy because I guarantee he'll hold up to scrutiny." So God puts him up to it.
Sure. And considering that God knew he would pass the test, do you not
Yeah.
think that God would give instruction for Satan to do something in a redemptive way if he knew he couldn't handle it? Because
Yeah,
Job,
you made it
at the end of the
worse.
day, does not curse God,
So
like,
so God
he said
knew
he
that
would.
he would pass the test, and he had his whole family and all of his servants brutally murdered anyways. So if you know he's going to pass the test, then why would you make him do the test anyways?
For a redemptive plan and purpose, right?
What does redemption have to do with this? He murdered dozens and dozens of people.
Dozens and dozens of people for a redemptive purpose, right? Like I already
No,
talked
there's
about
no
that about
redemptive
Job.
purpose in Job. Nobody gets redeemed in Job.
Do you not? Well, okay, well, this goes back to the thought of like, well, when people read Job, they have hope in knowing that even in the midst of trials and tribulations that God puts them through, because Satan, like you said, does his bidding, right? Like you're saying that, God commands Satan to do evil things, right? So like when people are put to the test, there can be redemptive plans even in that, right? Like there's multiple Job stories that
Yeah,
exist out there besides Job,
when I was a Christian, when I was a Christian, I didn't get that from reading Job
Why not? Well, oh, I
because I
get it,
just
because
read
his family died,
because I
right?
actually
And like,
no, because I actually read Job, and the only point that Job's book makes is that God's the one's in charge, so don't question him. That's it.
Yep.
but do you not see like anything good that comes? So like if we live in a fallen world, right, in which Satan is going to do evil, why would the Job story in which
That's what I'm saying.
Satan
He
is
didn't.
actively performing evil,
He
why would that
didn't.
not be redemptive for many believers who
Satan
believe in the
Satan did
story
what
of
he was
Job?
supposed to. Satan did what he was told to do.
Okay.
So
So,
God put
yeah.
Satan up to it, which means God's the evil one. If Satan's doing evil stuff in the book of Job, that means God's doing evil stuff in the book of Job.
I totally get what you're saying, but like, let's just say, okay, so we live in a fallen world, right, where evil exists, okay? And so if we live in a fallen world and God has to work with the fact that there's evil and for a redemptive plan and purpose, then of course God is going to use instances like Job and the devil in order to fulfill his objective and plan and purpose for humanity, right?
His
So
objective
it
was
makes sense to
apparently to
me.
torture people then.
To torture,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, that's what the book says. So I guess, yeah, you're right. But
So
like I said,
to be
for a
clear,
purpose.
God will light people on fire for all of eternity if they don't worship him. Satan has to do his bidding. So when Satan kills people, it's because God put him up to it. But yet Satan's the evil one and God's the good one? How is that possible?
So if we look at the book of Job, right, he had a hedge of protection around him. And so prior to that, prior to Satan coming forth and God, saying, hey, look this is my faithful servant, there was a hedge of protection around him. So God, in that instant, was like, okay, I'm going to have a plan for this. Therefore, I'm going to take my hedge of protection off of you and you can do your bidding on him.
Mm-hmm.
Providentially, because I'm God and I know what's going to happen. I know how the story ends, and I know that I, Yahweh, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and Omega, Jesus Christ, am going to get the glory at the end of the day.
So God
So,
murdered all of Job's family and servants just so somebody down the road would give glory to God for all the murder he did?
I
But
mean,
he's got
sure,
that back assword.
think about it. What has it? Okay, so bigger impact, bigger picture, right? So, like, he
Bigger
kills his
picture.
family.
This is a book of
Yeah.
horrors. Like very few books of the Bible have done more to turn people away from this God than the book of Job.
I mean, I think there's been a couple books for sure. I agree. I mean, perhaps, I'm not
There's
sure,
never been a
but
single non-believer who read the book of Job and said, that gives me some fucking hope. Never happened.
well, that's why I'm saying I preface with like believers who believe that this is real, right? So
Well,
like
they don't
when
need
a
Job.
non-believer,
You don't
when
need,
a
if you're already a
non-believer,
believer, you don't need the book of Job.
And also,
right? I'm
I
saying
was a believer when I
believers.
read Job, and it didn't bring me hope again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then that goes into the concept of like falling away. Like, can a believer truly know God and still fall away? Like, that's a different topic.
Well,
This was before I fell away. This wasn't what led me to fall away. I was a believer and remained a believer for some time, but I didn't get the message you're trying to preach from Job.
I see. Okay, so we just have different perspectives on it, and that's okay. I mean, there's a lot of denominations for a reason, right? I mean, people don't agree on these things. So,
yeah, so I mean, so the question still remains, what did Satan do that was actually evil? Because all the evil stuff we've seen so far is God's conjuring.
okay, I would like to do more like character traits of Satan, but just to finish out on Job, or we could talk about it. I don't mind at all. But for Job, in the grand scheme of things, big picture, right? If he kill, if the objective was like, okay, we're gonna kill Job's family and all his animals and crops and all these awful things, right? But for the redemptive purpose of that, this story being told would be used to glorify God
Could
and
God
honor.
could God have made a story that glorified himself without murdering a bunch of innocent people?
Yeah, I mean, he was a humble servant, right? Like he came down in the flesh,
Okay.
known as
Okay, so
Jesus Christ, and he
so
died for
what that
humanity. That's a
yeah,
prime
we
example.
we know the story, Connor, and no, it didn't happen. So the reality is if God could write a story that would bring glory to himself or perform something that would bring glory to himself, that doesn't include all the carnage, and then he chooses to do the carnage anyways, then he's a prick, he's evil.
We live in an evil world, so do you not think that
It's
by
evil
proxy?
because God created it.
Well, no, it's a result of our free will choosing
No,
to.
wrong again.
Yeah,
Nope. It's
anyone in the
evil because
garden would
God
have
created
ate.
evil.
Anyone in the garden would have ate from the fruit
I
of
know, because
the tree of
God created
knowledge.
us to have the sin nature. Yeah.
Because
God set up
he
Adam and Eve for failure.
because we have free will, right? So like
No.
we can choose to love him or not, right? So the definition of
Well,
love,
no,
in my opinion.
loving him has nothing to do with sin. They're different things. Have you did you stop loving your parents when you disobeyed them?
No, I still love my parents.
Okay, so they're completely irrelevant then. So the reality is, like in the Christian doctrine, God had to create this horrible state of affairs because Adam and Eve bit from a fruit that they didn't even know it was wrong to bite from. They didn't know right from wrong yet. They didn't know that disobedience was wrong, and they didn't know the consequences, and all of humanity was punished for a crime that they didn't commit. Why is it that all women have painful childbirths, excruciatingly painful childbirths, just because Eve bit that fruit?
Okay, so yeah, that goes to the conversation of the knowledge of good and evil, right? Like, can evil exist without good, and can good exist without evil, right? So like,
Yes, because Revelation 21 says so. It said there's no more pain, no more suffering, no more death in the new heavens and new earth, which means there definitely is a state of affairs God could have created where people would still have free will and there would be no more suffering.
yes, and we saw that, and Satan fell because of the pride. He was in a perfect state, and he even knew God. So, like, we live in a world now where like people don't believe in God and stuff like that. So it's kind of difficult, when it comes to being a believer and stuff like that, like having faith. Like, there's a little work on our end to be like, okay, I'm gonna have faith in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, even though I didn't see pictures of him. I didn't see the holes in his hands. Like, who was that character? He was like, hey, touch the holes in my hands and
Thomas.
believe that.
Thomas.
Thomas. So like we don't have that luxury, whereas Satan did. And even in that perfect state, he was still prideful and fell because he had free will. So
He
we do have
wasn't
free will
he
in the
wasn't
afterlife. We see that because of
he
Satan.
wasn't there was no fall of Satan. That's not in the Bible. Jesus says that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning, and I don't believe Jesus. I believe Satan. Because
I
Yeah,
Jesus, if Jesus is God, that means he lied in the beginning and Satan told the truth. The first lie in the Bible is told by God, not by Satan.
Do you believe that God was created? So therefore there would
No.
be a beginning. Okay, so
Well,
if he's
I don't
eternal,
believe that God is created, which is one reason why I would never believe that Jesus is God. But that doesn't actually address the point, which is the first lie in the Bible was told by God, not by Satan, which means from the beginning God was a liar, not Satan. Which means
what
Jesus is
beginning
now a
though?
liar.
Okay, what I'm saying is God is eternal, right? And so presuming what beginning is he referring to is the
Obviously, the
question.
beginning of the creation.
Why do we think that?
Because there
Because
is
I
no
interpret it
beginning in
differently.
God's world. God's world has no beginning.
From the
So,
beginning,
there is no beginning in God's world if he's outside of time, which means the only beginning we can point to is the beginning of the heavens and the earth in this current mode of creation.
yeah, right. The verse. Oh, do you mind if I'm going to pull up that verse real quick in the beginning, just real quick, just so we can pinpoint when that was. And you believe? I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me just look it up. 1 second. Thanks for being patient with me.
Hmm.
Beginning. God was.
Are you looking
Let's
for
see.
Genesis, John 1:1?
Yes, in the beginning, correct. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Um, and okay, that's what I was saying.
I
So
would disagree with that translation, but sure.
KJV,
Yes, it's not important right now. Yeah, the KJV is not very good, but that's not important right now. The important thing is that when Jesus says that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning, that's just wrong. The
okay,
first person to
dude.
murder anything is God, and the first person to lie is God.
Thank you for that setup because that John 1:1 correlates with Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And so how I interpret that is like the heaven, okay, third heaven is like heaven. Second heaven is like the
All
heavens,
right,
like the stars and the
Connor, that doesn't
No.
constellations.
address the words that just came out of my mouth. I need you to pay attention.
No, I'm getting
The
there. Just
words that
please,
left
please
my
let me
mouth
finish.
was that Satan wasn't the liar and the murderer at the beginning, it was God.
Okay, please let me finish. I promise you it'll make sense. Just let me finish, okay? In Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, okay? So, like, please let me just lay this out for just a second. This is how I interpret, okay? So there's three heavens, okay? So the top third heaven would be where God is, right? The second heaven would be like cosmology, the constellations, the heavens as we know it, or the atmosphere, whichever. And then the earth, okay? And so when it says the devil was a murderer from the beginning, Jesus initially said, if you even have anger in your heart towards a person, you've already committed
You
murder with them in your
you've
heart.
already started off wrong because that's not correct cosmology. That cosmology you just laid out isn't anywhere in the Bible. So
The
you're already
second
starting
heaven
off on the
isn't in the
wrong foot.
Bible. The second heaven
No,
isn't in the
the
Bible.
idea that the idea that the third heaven is where God dwells and that there's only three heavens, that's not in the Bible.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, okay, I'll look back on that just for a second. But if we are to
What is
take
this?
the notion, can I please finish? If we were to say, listen, if you even have anger in your heart towards a person, that's murder, right? And so, I believe this is my interpretation. You can call me wrong, okay? When Satan
Are you
was
going to
in
be able to demonstrate? Are you going to be able to demonstrate from the text that Satan had anger in his heart towards Adam and Eve? Because I don't think you can derive that from the text.
okay, that's where I was going. Thank you. Okay, let's get to that verse here. Sorry, let me pull up Genesis on my app. But yeah, if he's gonna deceive someone, right? We don't know Satan's
He
heart.
did.
We just know his
He did.
intentions of the
Satan didn't deceive Adam or even the garden. He only spoke the truth.
spoke the truth. He deceived them into doing the very act that God told them not to do. Like
No,
they know.
he didn't deceive them.
He just
Well,
told them the
that's just
truth.
his character trait. He's a deceiver, right? That goes
No,
to
he's
another
not.
Well,
conversation.
That's the claim that you
what
haven't proven yet.
Okay, well,
what lie
okay,
did
I'm trying
Satan
to flesh
tell
it
in the
out.
garden? What
I'm
lie
trying
did
to
Satan
flesh it
tell,
out.
Connor?
Well, I want to pull up the verse. Do you guys have the verse? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yep.
Um,
Now the serpent was more crafty than any. In fact, let me share my screen. I apologize. I don't have the screen sharing turned on, but I usually do. 1 second. All right, you should be able to see screen, but one more second.
yes, I see it.
Okay,
Is that
I think we.
Genesis 3?
Yeah, but hold on a second. Okay, see if it works now. Yeah, that's Genesis 3. It says, now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, did God say you shall not eat from any tree in the garden? So, you know the story. Did God say that from Genesis 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so it says, the woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but God said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die. Okay, but the serpent said to the woman, you will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. And that's in fact what happened. Their eyes were opened, and they became like God, knowing good and evil, which is validated in verse 22, when God himself says, "See, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and also take from the tree of life and eat and live forever."
Yes, precisely. Thank you for
So,
that. I
so
didn't know the verse.
Satan, yeah, so Satan wasn't lying. He told the truth.
Right. However, he deceived them into doing the very command that God told him not to do in the hopes
How?
that
What did he
he
say
would
that was deceptive?
to eat of the fruit of the
So
knowledge of good and don't
he
God said
he
don't do it.
deceived them by telling them the truth.
To do it. He told them to do it.
Yeah, but did he deceive them by telling them the truth?
Do you know
No.
what deception is?
I don't think he does.
Deception. Okay, so I want to know what your perspective is on what I'm saying when I say that.
Deception is when you lie to somebody in order to get them to believe something that's not true. He didn't do that.
Oh, okay, I see. The deceiving aspect of that is when he goes up to what was it, Eve, right? The first one he went up to, and he was like, "Did God
I
really
think
say that?" He was
I
deceiving
think the
her
phrase you're
in that
looking
instance.
I think the phrase you're actually looking for is not deceive but tempt.
Hmm. Yes. Um.
But that's his job,
May,
is attempt. That's his whole shtick.
pardon. I just want to see. For God knows that. Okay. So
Yeah,
God
he's
really
just
said.
a good employee.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but when she said, I'm sorry, when the serpent said, "Did God really say not to do that?" That's a pretty deceptive thing to say to someone. Don't you
That's
But
just a
agree?
question.
he was telling the truth when he gave her the answer. First of all,
I
asking a
mean, he was making her
question
second guess herself. That's pretty deceptive.
because
Like he was
God
gaslighting her.
lied. No, he told the truth. God lied.
How did God lie? He said not
Because
to do
God
something.
said that the day in which you eat of it, you'll die. And Satan said, "You won't die. You'll just become like God, knowing good and evil." And that was the case. In Genesis 2:17, we see the first lie of the Bible. It says, "But of the
Well,
tree of knowledge and good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die."
right. I mean, before that though, they wouldn't have died though. No, I mean, we don't know that contextually, right? I mean,
Well,
they
They
could have
weren't
lived in the garden
immortal.
forever.
yeah, they're
They
not
could have lived in.
immortal. The only thing
How
that
do
was
we know
keeping
that?
them alive was access to the tree of life, which is clear at the end of Genesis 3. God has them removed from the garden now that they know good and evil, so that they can't eat anymore from the tree of life and live forever. It says, "See,
Right.
humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent them forth from the Garden of Eden." So their becoming mortal or being mortal was always true. They just no longer had access to the tree of life.
Yeah, in fact, if we take the text for what it plainly says, it would appear that they were mortal and they had never yet eaten from the tree of the knowledge, the tree of life. Is there an echo?
Yeah, I think it's fixed now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they were actually just mortal the whole time, and they had not yet eaten from the tree of life. So like nothing really changed in their condition.
Sure. I guess we just disagree on like what that meant by die because clearly they didn't die instantly, right? But like maybe death in the sense that eventually they would die, right?
It
In a
didn't say
year's term.
eventually.
So
It says in the
It
day.
says, yeah, but yom in the day.
in the day. I wonder what
Yep.
that means. I wonder if we did a word search on that, what that would mean.
Yom means day. Like,
Okay.
God, like Yom Echad, day one, Yom Shani, day two. Yom just means day,
I see.
like the
Well,
way you understand the
God
word
says a
day.
day to God is like 1,000 years, so like that time may not
God doesn't
work.
say that. The psalmist says that, and that's more rhetorical. That's not meant to give you a math equation for what God's days are like.
Sure. Okay, for in the day that you eat of it you shall
Yeah,
die.
if a day is 1,000 years, that means Adam lived to like 900,000 years.
900,000 years. Uh yeah, I just
Yeah, and
don't see
Jesus
it
was in
like
the grave for 3,000 years.
for in the day that you eat of it you shall die. I just don't view it like that just because of what we see from the story, you know what I mean? And I wouldn't necessarily view it as a contradiction, but I don't know.
It's a
I just thought
lie. Did they die the day that they ate it?
I mean in a spiritual death in a sense, right?
I
I
Justin,
didn't
mean,
say
words don't mean
spiritual death.
words.
I know words never mean words. It doesn't say spiritual death. It says you'll die.
Well, I gave my views on it, so I don't know. But we clearly see, though, after the fact that they're still alive. So maybe our understanding of it or how we perceive it may not necessarily be correct, but
Or
I respect how you view
Yes,
it because
yeah.
it does
Well,
look like
Connor,
that, right?
yes, your way of reading it might not be correct.
yeah,
Yeah,
or
no,
God
100%.
lied.
I agree. I agree. I believe, yeah. But we see as the fruits of it that Adam and Eve clearly did not die after the fact because we wouldn't exist, right? Because of humanity. Like they had to produce offspring, said be
Clearly.
fruitful
Yeah,
and
because
multiply.
Yahweh
So
wasn't telling the truth.
So we have
He was
yet
just
to,
threatening them.
yeah. So we have yet to see a passage where Satan did anything bad yet.
let's see. We could do Revelation. That's a good place to start because I know
But Revelation hasn't come true.
the Antichrist and he'll deceive people and proclaim himself as God when he's
Dalton,
not
can you
God.
turn your mic down a little bit? There's some back.
Oh,
It picks up a lot of
yeah.
background noise. That's
Oh,
better.
by the way, guys, I gotta go to Bible study. What time is it? 35 in like 25 minutes.
Connor,
So
you're
I'm
at
not trying to
Bible
like pop out.
study.
I am at Bible study, but I promised I would be with them. But I really love our conversation we're having. I just want to give that preface so you don't think I'm like copping out, like I'm worried or anything. This has been great, really. I enjoyed this because I actually do like watching your videos, even as a Christian, because like it gives me a perspective on how atheists view. Because I used to be like an agnostic, like I believed in a God, but not necessarily the Christian God. And then I gave my life to Jesus Christ, and I'm a born again believer, right? But it's always good to get a refresher on like how you guys view these things. So I appreciate your videos, and although I do disagree with your takes obviously and some things you say, but it's knowledgeable and is good resource from a different perspective. So
Fair enough.
all right. Yeah, you want to do Revelation? I mean, that's a place in which we can see
Well,
Satan
Revelation hasn't
being.
come true yet.
Sure, but like if we take the Bible out at face value, even if
I
you don't
wouldn't.
believe it, right, but you don't believe in the Bible, but like if you took it at face value
Yeah,
as if it was the
like
truth, then
what's
we can say it would give
Connor,
us
what's
an
to say that the
indication of who
Bible
Satan
isn't
is,
just
no?
God's what's to say that the Bible isn't just God's
We
propaganda
got the false
against
prophet,
Satan?
we got the
His smear
beast, we got
his smear campaign.
Satan himself. Let's see. Revelation, let's do Revelation 13:5-6.
Connor, why would we believe that the Bible is telling the truth about Satan?
Hmm.
Like when it says Satan's going to do something, why would we believe it? Because when it makes other statements about Satan, it lies. It says that he's the father of lies, yet I can't find anywhere where he's lying. It says that he was a murderer from the beginning. I can't find anywhere where he's actually murdering anyone.
Oh, that's right. We never answered that. I'm sorry. When he
Mhm.
was a murderer from the beginning, I believe it's because in his heart he had anger towards Adam and Eve, who were made in the image of God. And since he hates
Yeah,
God and he fell
I
because
pointed
of
out
his
to him
pride,
that
he had anger in his heart.
you
That's how I
you can't
interpret that.
demonstrate
But then again,
you
it could be
can't
wrong. I'm not
demonstrate
going to
from the
say like I know
text.
everything, but that would be my
You can't
interpretation
demonstrate.
of that verse,
Can
not
you hear me,
necessarily eternal
I assume
creation
so.
like heavens. But yeah, that's my
Connor? Can you hear me,
perspective on it.
Connor?
Um, I'm sorry, I lost my. Here it is.
Connor, can you hear Dalton?
I can't.
How? How can you not hear him? Hold on. Let me make sure the audio didn't. Oh, yeah, hold on. I see the problem.
I thought he was just ignoring me. I was like,
Nope.
what the hell?
No,
I hear him now. I got him.
for some reason, one of my audio settings
Okay.
reverted in my studio. He should be able to hear you now.
Yeah, I hear him.
What was I saying? I don't remember, Justin.
Something about Satan not being able to demonstrate that Satan actually told a lie.
Oh yeah, you can't demonstrate that Satan actually had like hatred in his heart towards Adam and Eve. You can't derive that from the text. You just have to insert that into the narrative.
Sure, but I mean, we can't look at anyone's heart and think, "Oh, that person looked at that woman with lust." We could, or you know what I mean, or like this person's angry at that person. I wouldn't know that. I mean, we can get guesses based on like facial expressions and stuff like that, but the Bible doesn't give explicit like, "Hey, that's what that was." Just like I said, that was my interpretation of it, but just to make sense of it, right? Because you think, well,
Yeah,
that's a
you don't
lie, but
know
I'm like,
that. You don't know that. Yeah, Yeah, you don't like. What if it was just that Satan wanted to liberate Adam and Eve, and he didn't hate them?
Well, presuming Satan knew that the outcome would be bad for humanity, right? Image
Why?
bearers of God,
What?
Adam
Who?
and Eve.
What? He's he's not all knowing. Why would he know that?
I don't know what Satan knew in the garden. All I knew is that he fell, and then he's like, "Okay, well, we see God made these people in his in God's image, and he saw
There's
that
no
God gave
falling.
them." Okay, God saw. I mean, sorry, Satan saw that God gave a specific command, and Satan's like, "How can I cause some chaos right now? I know I'm going to deceive Adam and Eve, and we're just going
Where
to
is
see
all
what
this
happens."
written at in the text? Where is all this written at? Because as
It's
far
I
as I
mentioned.
know, the serpent just walks up to Eve is like and asks a question. Did God really say this? And then, but he seems to get the inside track. He knows that it won't actually kill them per God's like declaration, but rather it would gift them with the knowledge of good and evil that they would become like the gods.
gift is used loosely because like we saw the outcome of that gift and it's not a good gift obviously.
What
How
gift?
would we view that as a gift? Them falling. How would we view them
Well,
sorry,
that's the thing is,
sin.
so the outcome of the fall was God's evil actions. God was the one that decided after they ate the fruit, he would make things really like shitty. He created natural disasters, painful childbirths, and all kinds of other things. That's all God's doing, not Satan.
No, it was Adam and Eve because of their free will. They had that
No,
choice.
it was God's doing. After they ate the fruit, did God have to create baby bone cancer?
I mean, obviously, this goes to the question of evil, and so I haven't like looked through like all the apologetics exhaustively to like give a cohesive answer. But
Well,
like
we
I'm
don't
thinking,
we don't want the apologetics. We want your actual opinion. After they ate the fruit, was God required to change things up so that babies would be born with bone cancer?
presumably, if the will of God is for free will, and this was the only instance in which God had to orchestrate his the free will of humanity to have that option to choose him and to abstain from sin and to love him, then I guess
Can a
yes.
person
That doesn't
Connor
answer the question.
can a person make freely any choice if they're ignorant, if they're withheld from knowledge?
They weren't withheld from knowledge because
Sure, they were.
God told them not
They
to do it. So
Yeah, he didn't want them to have the knowledge of good and evil. Can you really have a person having free choice if they don't at least have like the knowledge?
It's a good point.
Seems like
How
he
can
just
you?
that's good.
wants like obedient dogs.
Yeah, how can you actually have free will if you don't have knowledge of good and evil? God wants robots, apparently.
Well, they did have free will, just like Satan had free will, and he was imperfect.
No, you can't have free will if you don't have knowledge of good and evil. If you don't know what your actions will actually do, then you don't have free will.
Well, they did know the actions because he said
They
you shall
didn't.
surely die.
But that was a
So
lie, and they didn't.
we go back to like, well, how do you interpret it? So I mean,
So that they didn't know that when they ate that fruit that there'd be baby bone cancer and hurricanes and volcanoes. They didn't know any of that stuff.
sure, they didn't know the big picture, right? I mean,
So
obviously,
God
but
withheld information from them, lied to them, and then punished them knowing that they didn't know right from wrong yet. That's
well, this goes
crazy.
to like this kind of goes with like the thing of like divine hiddenness, right? Where like sometimes God doesn't reveal the big picture other for whatever reason for his ultimate plan and purpose, right? So like if we are to believe that God is sovereign and is good and is just, and from our human perspective how we view God and how he decides to orchestrate things, then sure, it will come off as like evil, right? I mean, that's just how you would perceive it. But like I have faith in the fact that I know the God of the Bible is good and just, and I know
Well,
you disagree with that.
I have faith
I
that he's
know.
evil, so who wins?
Well, by definition, he can't be evil.
Why
I
not?
mean, that's just because the Bible says so.
So what? The Bible's not true. The Bible depicts this God lying.
You're basically telling us God is good because God says so, but if God was evil, he wouldn't tell you that he was evil.
Certainly not.
No, I mean, we live in an evil world, thus, God has to
Well,
use means in which Satan and evil would have to exist
well,
with his perfect sovereign will and plan, although God himself is not evil, right?
God is
It's
evil.
like
That's
something a
that's the
villain would
claim.
say.
Yeah.
That's like, what he just said sounds exactly like what a supervillain would say.
I'm not evil.
Well,
I'm just going to drown all these people. I'm not evil, but I will have you thrust a sword through all these Amalekite babies. I'm not evil, but you can definitely own and buy slaves. You can sell your daughters as slaves even. But I'm not evil. Remember, I'm just and merciful, but I will have your women raped as punishment for not worshiping me.
right. If we just look at the Bible and what it says, right, on face value, granted, I'm not discrediting the fact that God may not orchestrate certain
At
things
face
that we perceive
value,
as evil. No, like
at
if we
face,
like just
yeah, at face
yeah.
value, Genesis 2:17 has God telling them that they would die that day. So are we going to be consistent when we talk about face value?
Well, face value meaning the redemptive plan behind everything that God is orchestrating for humanity.
Selectively face value.
Okay, maybe I didn't mean to say face value. How would you what did I say that I could describe the word of God that's not face value? That I'm sorry if I misspoke because
If I pick and choose to read the Bible in either literal or non-literal ways based on my agenda, then I can come to this conclusion.
well whatever it holds up the Bible to the word of God, I choose cuz like I believe the word of God to be true. I believe the character of God is true and that he is good and just and holy. And so when you do see evil, then I trust that there is a plan and purpose for
What are
said
we
bad things that happen.
what are we being redeemed from?
Our sin,
No,
fallen
no.
nature,
Why do we need redeemed from it?
because we fell in the garden. Well, Adam and
So
Eve fell
what?
in the garden. Original sin. Original
So
sin.
what?
That's why.
So what? Why do we need redeemed from it?
Because, like, to your point, if we live in an evil world because of our fallen nature, then we need a redeemer who is Jesus Christ, who did die on the
Why?
cross and saved
What's the
us.
redemption do?
Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. You know what? I saw a YouTube video of a guy talking about this. Like this is like theoretical, right? But this is kind of a fun way to view it. So like let's say if we go back to like in heaven and stuff like that, where Satan was up there and he fell from his pride and a third of the angels, right? So like he had free will, he knew God and like blah blah blah. So what if this whole thing was like a test or whatever in which once we do pass the test, we'll never fall like Satan did ever again, like
Yes,
after the
but
fact, because
the
we'll
question
always
is
reflect on that moment. You know what I mean? So like
the
that would
question
be
is
like the ultimate
why
redemption.
do we need redeemed? What is God going to do to those that are not redeemed?
He's gonna redeem those who choose to accept Jesus, his son, as a
And
perfect
what's he going to
sacrifice for his
do to
will.
those who don't?
They're gonna be eternally separated from his love,
And
and thus they're gonna be in hell.
they're going to go to hell and burn forever, right?
Yes, I'm well,
Okay, so
right
we need
now
to be
there may not be
redeemed
burning,
from
but in the
God's
lake of fire they'll be
viciousness.
burned. In the lake of
No,
fire they'll be burned in
no, there
Revelation.
seems to be a burning in Luke chapter 16. Lazarus visits hell and he's in agony in the flames. And Jesus in Matthew 25 sends the people away to the eternal flames. There's certainly flames in hell.
Oh
So,
no, I believe in hell for sure. Maybe my
okay,
perception
so
was
then
mislabeled.
we need redeemed from God?
We need redeemed from our sin fallen nature in which we choose willingly to be apart from God, right? So like we're
Why?
choosing
But again,
because
we don't need redeemed from that. The only reason why we would need redeemed from that is because if we're not redeemed, God will light us on fire forever. But
well
did God design the sin nature,
if we look at this passage that talks about how the with hell was destined was meant for the devil and his angels, right? Am
which
I
is clearly a
misquoting?
lie because if God's all knowing, he knew the day he created it that human beings would go there.
Well, the devil and the angels fell, right? Just like we fell. Therefore, the two species that he created, one made in him his image, and the angels, we both fell. So it's not wrong of God to put us in the same place if we both did that thing. You
Why?
know what I mean? We
Why does
both fell
anyone need to go to the fiery hell pit?
because Satan, in his pride and rebellion, wanted to usurp God and think he could.
What does Satan have to do with me going to hell?
Well, he's an example of what we should have not done and not
Yeah,
fall
but
with him
why is God sending atheists and non-believers to hell? Why?
because they don't accept Christ as their Lord and Savior.
So what? Why? Why does he care?
Because he nullifies all of our sins from the beginning.
So why can't he just nullify everyone's sin?
He does. If you believe, if you put your
No,
faith and
he
trust in
doesn't
him as your
nullify
Lord and
everyone's
Savior, you will
sin.
be.
Nope, he doesn't. He only nullifies sin for people who believe in that sky carcass. I don't.
Okay,
So why
but
doesn't
okay,
he,
you just
so why
answered it.
doesn't he nullify everybody's sin? Why does he need me to believe in his failure of a Messiah's son before he forgives my sin?
I guess I'm confused on what answer you're looking for because I answered it many times. So, what are you
You
thinking? I
you
want to know your
haven't.
head.
You only think you have.
Okay, what do you think? Is my question then.
The only
What's your perception?
saving happening in Christianity is being saved from God's bloodthirst. That's it. He's not saving you from anything. He's saving you from himself. It'd be like if I was if I was on a sidewalk and a truck veered off the road and was coming right at me. Jesus jumps out and pushes me out of the way. And then he ends up getting hit by the truck. You'd be like, oh, that's a good picture of Christianity. And then you look up and you're like, oh, Jesus was driving that motherfucking truck. That's what Christianity really is. The guy driving the truck is Jesus. It's God. He's the one that you're getting saved from.
Yeah, it reminds me
Well,
of the
that
old joke that Jesus is knocking on your door. He says, "Hey, let me in so I can save you. Save me from what from what I'm going to do to you if don't let me in."
Mm-hmm. Classic meme, yeah.
I guess I just don't. I don't know. I don't view it like that because of what the Bible says, and
The
so
I don't care what the Bible says. The Bible depicts a God that is, by all accounts of our definition of evil, evil. If I said to you, I'm going to take your mother out on a date, don't worry, it's going to be nice. We're going to get a nice seafood dinner. But if she says no, if she doesn't want to go on a date with me, I'm going to have to light her on fire and put her in my basement for all of eternity. Am I good?
you chose that though. They chose that.
No,
Your
no.
willful
She chose it.
disobedience against.
No. She chose to not go on the date with me. So I'm not. Is it okay if I light her on fire?
See, we're comparing eternal
Pay attention.
things
We're
to
talking about your
temporary
mom right
things.
now. Nope, we're
No, hold
not.
on.
We're
Okay,
talking
okay.
about your mom right now. It's an analogy. So
We're
if I light
talking
your
about.
mom on fire because she doesn't want to go on a date with me, am I good or bad?
We're talking about. We're comparing temporal things to
I
eternal
need
things,
you
right?
to
So
focus. I know, like right now, like analogies are scary, but just enter into it. So if I say, if your mom doesn't go on a date with me, I'm going to light her on fire. Am I good or bad?
well, you're not God, so you can't do
We'll
that.
try this again.
Only God.
I didn't say I was God, so you have to pay attention. If I said, if your mother doesn't go on a date with me, I'll light her on fire. Am I good or bad?
That's assuming you are just
What
in
a
all your
fucking
ways and you
coward.
know.
Answer the question, Connor. It's an analogy.
I am
If I
answering the
said
question.
that I'm going to take your mother out for dinner, but if she says no, I'll light her on fire, am I good or bad?
You're bad. But you're
Well,
not
okay,
God.
and why
You're
am I
not God,
bad?
though.
And I didn't ask if I was. Why am I bad in this scenario?
Well, God is just, and
Why am I bad in this scenario, Connor?
you're bad because you are lighting someone on fire, presumably, right?
Right, and they didn't actually have the choice to choose otherwise, right? Because the penalty for making the choice they want to make is getting lit on fire, correct?
Based on
Did your
your
mother have
example,
a free will choice to go on a date with me?
she did.
She did not, because the alternative was being lit on fire. We'll try this again. Did your mother have a free will choice to go on a date with me?
She does. She can
She does.
literally choose right now. She
She does
legit
not.
could.
I'll ask you again since this is difficult. Does your mother have a free will choice to go on a date with me, knowing that if she says no, I'll light her on fire? We'll try for the last time.
She may do it because she doesn't want to go to hell, and thus, as a result of choosing you, she sees your love and for what it is. So, like the gate, like
He's
let's say,
coping so hard. This is crazy. So we'll try this again. Like
oh
you already
man,
see how the analogy lines up, which is why you're coping with it. So the answer is no. Your mother does not have consent or free will to go out with me if the alternative is in fact being lit on fire. It's the equivalent of having a gun held to her head. That's what it is. And that's what the God of this book does. It's an ultimatum. You will obey me perfectly or you'll burn forever in eternity. But it's okay if you make even one mistake and you get destined to hell, as long as you choose me and love me and worship me for all of eternity, then I'll save you from the horrible thing that I was going to do to you. What a
I guess
merciful God.
I just want to compare it to my personal testimony, in which I believed hell
We
existed.
don't care about your personal testimony.
No, it
We
aligns
all
with what you said.
we
It
all
aligns
have them
exactly.
though. We all have them. What you need to get from this conversation is that the whole salvation system is stupid. God didn't have to light anybody on fire. And he doesn't give you free will if making one mistake means that you burn forever in eternity. That's not free will.
It is free will because
It's not free will.
if he is using that as a motivation for you to get to know his character and
It's
thus
Nah,
be
called
yeah,
it's called
saved,
co-
should he not do
it's
that?
called
yeah.
coercion.
Well, I was using lighting your mother on fire to coerce her into going on a date with me, so that's fair, right?
One second. Okay, so you're creating an analogy of a temporal thing, like you
Listen,
being
the
the guy
temporality is
going on a date.
irrelevant. Is irrelevant, Connor.
Well, it is because
Every time
God
you
is
say
just
it,
and
no,
merciful.
every time he's not just and merciful. That's the point. The point is you're not just and merciful if you torture somebody for all of eternity because they didn't choose the thing that they wanted for you.
Well,
God
that's a
wants robots.
no. By definition, hell
One
is
disobedience.
eternal
No.
separation from God's presence. You're
One
choosing that.
disobedient
That's a
act.
choice you
One
made. You
disobedient
made
act
that
means you
choice.
go to hell, right?
Yeah, we all have fallen short of the
Okay,
glory of God.
so one disobedient act means you go to hell. And why do human beings sin? You know the answer. You already mentioned it. It's because we have the what?
Fallen nature.
Okay, we have the sin nature. And who decided that sin nature would exist?
God
Okay,
made the
so
knowledge
God
of truth.
made the sin nature. He gave it to us, which entails that all human beings will sin. And then he says, because all human beings will sin, they can't be perfect because I didn't create them perfect. I'll light them all on fire unless they choose to love me. It's a perfect scenario for your mother, except the thing with your mother is I would love her better than God would ever love her. And I'd actually pay for her dinner rather than asking her to pay for it. I don't need tithes and offerings.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a prideful thing to say because you can't put yourself in the place
It's
of
not
God because you
prideful.
don't know just.
I
You don't
can.
know good
All
from
right,
wrong and
well,
evil.
Connor, I think we've gone about as far as we can, and your dishonesty was at least a little bit entertaining. Tell your mother I'll be over after midnight. We'll have the time of our lives, and I won't even have to light her on fire to make it happen.
This is a fun topic.
I know, right? It really is a fun topic as long as you get opposition. Let me grab a couple super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Oh, we got some doozies. Duke, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, it's Doug damned Galatians. I've been hearing Colossians? That's a different book. Thinking of some STD-ridden philosopher from Russia giving humility advice to Christians. I don't know who is saying Colossians with a K rather than Galatians. You didn't hear it on this live stream. We know the difference between those two books, my friend. But thank you for being here and thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. And also, Larry, great to see you. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Now we're tied between Deconstruction Zone and DZ Debates. And Robbie Lloyd says, what's this AI taking over the guests? Can you turn it off? I don't know of any AI taking over any guests. And so, no, we're not turning any AI off since it doesn't exist.
I think for whatever reason they're referring to M. I heard someone earlier say that his voice sounds like AI. No, his voice sounds like the voice of Doug. And you
Yes.
heretics should not speak negatively of it.
Indeed.
He is, and the M stands for Metatron. He's the lesser Doug.
100% M's is Metatron. Now we're going to need to get a new emoji for this. We need a Metatron M's emoji. Cameron, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Dalton, I'm impressed about your knowledge on Islam and the terms. Justin, you had a good Muslim guest on Friday night too. 2 for 2. Let's keep cooking. You know, sometimes we do get really fun Muslim guests to talk to. And yeah, I'm actually reading through the Quran right now. It's pretty wild. I've been documenting some stuff on the cheat sheet that I found in the Quran. I think it's going to prove to be valuable for future debates.
I need to find, before I read the Quran, I need to find some like critical scholarship on it, because I'm always wary about like finding a book on the Quran, but only to find out it's written by someone who believes in some sort of dogma, because I know what that's like in Christianity. So I need to find the Dan McClellan of Islam.
I think it's M's. There actually is a guy on YouTube. I forget his name though. Loogie had. The reason why you don't find a lot of real critical, like super critical scholarship is because in Islam, they kill you when you do that. That's why. Loogie Head, thank you for the super chat, says, a priest, a minister, and a rabbit. This is my favorite pun, by the way, or favorite word joke. Walk into a blood bank. The rabbit says, I think I might be a typo. If you get it, you get it. It's a good one. I love this one. Haha, love you both. We'll listen tonight. When in downtime, Ben saving lives, rock hard for Doug, and simply what for Sharon. Well, thank you so much for supporting the channel, even though you'll be listening later. I'm not sure if you're listening live based on your text, but thank you for watching. I appreciate that, and for supporting. Good question. Good to see you. It says IP equals clown. Sounds right. I call him Christianity whitewasher. That's 100% the case. Satan is God's cleaning angel. Of course, Christians dislike being swept off heaven. That is the case. And IP is, he could be more clownish than he is. Of the apologists, I like IP better than some of them, but he is certainly have a strained relationship with the truth. And Randy,
My favorite, I was going to say my favorite apologist is Trent Horn. He just seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah, there's a couple decent ones out there. The one I was thinking of that I watched a little bit of recently that I can't think of his name. Shoot. He's the only apologist that's even wider than me. What was his name? I'll have to think about it. I apologize. There is another guy that's got a pretty sizable channel, like 60 or 70,000 followers, that has been doing apologetics for a little bit. Gavin Ortland, I think is his name.
Oh, I know Gavin. Yeah, Gavin Ortland. Yeah, he's nice too. Very,
nice.
Very ecumenical.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Randy Wilson sent 20 deconstructions of memberships. I mean, DZ memberships are up by 20 at this point. The vertical is winning. And friends, I checked the description in the vertical and the horizontal comments to make sure that in the horizontal stream, the membership link goes to the horizontal memberships. It's been that way the whole time. It does not take you to the original, to the vertical channel for membership. Somebody is lying from the pits of hell. And also, thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate sending out 20 deconstructions of memberships. That's huge, my friend. And Marcus, thank you for the super chat. It says, certain books speak of everlasting life in the restored Israel, but others say if you don't live a long life, you'll be deemed accursed. Yes, Isaiah 65 says that. And of old people and children in the streets of restored Israel. This is actually on my contradictions tab on the cheat sheet, because the new heaven, new earth in Revelation 21 doesn't include any death. The new heaven, new earth, New Jerusalem in the book of Isaiah does include death. We're going to grab 2 more super chats. Atlas Die, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, got stung by a wasp yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that. Now my face is swollen and feels like it could implode. No stars. Would not recommend, but I can smile because you are cooking. Well, thank you, Atlas. I'm glad that we can put a smile on your face, as swollen as it might be. I'm sure it still look phenomenal. Don't worry about the bee sting. It'll go down. Put some, put a rock, put a Doug in the freezer for a while, put it on your face and cool your face. Doug will make that puffiness go down. He'll take care of that for you. Speaking of which, rock hard for Doug. Great to see you. Says, if I'm an all-powerful deity, I'm also making my intern become a snake to be my eternal adversary. Set the bar low to hop over. Rock hard for Doug and simple for Sharon. And this is a very good point, because in the Christian religion, they have to take this this snake and convert it into almost like a quasi-god enemy, which is crazy that God would create his own enemy. That's the last thing I'll say about that. But we do have, friends, a new leader. We've got 5 DZ Debate memberships sent out by Adam. Thank you very much, Adam. And 5 more sent out by Simple Programmer. That makes it 10. But guess what? Deuce Ex Marine sent out 10 DZ Debate memberships, which brings it to a tie now. So it's still neck and neck with the memberships. But remember, Doug is not pro vertical or pro horizontal. He's pro all streams. All streams. We really appreciate the support, though. Let's grab our next guest. We said we'd try to bring Sarah back if she got better Wi-Fi, and it looks like she does. I see green bars, so we'll give Sarah a shot here and see if she can connect. Maybe. I see green bars, but I don't see her on the screen yet. I think she's still got a bad connection. Yep. Sorry, Sarah. I don't know what's going on with your equipment, but it's not working well. We're going to bring Augustine in here, and then we'll get Razor after Augustine. How you doing, Augustine? Augustine?
Good. Think
There you are.
maybe my phone, my
Yeah, your
connection's
connection's
wrong.
pretty bad. You've got one bar right now.
Oh, I hear that that Wi-Fi connection is really bad in the 4th century CE, Augustine.
Yeah, my connection.
All right, we'll do a delay check and see what's going on. I'm going to count
Let me
to...
join back up.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'll never understand why people join knowing they have bad reception. That's a weird angle to take. Okay. Well, we're going to grab then Razor from our YouTube queue and hopefully keep our discussion moving. Razor, welcome to the stream.
I didn't know if people could see me when I had the camera off before. Hi.
Yeah, I can see you. I can hear you as well. It's a pinch quiet, but I can turn it up if we need to.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's
there's a
way
bit of
better.
yeah, the mic I have is really weird for like connection, like not connection, where I speak to.
Okay, fair
Sorry.
enough. So, are you at least 18, and do you believe in presumably God and Satan?
I am over 18. No, I am an atheist as well. Although Doug is definitely up there. Let's go. Or is he down there? I don't know. I don't know. But I wanted to like pick your brain about something.
So,
I know what the
Razor,
topic is.
I hate to cut you off, but these live streams are just for debates. They're not for powwows. And
Well,
we're
fair.
creating content for viewers, and I do love a good powwow, but that's not the point of the live stream.
Oh yeah, I know. It was more like I was like wanting to ask a question about the way that Christians will be about with like what they always talk about with sin versus when it comes to like mental health stuff. Sorry, it's a weird thing. I wanted to get your ideas on that.
I may not
Do you think
understand the
that was something,
question.
or... Sorry, let me try to see if I can word it better. Whenever a Christian talks about like sin nature and stuff, they always say that we deserve death, we deserve all these terrible things happening to us because of sin. Like I keep hearing all the Christians that come in and saying that stuff, no matter what. And but then there are people who like me with say some possible mental stuff going on, where they feel the same way, but like with me, I would be seen as, well, again, mentally unwell, but they seem to think that they're all perfectly fine and stuff. Like, is that like, where does that come from with like teachings? Like, why is that happening? I'm sorry, it's really hard for me to figure out how to word that better.
Well, the problem is that Jesus died. He was supposed to be the Messiah. So they had to come up with a theology that justified Jesus dying. And the theology that they came up with was that, well, Jesus died so that you can be forgiven of your sins, because if you weren't forgiven of your sins, you would all go to hell, which is not in the Hebrew Bible. That's just something that they had to make up. God was so mad that human beings weren't perfect that he was going to light them all on fire. And that's, of course, why Jesus had to die. Because he was a better sacrifice. So, I mean, that's basically the gist of it. I mean, and in order to be a Christian, you have to believe that you're a dirty, rotten, no good sinner, and that all your good deeds are as filthy rags. Otherwise, it's hard to justify why God would want to light you on fire. If you're just a normal, average Joe that does their best and makes mistakes sometimes, it's hard to justify why God would have to do something so horrible to you.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I left. I was already in that deep pit, and I needed to get out of it. So I stopped. I ended up no longer needing to believe because I actually had some worth in myself at that point.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Well, big W for
Sorry.
putting those puzzle pieces together, because a lot of people go into Christianity and they feel like they're worthless, dirty, and rotten because that's what the religion teaches you. You have to die to yourself and admit that you're worthless and rotten and not, not worth a damn. But it's okay. Jesus came to save you anyways. He loves you anyways. It's Stockholm syndrome. It's horrific.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, sorry for taking up your time. I'll let you get to someone. It looks like Sarah's trying to get back. I'm seeing her chat.
She's trying.
So, she, yeah. Thank you again. I've been binging you while I work for like the past like 3 months. So I love you. You're amazing. You have a connection with Dan McClellan in a way, and my girlfriend's into that one. So.
Well, thank you so much for watching and supporting the channel.
I will say this. I will say this. Love Razor's headset. Just gotta say that.
Mm-hmm.
It changes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's nice. I like the red since we're doing Satan Was Innocent today.
I didn't mean to. It was just already that way because I play a game, and whenever I'm playing that game, I prefer to have it red for like I think I was playing Hades at the time. Instead, I just kept it as red. But okay, I'll go ahead and head out. Thank you again for letting me up to answer that question. Praise Doug and Sharon. I think that's how it goes.
You got it. Thank you, Fred.
Peace.
Cheers. Well, W for Razor. Nice guy. All right. We've got, is Sarah back again? Let me see. Sarah's going to try. Sarah, this is your last try, okay? If your equipment doesn't work this time, there's nothing we can do for you, okay? I've elevated you. You have no microphone plugged in, by the way. Your equipment says you have no microphone. And your reception is still slow. You're still not pulled up. Okay. Sorry, Sarah. You got to get a new piece of hardware or something. Just not going to work. All right, we'll grab the next guest. CMY Camp is next in line.
Spoken to them before.
Oh, really? How you doing, CMY? Hello? Are you sleeping?
I could have swore that they were friendly when they came on my live. I don't remember, though. Did you actually call up again, CMY?
I think so. I think he's sleeping and didn't even realize he was on stage. Okay, we'll try the next one. Prophetic Yahuwah. What could go wrong with a name like that?
Yahuwah. How you doing, brother?
How you doing, Prophetic? Yeah, we can hear you. Prophetic, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Satan is real?
I do believe that Satan is real, and I'm 36.
Cool. And do you believe that Satan was the good guy or the bad guy in the Bible?
I mean, it depends on how you look at it.
I do agree, yeah. So I'm asking how you look at it. Is Jesus the good guy or the bad guy?
How I look at it, yes, he was wrong.
For what?
Because maybe the reason why I feel like maybe he was wrong, because maybe it wasn't their time to know that. So it's like if you have a child and it's certain things that you're not going to teach your child until they're old enough to understand it. But if somebody else comes and does it before you, while they're not able to really fully develop what you're trying, like the whole process or whatever you're trying to tell them, then I think could be seen as wrong.
Yeah, so they didn't fully understand the consequences or right and wrong, correct?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so why did God punish them if they didn't even understand?
Okay, so if you tell your son, if you tell your son is like, let's say your son doesn't understand, and he's like 4, right? He doesn't understand the world, right? And you tell your son, don't touch this fire, and your son goes and don't touch the oven, right?
They
And your
they
son
always have the
goes and
same
touches it.
analogy. I'll never understand why this is the only analogy Christians have. This
No,
is
I
crazy.
can do I can use other analogies, but this is the simplest one I can think of right now. So
Did I
if you
design
tell your
the stove?
no,
Okay, so the analogy doesn't match then, because in the
okay,
Bible,
so let's say
God
I'm
created
sorry.
the thing that they're touching.
Yes, he did, but I also told you not to touch it.
So what? They don't know any
What you
better.
mean?
They don't
Okay,
they
so
don't know
then
right they don't know right from wrong yet.
okay, so if I tell you something, if I tell you not to do something, at that point you now understand right from wrong. Because I'm
No, you
telling you,
don't.
hey, I don't.
Nope.
So if I say,
They
if
didn't
I
know
was
right
to
from
tell
wrong until
you,
they ate from the tree.
if I say,
They didn't know right
hey,
from
don't
wrong
touch it.
until they ate from the tree.
So how long was
It's
they in the garden
crazy.
before they ate from that tree? How long were they
It's
in the
crazy
garden
that you
before they
can't
ate?
track right now. Did
No,
they
I am tracking,
know?
but I'm asking you,
Did they
how
know
long was
good
they
from
in?
evil before they ate the fruit? Yes or no?
No, they didn't.
Okay,
They
then
were
they shouldn't.
naive. They were
Then they
okay.
have
So they're
no.
like
Then they had
chimps.
no
Okay,
idea they were doing something wrong.
if I tell you not to do something,
So
you have
what?
a child.
So
If I
what?
tell you not to do something, right, and your child goes against it, should there not be consequences?
Does
If
my
you tell your
child does
child
my
don't,
child know that disobedience is bad?
he knows that he's going against what you're saying.
Does my child know that disobedience is bad?
If I tell you not to do something,
Does my child
yes.
know
If
that
I yes,
Okay, well
once I
Adam and
tell
Eve
you
didn't know that yet.
yes, once I tell you not to do
No,
something.
Adam and Eve didn't know that disobedience was bad.
Okay, so why didn't they eat it until they got tricked by God's drill?
They didn't get tricked. They got tricked by God, maybe. Satan didn't trick them.
No,
Satan told the truth.
again. So if
Prophetic.
I tell you, if I'm
Prophetic.
you have a child, you have a child,
prophetic,
you have a
prophetic,
child, right?
prophetic.
Hold on,
Would
hold
you
on.
pun
I
it?
want to hear his bad analogy.
You have a child, right? You have a child. As a father, you're going to tell your child not to do certain things, right?
Yep.
Or you right? So when they go against what you say, are you not going to then punish them and teach them the error of their ways? Or are you going to continue to let them?
I'm going to punish them in proportion to what they've done, and it's not to hurt
Okay,
them
so what did he?
or
So
harm
what?
them. So the punishment will never hurt my child. There's not a single punishment I would
Okay,
ever inflict on
okay.
my
So how
child.
did?
There's not a single
So what?
prophet. Stop
Okay.
talking over me, or I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay. So I let you finish. You have to let me finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
So
You did. I'm sorry.
there's not a single punishment that I would ever inflict on my child that would be painful for them. That would actually be something like something we would call like bad or evil. I wouldn't do that to my child. I would correct them only as much as it was absolutely necessary. But again, the analogy doesn't actually work because in the Adam and Eve story, they did not know right from wrong, which means they did not know that disobedience was wrong. In your analogy,
So
my son does know right from wrong.
if your son is 4 years old, right? Let's say your son is 4 years old, and your same son, you built this stove. You built your whole. Let's say you built your whole house, but you're leaving it for your son. So you tell your son, "Hey, don't touch this stove. You built the stove. Now let's say your uncle or your
I
brother
don't
comes
know why
in.
you keep using a stove, Prophet.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to do it because your analogy is going to fail every time you use it. Okay. The reason why the
How?
stove
You didn't let
analogy
me finish.
never. I know because I don't want you to finish.
You
Okay.
didn't let me
The stove
finish.
analogy is not analogous. I'm going to just explain to you why. I want you to pick a better analogy. Okay. The reason why the stove analogy never fucking works is because you can't touch a hot stove and not get burned. It's an inevitable consequence. That's not what happened in the garden. They ate a fruit. At that point, what happened after that was a decision that God made. It wasn't an inevitable consequence. Prophet,
Did
hold
he
on.
not tell
Prophet,
them what happened?
Prophet, stop it.
But you
God,
you didn't let me finish.
I don't want you to finish because you're already analogous. I don't want to waste everyone's time. I want you to think of a better analogy. Now I'm muting you. So I interrupted you because I want to give you the opportunity to think of something better. I know you're smart enough to think of something better. I'm demonstrating why your analogy fails so you can give me a better analogy. I want you to give me a good analogy, and I know you can do
Okay,
it.
I'm
So the
I'm
reason why the
trying.
stove analogy fails is because touching a hot stove is an inevitable consequence. The inevitable consequence of touching something hot is you get burned. The consequence of eating the fruit was not inevitable. It was a decision that God made. Therefore, the two things are not, they're not the same. They're not analogous. You need to think of a better analogy.
So he didn't say before, if you eat from this tree, you shall surely die.
But it
He
wasn't
didn't say that
true.
before.
It didn't
That
happen.
is the truth. That is the
No,
truth.
wrong
Because what
again.
happened after he
It
ate from
says,
the tree?
he
What did
says,
he say?
it says,
You have
in
to
the day that
leave.
you eat of it, he says, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die. And they
And what
didn't.
happened?
They didn't
How did they
die.
not? Is Adam and Eve still here?
No, they died eventually, but they didn't die in the day that they ate of it, did he?
But they died though, right? But
It
if
doesn't
his
matter.
plan was to, but if
So,
his
so,
plan was
so
to
again,
be, if his plan was to be,
was death necessary?
was it necessary?
Yeah.
I can't speak for
Okay,
him,
so again,
but
this is why your
if
analogy
I tell
sucks
you,
balls, because in your analogy, you're
how?
saying
Okay,
that
well here,
touching a
how
hot
about this?
stove is an inevitable consequence.
You
Prophet, shut the
you're
fuck up. Stop
you're
talking
not
over
letting me
me.
finish.
You never finish. That's why I have to interrupt you. So in your
You're not letting
analogy,
me finish.
I don't want you to finish. I want you to actually take turns. So in your analogy, you're talking about something that's an inevitable consequence. It doesn't matter if they knew it beforehand. That's irrelevant. God saying that they're going to die is not an inevitable consequence. Again, that's still just God making a decision that he's going to do a thing. Therefore, your analogy still fails. Would you like to try a better analogy?
How does my analogy fail if I warned you before?
It doesn't matter because it's not an inevitable consequence if it's a decision.
How is it not?
Because it's a
If I
decision.
tell you
Decisions
what's
are,
going to happen,
for fuck's sake, prophet. Decisions are not inevitable. That's what makes it a decision. Decisions are choices. They're not inevitable, which means God could have chosen to not have them die eventually. God could have chosen to forgive them. He could have done anything he wanted to. So again, your stove analogy doesn't actually match because getting burnt by the stove is an inevitable consequence, but whatever God did to them was not an inevitable consequence. It was a decision. Would you like to try again?
so how is it not if I warn you're skipping over the
It's
part
fucking
where I
crazy
warned
that
you
he can't.
first?
It doesn't matter if you warned them. It's
No,
still a decision that
I
you
can.
made.
Okay, so
It's okay.
again, let's say you have a
Prophet.
son.
What's the difference
I'm gonna give
between
you a different
prophet?
analogy. I'm using a different analogy. If you have a son, right? You're a gunsmith. You tell your son, hey,
This can get
if
bad.
you pick up this gun and you use it, it can cost you your life or you can go to jail, right? Somebody else, one of your another family member comes and say, hey, ain't nothing gonna happen if you use that gun. Grab it whenever you do it. And he picks up the gun and uses it. Should there not be any consequence for that? Should
The
he be, well, I
consequences
didn't know,
should
well,
be
I
for
didn't
the
know.
asshole father who put a gun in the room with his 4-year-old. What an absolute fucking maniac.
Again,
Adam and Eve were
again,
literally just created. They didn't know
you see
shit.
how
They didn't
you,
know from right from wrong. And then they ate the fruit because God put a deceiving snake in the garden with them. And then when they did the thing that they were set up to do, he lost his goddamn mind.
Here's a better analogy, actually. Imagine that you are a father and your children are blind, and then you mix a bunch of paint for them, and you said, listen, you have all these paints that you can use. You're just not allowed to use the color red, and if you use the color red, I'm going to punish you. Would you punish your blind children for using the red paint?
first off, if you're blind, why would you even be painting? That's my first question.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Why would you be punished if you're blind?
Okay, so if I warn you,
you're blind.
Right? If I give you, Okay, so it's your choice. If I get once
You're
I give you a
blind.
warning,
You don't know what red is.
my point.
This
So
is fucking
somebody has to
crazy.
tell you. So
Prophet's out of
somebody has to.
control.
So somebody has to tell you.
Prophetic,
Hey,
prophetic,
this is
prophetic.
red.
Here, prophetic. I'm just gonna ask you again. Prophetic? Would you punish your kids if they're blind and you tell them not to use the red paint and they use the red paint? Would you punish your kids for touching the red paint?
Would I?
Yeah.
If I told them
would
not
you
to use
punish
it?
your blind? Yeah. Would you punish your
If I
blind
told my
kids
blind
for
children,
using the red
can you
paint?
let me finish? Can you let me finish? I'm breaking down.
Sure.
You weren't
So if
even
this
started
red
yet.
paint,
Dalton was
hold
still
on,
asking
if
you the
this,
question. Stop.
I'm
Stop it. Just stop it for 5
trying to
seconds.
answer.
Just shut the fuck up. The reason why you keep getting muted and talked over is because you won't let us finish. You were just asking Dalton to let you finish, but he wasn't even finished yet. You can't finish
he
if you
asked
had.
me to
Were you
finish
doing it
the
fucking again,
answer.
prophetic? You're the first person all night that's got muted, and you're the reason why you're getting muted right now. So we're gonna try this again. Dalton and I are old enough; we know how to take turns. You're clearly not. If you're not old enough to take turns, we will mute you and talk over you the entire time. It's up to you, sweetheart. If you want to be muted and talked over, we will mute you and talk over you. It's up to you if you have an adult conversation at this point. Do you follow?
So why aren't y'all accepting the before? If we're being adults,
did you hear Dalton's question?
Yes, I thought. Yes, I heard every. Yes,
Okay,
I heard his
answer his question.
But I will. If this
answer his
lead
question.
I'm trying to. You're not letting me. If this red lead is poisonous or whatever, and some other stranger
did he say that? What a dishonest coward. We'll try this again.
Prophetic,
he didn't say it was poisonous. Don't add to it. The analogy is not that the red is poisonous. The analogy is that he just said you don't use the red. That's it. You don't get to add to Dalton's analogy.
Okay, so if I said don't use it and somebody else told my child to use it and my child listened to somebody else after not listening to me, yes, I will punish him and I will also say something to the other person.
Okay, so
because
the other
you're
person
supposed to because you're my child, you're supposed to be listening to me.
So the other person,
I don't.
So the other person came in and said this is not actually red, and they used it.
Again, you're adding stuff now, just like I couldn't.
No,
add.
actually,
You're
no.
adding.
That's viable for. Well, I'm the one who makes the analogy, so I'm saying that what just said is viable.
So now you're trying to say it's okay for him to add things, but it's not okay for me.
The person walks in and tells the kid this isn't actually red paint and you can use it. Would you punish your blind kid for using the red paint?
Again, you're adding things.
It's his analogy. He's allowed to add things.
That's a different analogy. That is a different
answer
analogy
the question.
From the first
well, then
thing.
answer the new analogy then.
So if he didn't know and he said, "Oh, I didn't know," he told me it wasn't red. No, I wouldn't punish him. But
there
if
you go.
he knew it was,
he finally figured it out. He got it.
Okay,
Congratulations. All right.
Okay,
we did a thing. Okay, so did Adam and Eve get deceived?
He didn't
in your
know.
worldview, prophetic, did Adam and Eve get deceived?
No. Because they knew.
So justice for Satan. Justice for Satan. He didn't deceive Adam and Eve. Paul's wrong. Paul says in the letter to Timothy, prophet, I'm going to mute you. Stop it. Paul said in the letter to Timothy that they were deceived by Satan. It says Eve was deceived. So is Paul wrong?
Paul is not a real person. Go look it up.
You don't believe in the New Testament?
Paul is not a real.
This guy's a fucking joke.
They don't.
Are you a black Hebrew Israelite? No wonder why he's such an intolerable asshole. Are you a black Hebrew Israelite? Yes or no?
No, I'm not. I'm
okay, just checking.
I'm set apart. I'm set apart.
Oh yeah, is that right?
Yes.
So you're plural. Language. You're plural right now.
I'm Kodashim. That means set apart.
Kodashim
means set apart.
Is in set which apart. Conjugation?
It's not no congregation.
What's the form? Yes, it is. That's a Hebrew word, and it's in the plural.
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite because I don't.
Today would have been a good day for you to learn a little bit of Hebrew because the word you used is in the plural. You said you're
Hebrew.
a plural.
I understand again, but I don't. So I don't.
What a
identify
clown!
As I don't identify as a Hebrew Israelite because of what they believe in. I don't believe in
I
all
know
fully. I
we
don't
believed
believe that
you.
all white people are the devil.
Yeah, we believed you when you said you're not Black Hebrew Israelite. You don't have to give us a story. What I said was that you're not Kodeshim because you're not plural. That word that you came out of your mouth is in the plural, and you're not.
You can make the claim that you're Kadosh.
There you go. These clowns, I'll never understand the confidence they have in knowing literally nothing.
But you can't accept the before.
He just keeps talking. He can't. He's stuck in a loop. He's stuck in a loop.
No,
It's
I'm
crazy.
asking because how does that not register? If I
It
tell you
it
not to
does
do something as
register.
your father,
It doesn't matter. They don't know. They're blind.
again, as your father, you know
Again,
my
they're
voice.
blind. No, they're
But you
blind.
know my voice.
They're
But you
blind.
know my
They're
voice.
blind.
But you know my
They're
voice.
blind.
It doesn't matter if they're
It
blind.
does
You know my.
matter.
If I
Yeah.
tell,
If you're blind, you don't
it
know what
does
red
not.
is. If you're blind, you know
It
you
does not.
do not know. You
I'm
do not
asking.
know.
So
You do not know. You do not know what red is, prophet.
again, so you know what you do as my child? You come to me. You don't listen to outside forces. You come to
Are you
me.
anywhere around?
Apparently, I would be if my
Where
child.
was
If my
God?
child is blind.
Where
If
was
my child
God?
is blind. If my child is blind.
Where was
Why wouldn't I
God?
not be a? Huh?
Where was God when Adam and Eve ate the fruit?
I don't know. I can't speak on that.
He
Again,
wasn't
I don't.
fucking
I
around
can't speak
either.
on that.
So again, your analogy's
I can't
broken.
speak on that.
I've
I
never heard
can't
so many
speak
bad
on. Oh no,
analogies
I'm speaking
ever.
on me. I can't speak on him. I'm speaking on me.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. I'm speaking on me. If you're blind, if my child is blind, you should only voice you should listen to is mine and the teachers.
He doesn't say that though. God never said that to Adam and Eve. Don't listen to any voice that's not my voice. He never said that.
So he doesn't say come to him.
Not
Not in
in
Genesis.
Genesis.
When to seek knowledge, come to him.
Not
Does
no,
not
It doesn't
is
not in
say
that
that.
not what he
Genesis.
say?
No, it doesn't say
It
that.
doesn't say that.
So there's no scripture right now that says if you
We're
want
talking about
the knowledge, come
Genesis.
to him.
We're talking about Genesis. We're talking about
Okay.
the actions of Adam and
Oh,
Eve.
okay. Okay. So let's stick there. Okay. So if I tell you, this is all I'm telling you, don't do this, right? I'm telling you not to do something. If you turn around and do it, you know my voice. You know who
So
I
what?
am. Adam didn't listen to the snake,
So what?
Godriel.
He's blind.
He listened to
God,
Eve.
why'd God put the snake in the garden?
Again, it
Why
was
did God put the snake in the garden, prophet?
the snake, the serpent was a fallen angel
Use your
called
gift of
Godriel.
prophecy. That's not true. Use your gift of prophecy. Tell me, why was the serpent
Why
why
who's
was the serpent
Godriel?
allowed in the garden?
What
Why was the serpent allowed in
I
the
just
garden?
told you. The
No, you
serpent
didn't.
was a fallen angel named
That
Godriel.
doesn't answer why it's in the garden. Why is it in the
Adriel.
garden?
Okay, so where was the garden?
I know he's
was
reaching to
heaven, was it not heaven? Was it
extra.
not heaven
He's
on earth?
reaching to
Was it not
extra.
heaven
But
on earth?
prophet, what the fuck are you doing? Do you think getting talked over and muted, it looks good for you? I don't know why you do this. This is fucking crazy. We've been live for like I don't know how many hours today. Not a single person has been muted. You are not an adult. You need to actually shut your yap so you can have a conversation, okay? Do you understand? I am not interested in shouting over you for the next hour, okay? So what's going to happen is you're going to stop interrupting us. I'm going to make sure you get turned to talk, and I'm going to stop yelling over you. I don't want to spend the rest of this stream shouting at you. I'm not interested. I don't want to have a headache tonight. We're not doing it. So you're going to calm your jets down or you're going to leave. So cool the fuck off and have a conversation with us, okay?
You asked me why was
So we'll try this again. My question was, I don't need you to reiterate my question. I know what it was. My question was, why did God allow the serpent or the deceiver in the Garden of Eden? Why?
Because the serpent or deceiver was an angel at first and fell. So if
Why
we're
did
already,
God let it in the garden though?
if we're all, again, who says he let him? If we're already here
How
in
did it get
heaven,
there?
why can't, if we're already here, if I'm already in your house,
He won't
right? If
answer
I'm
the
already in
question.
your house, I'm
Prophet,
answering your question.
you're not.
If we're already here,
Prophet, your
the Garden of Eden in
analogies
heaven,
are dog shit. I don't need another analogy. I need
no,
an
I'm no,
answer. Why?
was
What's the
was
reason
was
why God
heaven,
allowed the serpent into the garden? What's the reason?
if heaven and the Garden of Eden at that time were not separated, the angels were
That's not true.
already,
It's on the earth. Genesis describes its location. It's on the earth.
and was there not angels on the earth in those
There's
days?
yes, there were angels on the earth. That doesn't answer
Okay,
the
okay.
question. The question is
So you just
why did
answered it.
God let the evil one in the garden before there was any fallen angels?
So in order for rebellion to happen, right? That means at some point that person has to be aligned with that other person, right?
So the
So if
rebellion
I
had to
think,
happen?
no, you're not letting me finish. So if me and you, let's say me and you were on the same team, right? But behind my back, you were conspiring against me and I knew nothing about it. But you're conspiring against me. So I say, hey, yeah, you can go around my son, my blind son. And you tell my blind son, that's not red paint. You can go do it. Right? Am I right? That's not red paint. I'm tying it all in. That's not red paint. Go paint that. You ain't going to get in trouble for that. Right? Why would I not get mad at both? You for my son for not listening to me and my voice, and
Hold on,
get the
Dalton.
serpent, the serpent for deceiving my child.
Okay, so
Yes, I'm not
in
going to
your
punish.
in your
I'm not going to
analogy,
punish my child.
in your
I'm
analogy,
sorry. What?
God put Satan up to it. Is you sure that's the analogy
No,
you want?
that's not what I said. What I said was, if me for rebellion to happen, right? That means at some point somebody turned against the other person, right? So if me and you were on, let's say me and you were cops, and you were my partner, right?
These bad
But
analogies will never help. I don't need another bad analogy. Just give me the reason.
I'm telling you the reason.
I'm waiting for it.
For a you asked why was there an angel in the garden? Okay, for the
No,
rebellion to
I didn't
happen.
ask that. I don't.
You just said
You're
why was
literally
the serpent?
insane.
Why was the
I said,
serpent?
why did
I'm
that
sorry.
specific entity be allowed in the garden? Why did God allow the serpent in the garden, knowing that it would deceive them?
Who's to say? For again, Gabriel took the form of a serpent. There were already serpents in the garden. There were already
I didn't
angels.
ask you about that. I didn't ask you if he
Okay,
took
but
the
if
form of a serpent. I said, why did God
okay,
allow it? Is God all knowing?
yes.
Did God know what Satan was going to do?
Again, it's not Satan
Did
that's in the
God
garden.
know what Satan was going to do?
It's not Satan that's
I
in the
don't give a
garden.
fuck
It's
who you
God.
think it is. Does God know what the
I'm
snake
telling
is
you who it
going to
is.
do?
Yeah. And it could
Okay,
have been a
then
test.
why
And it
did
could have
God?
been a test.
Okay,
Because
so
it
it
could
was
have
a
been a
setup
test.
then. So it was a setup
It could have been
then.
a test
So it's a
for
setup then.
Adam and Eve.
So it's a
It
setup.
could have been.
So it's a setup. Say yes or no. Is it a setup?
No, that's not a setup.
Okay, then it's not a test.
How is it not a test?
Tests are set
If
up. I don't know if you've ever taken one. It sounds like you haven't passed junior high, so maybe you never took a test in your life, but tests are setups.
Oh,
there's a test taker and a test grader. There's a person
we're gonna
who
bring it back to your
there's
children.
a
We're gonna bring it back
person
to
that
your
actually
children.
does there's
So
actually a
is it if
I don't know why you think you're going to talk over me, Prophet. You'll never talk over me. It's never going to happen. So the way tests work is there's someone who designs a test and someone who administers a test and then someone who takes a test and then someone who grades the test. If this was a test for Adam and Eve, then it implies that God designed the test.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go. If again, I have to use the analogy because that's the only way I
No,
can
your
explain it.
analogies are terrible.
That's the only
Just
way I
explain it.
can
I don't want
explain it.
another bad
If
analogy. Not gonna let it
if you
happen.
tell no, because
Not
that's
gonna
a test.
happen.
If you
I'll
tell
mute
your
you.
son,
Nope, not gonna do it.
don't.
Nope, I'm not to mute you. None of your analogies are good. They're all terrible.
So you're saying
None of your analogies are good. They're all terrible. We don't want another one. The question is whether or not the garden was a setup, and it clearly was. If God intended it to be a test, that means it's a setup. That's what that means. That's just how words work.
Can I speak?
I don't know. Can you?
Will I be muted again?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Justin, I guess his tactic for getting through this conversation is just make up as much shit as possible.
I'm not making up nothing. I'm
make up stuff that's not in the Bible.
Y'all not trying to hear me. Y'all not trying
make
to
up
hear
stuff
me.
That's because you never stop talking, Prophet. That's why.
I have been. I let
No,
you say
haven't.
everything, but every time I try to use my analogy, which debunks what you're saying,
your
don't
analogies
like it because of
are
cognitive
dog shit.
dissonance.
You're the one experiencing cognitive dissonance right now.
I'm not, because
not a single one of your analogies have been analogous the entire time.
So is it not a test? Listen, just listen. You told your son, don't use this gun, right?
Here it comes again.
Just listen. Just listen.
Why the fuck am I giving my son a gun, you idiot? Are you dumb?
Again, you don't have.
Do you think giving your son a gun?
You don't have to give. You don't have to.
Shut the fuck up. I don't know why you think talking over me is going to work. It will never work. You're in the wrong place if you think you're going to talk over me. It'll never fucking happen. It's not going to work. So again, do you think giving your child a gun is a good idea? Yes or no?
You're not letting me finish. But
yes or no, is giving your 4-year-old child a gun a good idea?
I never said you gave him the gun.
Try again. Is giving your 4-year-old child a gun a good idea?
No, but I never said you gave him the gun.
Well, in the analogy,
said you gave him the gun.
Who created the gun?
I said
where'd it come
you
from?
Told him.
Nope. I don't need I need an answer to the question. Where'd the gun come from?
You're not letting me finish.
Where'd the gun come from?
You created the gun.
Okay, that means I gave him the fucking gun. All right, try again.
No, you didn't give him the gun.
If I created the gun and I told him if I created, where'd he get it from? Did he stumble upon it by accident?
If you let
where'd he get it from?
You would have heard.
I don't want you to finish. Answer my question. Where'd he get?
Stop
talking, Prophet. Stop it. Stop it. Shut the fuck up, Prophet. We'll never get through this until you shut up and start answering questions. I'm going to make your analogy actually bearable by asking you the proper questions about your analogy. So where did the child get the gun from?
Again, his friend.
Where?
Told him.
Who?
Yes, his friend.
Try this again. I didn't ask about what his friend said. I said, where did he get the gun?
His friend.
Okay, so his friend brought the gun. Did I know that his friend was bringing a gun?
So you just answered your own question.
Try this again. Do I know that the friend is bringing the gun?
No, but did you trust that friend of his?
Okay, well then it's not analogous because God is all knowing.
But no, you just
shut up. No, you're going to address the thing that just left my mouth. Your analogy is no longer analogous because God is all knowing. Try again.
You just proved my point.
Try this again. It's not analogous because God is all knowing. You need a different analogy. Yeah, nervous laughter won't help you here. So
yes,
try again.
You proved
try an analogy that's actually analogous.
You just said it. You literally said, "Did I know that Did I know he gave him the gun? Did I know he gave him the gun?" But you trusted him around your son, and he still gave your son the gun.
In the analogy, am I God?
See, that's again, we're going off your point of view.
In the analogy, am I God?
You're his father.
I'm asking in the analogy. Do you know what an analogy is?
Yes, I know what an analogy is.
It's a
but you're
story
his
that
father.
maps onto another story. So in the analogy, does it map onto
Okay.
me being
You're
God?
his father. I'm
I
telling you who you are.
fucking know in the analogy that I am the father of the child, numbskull. I'm asking you, when you map it onto the biblical story, am I God?
If this was a story, yes, you're God.
Okay, fantastic. Is God all-knowing in the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, in the analogy, am I all-knowing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you
If
for
you
changing
are,
your
if you're
mind
playing,
finally.
if
Oh,
you're
I
playing,
didn't.
no, no.
Shut up. Shut
If
up.
you're
I only
playing
need.
God, you're
Shut up. Shut up. I only needed
like,
the yes. I didn't ask you to yap. I asked for a yes or no. I don't need any of your yapping. We're done with the yapping. We're not doing it anymore. You don't get any yap license. You're going to answer my questions and you're not going to yap. We're not doing any more of this. So in the analogy then, I'm all knowing. You just said yes, which means in the analogy, I'm to blame because I knew this friend was going to bring a gun that would harm my child and I didn't prevent it from happening. I'm the asshole.
so as a father, when it comes to teaching your child, are you going to always hold your child's hand?
No, but I certainly won't let someone bring a gun around my...
Okay, so then...
Shut the fuck up. You'll never talk over me. It's never going to happen. I don't know how many times we have to do this before you learn, but I've got all night. I'll do this all night. You can get muted and yelled at all night. It's up to you if you want this to happen to you. Only you can prevent your own forest fires. You're in charge of what happens to you, okay? I can't control you, but you can control you. So all I needed was an answer to my question. So if in fact I'm all-knowing and I know that this friend is going to bring a gun that will harm my child and I allow it to happen, I don't intervene, and the gun harms my child, then I'm the asshole.
No, you're not.
Yes, I
because
am.
You're not supposed to hold.
We'll try this again. Dalton, if you see an infant with a gun and you knew ahead of time that the gun would hurt the infant and you could prevent it from happening, are you an asshole for not preventing it?
100% an asshole.
Yes, that seems to be the case. Yeah, this is why like parents go to jail if their child accidentally shoots themselves because their guns weren't locked up. Because it's presumed that the parent, the one who knows right from wrong, is not going to put their children in harm's way. So the analogy that you did, the analogy that you made, makes your Bible God look even worse.
Can I respond now?
See, that's the funny thing about how conversations work. And that's why you just got muted for like the millionth time, is because I was done talking. You knew I was done talking. You know that when I'm not talking, that's your turn to talk. So you don't have to ask, is it your turn to talk?
Okay, so just like you just said, you had a gun in your house. Someone else, not you, someone else came and told your son or your daughter or whoever to go get the gun. Not you, someone else. Someone else said, hey, go get this gun. If you do this, nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. But you have it put up. You have it locked away. But you have someone else come, hey, this is where the gun is. The drawer's open. Ain't nothing going to happen if you use it.
Do I know that? Do I know that that's going to happen if I don't lock the gun up?
Again, yes, you know. That's why the
then
gun is locked.
Then I'm still the asshole. Yes, I'm still the asshole. If I know that. Shut up, prophet. Stop it. This is why you keep getting muted. I don't know how many times you're going to do this. Again, we can do this all fucking night. It's only 9:30. I'll do this till 2 in the goddamn morning. I'll mute you all night until you learn how to have a conversation. So again, if I'm all knowing, if I know ahead of time that somebody's going to come in and deceive my 4-year-old and cause them to accidentally or even purposely shoot themselves and harm themselves with the gun, then I'm the asshole for allowing it to play out because I'm the one that knows.
But we're talking about adults. Adam and Eve were adults. It's a different
No,
type.
they're not. In your analogy, it's a 4-year-old child.
But they're adults.
It doesn't. Then your analogy fails.
I'm just using my analogy to say as
Well,
the father and
then
child
it's not
complex.
analogous. It is not analogous. Then it's not analogous. You got to again. You got to come up with a better analogy because now you've just said that your own analogy doesn't match.
Okay.
So let's imagine. So let's imagine they're adults now. So now there are adults in a house. Do adults know not to play with guns?
Some do. Some don't.
Do the adults in your analogy know?
They were warned not to touch it. Yes.
Do they know that if they touch it, they'll shoot themselves?
No. If they
so then they don't know. Okay, so then again, you're still the asshole for giving them a gun. This gets worse every single time.
Shooting someone else. I was using it in shooting someone else. But if I told them, hey, if you touch this gun, something bad can happen as an adult. Doesn't matter what it is, something bad can happen.
Mm-hmm. Do they know that?
Yes, because I told them.
No. I didn't ask if they heard my voice. I asked, do they know for a fact that something bad is going to happen?
Yes, because I told them.
No,
because I told them.
You telling them has no bearing on whether or not they know a thing. My mother tells me all kinds of things that aren't true because she's schizophrenic. Being told something is not the same as knowing an outcome. So try again.
So when you were young and you were growing up, let's say you were 18 and your mother told you something.
Analogy.
From I guess, just from knowing.
He jumped from one bad analogy to another. It's crazy that he can't actually track even within his own analogy.
I see it. That is the rebellious spirit because you're sitting here saying
that's the rebellious spirit now. Yes, I can't give a good analogy, therefore it's the rebellious spirit.
No.
So we'll try this again.
What you said.
So we'll try this again, right? So being told something is not the same as having knowledge of something.
If I tell you not to do something, regardless, even if I tell you not to do something as my child, I don't care.
It doesn't matter.
I don't care if my child.
It doesn't matter.
I have children.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. No. Do they know that he's telling the truth?
Why doesn't it matter?
Do they know that you're telling the truth?
But that does.
Do they know that you're telling the truth, Prophet?
That's the rebellious spirit.
Prophet.
That is the rebellious spirit.
Prophet. It's a yes or no fucking question. Do they know that they're being told the truth? Yes or no?
They don't.
Okay, so they don't even know they're being told the truth. I don't know why. I don't know why answering my question is followed by yapping. I already warned you about this. Don't answer my question and go off on a fucking yap fest because it derails the conversation. So the question was whether or not they actually know whether or not they're being lied to or not, and the answer is no. So not only do Adam and Eve not know the consequences, they don't even know if they're being told the truth. So again, why are they being punished?
Because they were told the consequences.
They don't know they don't know that the consequences are true.
Again, that's the rebellious nature.
Again, we'll try this again. They don't know if God is telling them the truth, do they?
What is the definition of obedience?
It's yes or no. They don't know if God is telling them the truth, do they?
Whether God is or not, that doesn't matter.
It does matter.
I told you not to do it.
I don't care. Do they know if God is telling the truth? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. We'll try again. Do they know if God is telling the truth? Yes or no?
Why does that matter?
You're getting muted until you say yes or no. We can do this all night. I got all night. Yes or no? Did they know God was telling the truth?
Yes.
How?
Because of everything else that he taught them before they did that.
So what?
Everything. Why would he lie about this and everything else?
What did he teach them? What did he teach them?
About the land, the animals, naming the birds, all of that. What are you talking about?
He didn't teach them any of that. Adam got to name the animals.
And who told him to do it?
Well, God did. That says nothing about whether or not they think God is telling the truth. That's an instruction.
Okay, so if I tell
Prophet, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. I don't know why you can't shut your mouth for 5 seconds to let anyone finish. Being given an instruction has no bearing on whether or not you think a person is telling you the truth, because instructions are not propositions that need to be measured as either true or false. So being told that you're going to name the animals has no bearing on whether or not they think that God is telling the truth. And to be sure, Satan told the truth as well.
How did he tell the truth?
Because he says you won't die when you eat the fruit. You'll become like God, knowing good and evil. And that's verified at the last section of the third chapter, in verse 22.
So is Adam and Eve still here?
No, they didn't die in the day that they ate of it. We already covered this. They didn't die in the day that they ate of it, which means it was a lie. And it also means that Satan told the truth. Satan says that you won't die in the day that you eat of it. In fact, you'll become like God, knowing good and evil. And that is the case. In Genesis 3:22, it says, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, which means Satan told the truth.
So did he say the minute you eat that fruit, you're going to die? Or did he say, if you eat of this tree, you'll surely die?
He said the day in which you eat of it.
You will surely die.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That means, okay, so that means death will be entered. It doesn't matter when it happens.
It doesn't say death will be entered. They were never immortal in the first place. The only reason why they were living forever was because they were able to eat from the tree of life, which was inside of the garden. So they never became mortal. They were always mortal.
So if they were already eating from the tree of life.
No, we don't know that. The text never tells us that they were eating from the tree of life. In fact, Yahweh has to kick them out. Yahweh has to kick them out of the garden so that they won't eat it, because the moment they eat it, they will become immortal, like permanently.
So have y'all read the books of Adam and Eve, the books of Jasper, all of that?
Jasper?
You mean Jasher?
Jasher, my fault. Yeah, Jasher.
Jasper. Yeah, I've heard of Jasper, the friendly ghost.
Have y'all read those?
I've read the book of Jasher. I've read Enoch. We've read all these apocryphal Jewish works. This is why this conversation is going to be.
I've read it also.
Prophet, what is wrong with you? If you ask us a question, you have to at least let us answer your question. This is why you get muted. Like you're literally insufferable. I don't know how like people interact with you on a daily basis, but if you were in my real life, I would find a way to get you out of it real fucking fast. You're unbearable. Please tell me you don't do this at like Thanksgiving dinner with your family, just fucking talk over everybody.
I do when they're not getting to the point.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure they fucking love you for it. Yeah. I'm sure they love you for it. Yeah. I wouldn't invite this asshole to dinner not one day a year. Not even for fucking Christmas.
I have such a hard time believing that he's not actually BHI. He acts just like them.
He actually does.
Uses all the same arguments.
Just like the BHI. Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
So...
No, I'm not.
So far, you haven't done anything to demonstrate that Satan is evil. What you've done is given a bunch of analogies that demonstrate our point, which is that actually the God in the book is the evil one. So again, you haven't done anything to solidify your position. Do you want to give a reason why Satan's actually evil?
At what point does obedience come into play?
I asked you if you want to give a scenario or a story or
I don't
something
have to
about
give no scenario.
So I ask you, do you want to bring up an instance where Satan did anything evil? Yes or no?
And at one point does...
Try this again. It was a yes or no. I just need a yes or no. Do you want to bring up a story or an account where Satan does something evil?
All the Revelations?
That didn't come true yet. So, doesn't matter.
We're living in it now.
No, we're
living
not.
in it now.
We're literally not.
We're not living in the tribulation?
No.
Is it not wars or rumors of wars?
There's always been wars and rumors. There's always been that.
But not like it is now.
Yeah, prove it.
So he rejects Paul, but he quotes Jesus. I'm just trying to get a read on what he believes.
It's crazy to know what this clown actually believes. He doesn't even know that he's quoting the book of Revelation, but he throws out Paul. Wild. So yeah, there's always been wars and rumors of wars. There's always been people in divided families. These are not signs of the end times. These are signs that you're gullible and you don't actually know how prophecy works. So yeah, there's always been wars. In fact, not that long ago, there was a world war, and prior to that, there was another world war. In fact, we've got a rather unprecedented time of world peace at this moment.
And how many wars are we supposed to have? World wars. We're
There-
supposed to
there's-
have 3.
Supposed.
No,
We're
there's not.
supposed to
There's
have
no.
3.
There's no 3 world wars in the Bible.
Yes, it tells
Show
you
me the
about the
verse.
3 beasts.
Oh, the 3 beasts
The
are not
beast.
wars. This is crazy.
Oh, I know they're nations.
The first
They're
beast,
the nations.
the beast in Revelation 13 is clearly Nero. It's a failed prophecy for the first century.
Keep going.
So if the
What's the next beast?
if the beasts are all nations, then this has nothing to do with Satan being evil. So try again.
How does it not? If I'm trying to take you away,
Is Satan
from
the
the
beast
Most High.
or is the nation a beast?
No, Satan runs the nation. He controls the beast.
Prove it.
It says it in Revelations.
Show me.
He gives them power. It will be the Antichrist.
And
He
who
gives the nations power.
who
He
gave
gives-
Satan that
and it-
who gave Satan that authority?
Yahuwah.
Okay, that means God's fucking evil. So God gave. First of all, Yahoo is not the name of God in the Bible anywhere. Also,
It is.
why
It
it's
is.
not.
It's what
Look it
it's
up.
what you
Look-
say after you do a
It's
karate
not.
chop prophetic.
Yeah. So why did God give Satan that ability?
Because he gave you free will.
No, I'm asking Satan. Why did he give Satan the ability to do all these horrors?
Because he gave you free
I didn't
will.
ask about me. I said Satan. Why did he give Satan the ability to do all the trials and tribulations and help the beasts do their evil? Why?
To give you the
I didn't-
chance to
again,
turn
I
back
didn't-
to him.
Okay, so God needed to do a whole bunch of evil shit through Satan to give me a chance to turn back to him. It sounds to me like he doesn't know how the order of operations should work, because if God wanted to give you a chance to come back to him, he should do what he does in the book of Hosea. In the book of Hosea, he talks about his wayward bride and says, I will speak tenderly to her and draw her back to me. That's how you bring a wayward child back to you. You don't do it by kicking the shit out of them. That's going to push him further away. So the idea that he's allowing Satan to run this world and do all kinds of horrible things because he wants you to come back to him is asinine.
Oh my God. Okay.
All right. So the last thing that we want to talk about, and this probably won't take very long, which is, can you find me one verse in the Bible where the name Yahuwah shows up?
His name was hidden.
So it's not in the Bible.
His name was hidden.
Is it in the Bible?
If you aren't,
Is it in the Bible?
Not. His name was.
Okay.
It was in the Bible.
That's all we need to know. Exodus 6 says his name is Yahweh. You failed to read your own book, and I think we've had enough of you. We got it. We get the fuck out of here.
Every time I see it's Yahuwah is a red flag to me. It just tells me a lot about the individual I'm about to talk to, and I was not disappointed. That was hard to watch, but I couldn't turn away.
It certainly was.
You got him good.
The clown show was pretty apparent. I'll never understand why people get on these stages and think that they're just going to talk endlessly and talk over the hosts and then not get shouted over top of themselves. We're always clear here, friends. If you shout over me, I will shout over you 10 times worse than you'll ever be able to shout over me. I'm in control of this live stream. You're not going to come in here and try to talk over me or Dalton. But let's grab some super chats. Yoda St. Cloud, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, make sure to like the video, hit the thumbs up, feed the algorithm, have a great night. Yoda! There's no schism, Yoda. It's not real. Yoda, there is no... I don't know what you're doing right now, Yoda. I don't like it. Do not support this schism. You know that there's no schism, Yoda. You know better. Thank you for being here, though. Adam sent out 5 DZ Debate memberships, which means now the DZ Debate memberships are up by 5 memberships. 5 memberships we're up by. And we'll see what happens. We'll see. It's neck and neck. Simon, thank you for the 50 Canadian dollar super chat. That's huge, my friend. Big W says there's a letter from the French philosopher Voltaire, which states that if the Bible were true, all Native Americans before 15th century would have gone to hell because they would have never known Jesus. Never heard of any good apologetics for that. So most apologists would say, well, if you've never heard of the name of Jesus, it's okay. Like you get some sort of a free pass. But then the problem with that is they try to be merciful with the gospel, but the minute they do it, they actually unknowingly are admitting that Jesus' death wasn't necessary. So if not ever knowing about Jesus prior to his death means that you get like the golden ticket to heaven, just like with an abortion or something, then it just means that his death was never 100% necessary to begin with. If there's a loophole, then it's not necessary. Necessary things don't have loopholes. And Dr. Fudge, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, had a friend deconvert from Catholicism who still thinks about himself in these I'm horrible and worthless terms, despite knowing he shouldn't think like that, and it rips me apart. It's not fair. Dr. Fudge, I've seen exactly what you were talking about, actually. I know a few people that have like the same mentality where like they truly believed for a long time that they were horrific human beings because their religious faith told them to, and then they can't outgrow it. And it's just like people who are raised in like extreme purity culture where they're so warned and pressed into being 100% pure. And then when they finally get married, they're like the act of, consummating the marriage and whatnot is like, it's like pulling teeth. It's horrible for them because like they've connected like all forms of love and sensuality with evil. And it's just, I don't know, Christianity does some shit. Phil, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says, as an Orthodox traditional vertical Dougite, oh God, no, I reach across boundaries into the horizontal skinny jean pop version of our Doug worship with open arms. To be fair, I was an ecumenist when Christian too. Well, I appreciate that, Phil. And ecumenism is the way to go.
Justin, are you familiar with Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Mm-mm.
Just to give you a short wrap up, there's a huge war in this country, and there's this secret organization that hypnotizes people and tells them that there is no war. And Bossing say, and someone says that's what you're doing right now.
That is
there is no schism.
Oh gosh, we're in so much trouble. Rock hard for Doug. Thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. I appreciate it. It says, if I put a lever in a daycare that says don't pull, and then it pours lava, I'm not the bad guy, at least because the manager on duty is named Satan. That's 100% it. Yes, that's 100% it. Yeah. God passes the buck to Satan when he was the one in charge of literally everything. And my mouse is froze for a second. Or we should be good to go. Hank, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 669. Says Connor's apologetic style is akin to a kid running a D&D campaign as DM without reading the source material first. Yes, 100%. Drew Smith, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says Adam and Eve didn't have a childhood. Where they could learn right from wrong. I mean, that's kind of the whole point we were saying, Drew. Like, they were basically babies, and they were put in a garden with a dangerous entity that wanted to harm them, and they didn't know any better, and they didn't know that disobedience would lead to what it led to, and they didn't even know that disobedience was wrong. They were just given a command. They had no idea to know if they were even being told the truth. And Truth Seeker, great to see you. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for your donation, Truth Seeker. I hope you're doing well. And guys, we have a bunch of unread super chats. So if I haven't got to your super chat, just know I'll get to it eventually. Even if it's at the end of the stream, I'll read them in chronological order. I do appreciate everyone who sent super chats in, though. I really do. And we're going to grab our next in line, which looks like it's going to be Josh. And then after Josh is going to be Humble Theist. How you doing, Josh?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Josh, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Satan is real?
I am 35, and yes, I believe that Satan is real.
Okay. And do you believe the Bible version of Satan?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe the Satan was a good guy or a bad guy?
I mean, I guess technically, like, bad, I suppose. I feel
Why?
like good and bad are not the best context.
What's he guilty of?
I would say unrighteous. I would say he's unrighteous. How
What's he
about
guilty of?
that? So really, the thing is, like, he doesn't really do much. Like, even in Hebrew, in Hebrew, I think he's mainly like the word that they use for him is usually like accuser. So he doesn't really do things. He just is like deceiving. He's leading people astray, so to speak.
Who do you lead astray?
And I mean, just people in general, but specifically like in the Old Testament,
Like who?
Pretty much everyone.
Name one. I've read the Old Testament. I don't know of any.
Okay. So you want me to like bring up like an actual specific person from the Bible that he leads astray?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, if Satan's guilty of something, bring the evidence.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is what do you, define what you mean by he's guilty.
Listen, you think he's guilty, not me.
Well, I'm saying that he's deceiving.
Who? Who do you deceive?
Like he deceived Eve, for instance.
He told the truth, though.
That's true, but the truth can sometimes be deceiving.
No, he didn't deceive her at all.
You don't think the truth can be deceiving?
No, that's literally the opposite. Not telling the truth is deception.
That's okay. If it's just specifically like a statement, but what I'm saying is I could lead you into a direction by giving you the truths that I want to reveal to you.
So what?
So that's my point. He just deceived her. He's not technically guilty of doing something.
How did he so he's innocent then? You agree with me?
I'm not. Yeah, I mean, technically, on technical terms, yeah, because he's really like incredible at deception and manipulation.
No, he didn't deceive anybody. He told the truth.
Right, but he knew the result of what was going to happen to them, and he knew they wouldn't like the outcome.
So what?
So he intentionally led them into a situation that he knew they wouldn't like.
Why? Why does that matter? Did he commit a crime?
Like I said, I don't find him guilty. I just think that he's deceiving and manipulating.
But he didn't deceive anybody. He told the truth.
Now you're just going back to what we have to move forward from that. I've already expressed the fact that you can use the truth to deceive someone.
I don't think so. You can have like a lie of omission.
Okay, like can I give you an example?
Give me an example. Yeah, where telling the truth is deceiving somebody.
Okay, so you come over to my house, and you and I are friends. And while we're at my house, we're going through the refrigerator, and there's some Reese's cups inside the refrigerator. So you're like, dude, sweet, I love Reese's. Can I have a Reese's cup? And I'm like, oh yeah, sure, go ahead, you can have one. And you eat the Reese's cup. And then a little bit later, you want another one. So I'm like, yeah, sure, dude, go ahead, you can have another one. So you eat another Reese's cup. Well, after a while, my dad comes home, and my dad is super pissed off because you just ate my dad's Reese's cups. So he comes in and he beats the ever living crap out of you for eating his candy. I told you that you could take the candy and you could eat the candy, but I knew the whole time that my dad was going to get there and beat the ever living crap out of you. So I told you the truth, but the outcome was something that I knew you wouldn't like.
So in the analogy, your dad is God?
No, my dad's my dad. It's just an analogy.
Well, in the analogy, you've got somebody for Satan, you've got somebody for Adam and Eve, and you've got somebody for God.
Oh, no,
right?
No. You asked me to express to you how I could use the truth to be deceiving, and I did.
But you didn't
totally
deceive anybody.
From any argument. Yes, I did.
You didn't.
Would you have chosen to?
What do you think the word? What do you think the word? I think you need to figure out what words mean. What does the word deceit mean?
None of them know what that word means.
Okay,
Deceit means
that's fine. I could
the action or
go ahead.
practice of deceiving somebody by concealing or misrepresenting the truth. So,
Of course, that's exactly what I said.
So what truth
That's
did
exactly what I said.
So then what truth did Satan conceal?
That if they did it, they were going to start the process of dying.
But that's not a truth that he concealed. That's not in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is in the Bible.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. As soon as
no,
they,
it's not.
As soon as they
it says
ate
the day that you. It says the day that you eat of it, you'll die, and they didn't.
Are we dying?
Also, they weren't.
Are we dying?
Also, they weren't immortal, so they were already in the process of dying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's technically not known. You don't know that.
No,
we
do.
You know they were going to die for sure. You know they were going to die for
without
sure
the, without the tree. Without the tree, they were going to die.
How do you know?
Because the tree is the tree of life. That's why they were removed from Joshua. Don't even fucking do the Joshua.
Trees.
Don't even talk over me. You'll get muted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're told in Genesis 3 that there's a tree of life, and that's why they get removed from the garden, because they might reach to the tree of life and eat it and then live forever. We're not told prior to that point at all that they're eating from that tree at all. We have no idea if they're eating from that tree. What we do know is that that tree is the thing that's going to grant them immortality.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Could you do me a favor? Because I can't go off this page. I can't remember. Is it the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life? Or is there a specific tree that is the knowledge of good and evil and a separate tree that is the tree of life?
They're separate trees, yeah. That's why it says in Genesis 3, there's two trees in the garden. One of them is a tree of knowledge and good and evil. And then in Genesis 3:22, we learn of the other tree. It says, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now they might reach out their hands and take also. So also means from another tree, from the tree of life, and eat and live forever. So they don't want them to eat from the tree of life, because then they would live forever.
Well, that's an assumption. I mean, so we could. I mean, they
that's not
very
an assumption.
likely could have eaten.
Josh, that's what it said.
How is it not?
We'll
try
this
this
again. It's like reading comprehension never works with Christians.
Okay, I see.
So it says, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent them forth from the Garden of Eden. So eating from the tree of life would have allowed them to live forever.
Yeah, but it doesn't say they didn't. That they weren't doing that.
Well, they would live forever then.
They might reach out their hands, and so they would have lived forever. That's my point.
If they had access to the tree of life, but they don't.
They do. It says
they don't.
Might reach out their hands. Why? Where does it say that?
Did they eat from it?
How do you know they didn't?
Because they're mortal. If they were living,
dying.
They're not. If they ate from the tree of life, they would live forever.
But they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil when they weren't supposed to yet.
So what?
So that's why the dying process began.
No,
you're coupling the trees together. It's disingenuous.
It doesn't say dying process, Josh. Find me where it says dying process.
If you are living and you're not going to die,
he can't help himself.
And then
show me in the text where it says dying process.
Okay, it says die, but okay,
it does. Okay, so it's always words never mean. Joshua, what the fuck are you doing? Stop fucking talking over me. I don't want to mute you. Okay, I don't know what's happening in your brain if you're experiencing some sort of fucking panic right now because we're talking about your holy book, but cool it. Okay, I'm not gonna have another guest like the last one. So, in your book, you already admitted it does not say process of death, and it doesn't say they become mortal. It says, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die. Did that happen?
Can you look up the actual meaning of the word die in the original the original translation?
It's mot tamot. It is used exclusively throughout the Hebrew Bible to refer to individuals being put to death.
Being put to death, like the process of being put to death?
No.
Like being executed.
Can you give it to me in context?
Yes. In the day that you eat of it, you will be fucking dead.
Not that context, please.
Oh, not the context it's given in. Don't do that. Oh no.
No. you know what I mean.
I
You know
don't know what you
Could
mean.
you read the? He said that it's used over and over when somebody is put to death.
You mean,
That's
would you like to
important.
see
If
it
it's
elsewhere?
yeah.
That's
Yes,
what you're
please.
What's the
asking.
Just
what's the
yes, just
passage
pretend I'm a
about?
stupid Christian.
Well,
That's debatable at this point.
the passage about where's the passage about Solomon putting to death Shemnai? He uses
That's
motamot there.
1 Kings 2, right?
Yeah, I think so.
May I ask you guys a question?
Not right now. We're looking up the passage.
It's
we
not
go.
about this. I just
2 Kings
right.
chapter 2, starting from verse 36 is where is that?
Yeah.
Let's
see.
see.
There we go. 37. For on the day you go out and cross the Wadi Kidron, know for certain that you shall die. Your blood shall be on your own head. And it's used. We know what this phrase means.
Yadoa tida ki mot tamot. Uses the same word, mot tamot.
okay. I mean, I guess for me, I always visualize it as a dying process, and I feel like it makes sense in the context, and I genuinely, like, I'm not trying to just be ignorant, and I feel like I've kind of made that clear. Like, I'm not just ignorantly speaking about anything. In context, it makes sense that it's a dying process.
But the context doesn't say anything about a process.
The context literally says, Joshua, in the day you eat it, you will surely die. And that same Hebrew word, as we just pointed out, mot tamot, is a word used for the putting to death of individuals, execution.
I understand, but what I'm saying is, this isn't something that, it's not like a situation that we ever really come across, but in this situation, they go from not necessarily ever dying, so we can't guarantee that they were in the dying process like we are.
They were not immortal, Joshua. You have a dogma that you believe where Adam and Eve were like in a state of immortality, which was stripped from them because they were kicked out of the Eden.
Joshua,
but that's not what we
shut
have
the fuck up. He's
but
talking.
what we have in the story of the Garden of Eden is that Adam and Eve are mortal, just like you and me, and they have not yet had the opportunity to eat from the tree of life and thus become immortal. So they were already, like you and me, in the process of dying.
Right. So what I'm saying here is, like, sorry, I got distracted for a minute. I'm working on something, doing electrical work right now. Hold on a minute. I lost my train of thought.
Good while you're working on electrical equipment.
He electrocuted? Where'd he go?
Let there be light.
Sorry, one second. I apologize. Give me just a minute.
In your experience, Justin, as an electrical engineer, do you think it's good to be distracted while doing your work?
It's not good. I hope you got all the breakers off.
I do. No worries. No stress. All right, sorry about that. So what I was trying to say was, I don't necessarily think they were immortal, okay? But I do think that God intended at some point to give them the fruit from both the trees. Like, I believe that God's intention was to give the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the fruit, and give the fruit of life to them. But he was going to do that in due time. Like, when he established relationship with them separate from these rewards.
So then God's not all-knowing.
That's what my belief is.
So then God's not all-knowing.
Well, he is. I think he always knew that this was going to happen.
No, all-knowing entities can't have intentions that fail because they know the future.
This is one thing that I feel like nobody really ever wants to accept, but it's just a truth that we have free will.
It's crazy that you
And I
didn't
know you
address
guys
what I
don't like
said,
it.
Josh. It's crazy you didn't
Say,
address
okay,
what
go
I
ahead,
said. I said the scenario
can you
you
repeat it?
described entails that God isn't all-knowing. And Dalton, you've got a lot of background noise, buddy. You got to turn your mic down.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Well, this is what okay. You're saying that he's not all knowing. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Like
Yes,
why
if
does it
you
mean
intend to
okay.
do something and then you don't do it, that means you're not all-knowing. It's either you're not all-knowing or you're a liar. You got to pick one.
Well, but he's giving us the opportunity to react. You can't.
Then he didn't intend to do it.
What I'm saying is he's giving us the opportunity to react in whatever way we want.
It doesn't matter. Then he's not all-knowing, Josh.
It's a limitation that he removes.
It's not a limitation. He's just not all-knowing.
Sorry, it's a limitation that he gives himself to have a relationship with
Josh,
us.
listen carefully. Stop. I know, like right now, like we're critiquing your book and you're like nervous as fuck because you're working on electronics while you're doing it. But just focus for 5 seconds. God did not intend to give them the tree of life because he didn't do it. All-knowing entities can't intend to do things that they know they won't do.
Well, I think that we will get it.
Try this again. Try this again, Josh. There's no tree of life later in the Bible. God did not intend God did not intend for Adam and Eve to eat from that tree.
I don't think that's true. Can you go to Revelation? I'm pretty sure that they do bring the tree of life back up in Revelation. Can you check? I could be wrong. I don't know. It would be around chapter 20
are Adam and Eve are Adam and Eve eating from it?
Yeah, we're all partying up there in the Garden of Eden together. The serpent's there and everything.
Well,
I think you guys are there too. We're hanging out, having some wine.
Well, it's not in 21.
Okay, it might not be back. I thought it might be in Revelation, the tree of life, but
there certainly are trees. There is a tree of life in chapter 22.
Okay, what does it say about it?
With 12 kinds of fruits, each fruit producing each month. The leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nation. So this is the metaphorical, obviously, tree. If it's for the healing of all the nations.
Okay, what does it say?
I just told you, it's for the healing of the nations.
All of the fruits, all 12 of them?
Do you think every human being... Yeah, that's why there's 12 fruits, for the healing of the 12 tribes.
Okay, I see. Okay, so that makes sense. Sorry, I thought that there was going to be like something that each fruit did specifically or something like that. I apologize.
Okay, so did he intend for Adam and Eve to eat from that tree, yes or no?
Well, he intended for humankind to.
I didn't ask what humankind asked for Adam and Eve. Did he intend for Adam and Eve to eat from that tree?
He wanted them to.
Did he intend for it?
No, I guess not. He just wanted them to.
There you go. Okay, we can finally move on. We'll walk back that statement that you said he intended for Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of life, because he didn't. So if he did not intend for Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of life, that means his intention was for them to not live forever from the beginning.
Okay, that does not follow, but you're right.
It does follow.
I was wrong there. No,
if he did not intend for them to eat from the tree that makes them immortal, then he did not intend for them to be immortal.
I should have said wanted. I will renege that. I should have said wanted. I shouldn't have said intended.
So what he wanted people to do is eat from the tree that will let them live forever, and he didn't want them to eat from the tree of knowledge and good and evil. Why is that?
I believe he did want them to eat from that as well, but just not yet.
He wanted them to eat from it after? That's literally why they were removed from the garden, so that they wouldn't live forever having known good and evil.
Oh, he wanted to give it to them.
It doesn't say that. No, it says the opposite. It says now that they know good and evil, we must remove them from the garden, or else they'll eat from the tree of life and live forever.
Well, yeah, but the end of the Bible says that he wants everybody, all the nations, to eat.
Buddy, we're talking about Adam and Eve, Josh. Pay attention. We're talking about Adam and Eve.
We're talking about the Bible, dude.
We're talking about Adam and Eve right now. We're talking about Adam and Eve. We're in the garden. Try to focus. He didn't. So he did not
Okay,
intend for
well,
Adam and Eve to eat
fine.
from that tree, did he?
They just so happened to be the first of humankind. So he
So
wanted
he
the first
did
of
not
humankind to eat from
intend
it.
for Adam and Eve to eat from the tree, did he?
You're right. He couldn't have intended it. He wanted it.
There you
I
go.
agree.
So he didn't intend it. He wanted. Now, if he wanted them to eat from the tree of life, why did he remove them from it?
To give it to them yet, so they weren't ready for it.
So he didn't want them to eat from it.
Not yet. No, he couldn't even trust them. Like he wanted to build a relationship.
So
with them.
there you
He
go.
couldn't
So
trust
he
them
didn't.
yet.
So he didn't want them to eat from it.
I mean, he wanted them to. Yes, when they developed a relationship with him.
When they were literally walking in the garden with them.
I know, and that's what he wanted. That's what he liked. He was happy to have.
So then, why
that,
did he
but
remove the
felt
tree
like-
from him?
Because, like, honestly, you can tell someone's actual character when they do have to go, like, avoid temptation. I mean, at this point, Satan had already become prideful and turned his back on God, and that was his most beautiful
Well,
creation.
that's
up
not in
until
the
humans.
Bible. That's not in the Bible. I know you think it is, but it's not in there. So we'll focus on Adam and Eve
It's
for
not
now.
in the Bible.
No, it's not in the Bible. Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14 don't say anything about Satan. So again, in the garden, he clearly didn't want them to eat from the tree of life, or he would have allowed them to eat from it.
I mean, I disagree, but we can disagree on that point. You know?
No, we don't disagree. You're just being dishonest. If he wanted them to
I'm
eat
not
from the
being
tree of
dishonest.
life, he wouldn't have removed it from them.
You have to admit that I've put together a very coherent argument. I
No,
haven't been
you've
dishonest about
literally
anything.
you've made it up on the spot, which is remarkable. So again, if God wanted them to eat from the tree of life, he wouldn't have removed it from them, would he?
Listen, guys, I appreciate this.
Could you
but I have to
imagine
go.
Dalton talking to a child? I really want you to eat this Snickers, but I will not give it to you. I don't care what you do. I'll never give it to you, but I really want you to eat this Snickers. What a weird piece of theology to piece together.
Well, I feel like that's happening a lot. That whenever we talk about Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, there's a whole book could be written about things that people believe about that story that isn't in the text.
It's pretty crazy, but you have to justify it somehow.
What did I talk about that's not at least heavily implied in the text?
The fall of Satan?
Heavily implied. Everything I talked about.
In fact, the text
that's not even. So
the
take
text
that
doesn't
out.
say the text doesn't
Take
say
that out
anything
entirely
about that.
then.
Okay, well, it also doesn't say that
Take that
God
out
wanted them
entirely.
to eat from the tree of life, does it?
Why the heck did he make a tree then, dude?
Does it
Didn't want
say
anybody to
that?
eat it.
Then why remove it?
I'm not like I'm making sense, dude. I'm not
You're
like
not making sense.
off,
You're cooking
right?
yourself.
So
you're cooking yourself.
You're telling me that
Josh,
God
you're
created
embarrassing
two
yourself in front of
trees-
almost 3,000 people right now. That's what's happening. So if God wanted them to eat from the tree, he would not have removed the tree.
Dude, he did that after they ate from it.
It doesn't
You
matter.
understand that it is coherent. Why would he put
It's
two
not
trees in the garden
coherent.
that he didn't want them to eat? That he never. Why would he make the trees if he didn't ever intend on giving them the fruit from the trees?
Because he's all-knowing. He knows they're not going to do it. You keep
That's
forgetting that
goofy.
he's all-knowing, Josh.
It can go both ways.
He
man.
never
I can
intended for
realize that
them.
you're being-
Josh, he never intended for them to eat from that tree. He's all-knowing. When you're all-knowing, you don't have intentions that fail. You can't. It's impossible.
Oh, that's funny. So you think that you don't agree with me then that people are free to make any decision that they want to make? You think
Nope,
that people can't make
they're
their
not.
own choices?
Nope.
Okay, let's talk about that then.
Because
Why?
because God wants robots. You make even one decision that God doesn't like, he'll light you on fire for all eternity.
Can
That's
you
not free will.
independently think for yourself?
Yeah, thinking for
What is
yourself
it-
is not
what
the
is
same
free
as
will?
free will. Free will is the ability
What
to
is will?
choose. Free will is the ability to choose without. Josh, do you want my fucking answer or not?
I'm sorry.
Free will is the ability to make a decision without any outside influence whatsoever. No coercion, no pushing, no threats. That's free will. You don't have that. You must do a 100% what God says, or he'll light you on fire.
No, it's not outside influence. It's force.
No outside
You can't
influence.
have outside force.
Wrong
Look that
again.
up, please. Okay, please read the definition, please. if
I
you
know the
can.
definition. I
can't
just
switch
gave
off
it
the
to
page.
you. I've done it 1,000
Can
times
you
on
read
this
it?
live stream. The definition
Okay.
of libertarian free will is the ability to choose without any outside influences.
Okay, can you read it?
I just gave it to you.
Can you cite it?
I just did.
Can you cite it?
I just gave it to you.
Where?
The definition.
Okay, well, that's... okay. That's the kind of argument that we're going to have? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Then give me a definition that differs and give me your source.
I can't look anything up, man. If I go off here, it's going to put a little teacup on. I'm not good with this. I've only had TikTok for like 2 weeks. I don't know how to
Libertarian
work this stuff.
free will is a philosophy idea that individuals have freedom to make choices that are not determined by prior events, meaning they have genuine moral responsibility for their actions. It asserts that a person could have chosen differently under the exact same circumstances. That determinism is incompatible with this kind of freedom. Genuine choice. Individuals have the genuine ability to choose between multiple options, and their choice is not simply the inevitable outcome of causes and effect or a chain of causes and effect. And then if you look it up in like an actual philosophy dictionary, it'll tell you exactly what I said, that you're actually free to make the decision. You are not coerced into making the decision. You can't be coerced to making a decision, because then it becomes a form of influence.
Oh.
In fact, from the actual definition, libertarian free will means that our choices are free from the determination or constraints of human nature and free from any predetermination by God. All free will theists hold that libertarian freedom is essential for moral responsibility. So it's complete freedom. Means no one's got a gun to your head.
Oh, man, you're breaking up.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, I've always used the simple definition of that free
Yeah,
will
it
is
might
the
be. I don't-
ability to make a choice independent of any underlying cause. And as long as there's an underlying cause, it's not free will. It's determined.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can handle that definition a little bit more, but to find
That's the same definition that he just gave.
So let me give you a
No,
small
no,
analogy to make it easy
Define
for
cause.
you. Do you have a
Define
sister?
cause.
Do you have a sister?
Sure.
Sure. If I go to your sister and I say I want to take you out for a nice steak dinner, but if you say no, I'll light you on fire, is that a free will choice she gets?
Well, of course not. I understand. I get
Oh,
what
why?
you're saying.
Why? Because she's being coerced.
But
Why, Josh?
don't-
Why? I
don't
said why,
agree.
Josh? Why is that not a free will choice?
You're right. Yes, that is.
Okay,
that is
so
coercion. I
so
agree.
in the Bible, if you disobey God even the slightest, you're damned to hell. Paul himself says that
Where
that,
does the Bible?
that no one is perfect. Even one sin is equal to committing all of the sins. And without the hope of Jesus' blood covering your sin, even if you only have one sin, you go to hell. For all have
Okay, let's
fallen
talk
short
about
of the
hell.
glory of God.
What does the Bible say about hell?
That it's suffering, wailing, gnashing of teeth, and full of fire.
Oh, really? You
Yep.
agree? Do you always agree with that definition of hell?
Yeah, because that's what's actually in the Bible. To be sure, that's
It
what's
says
in
it's
the
like
Jewish
there's-
literature
it's
as
like
well.
Weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Yeah, and fire.
I mean, it's
And
referenced
fire.
as it's referenced as Gehenna, where they burn trash.
Oh,
Right.
Well,
That's not
that's
true.
not
Eternity, it
true
says
at
that
all.
there's-
That's an adorable email forward you read about that from your grandmother, but that's not true.
So Gehenna is not where the people lived outside of the gates that were like lepers and like
No.
and like where like most of the waste and stuff from
No.
the city. What is it then?
Gehenna was a valley.
Define it.
It's actually in the Old Testament. It's an actual valley where they would sacrifice their children. That's why it becomes the imagery for the
Okay.
most evil place that ever invented, where evil people end up going to, because they're going to go there to get passed through their own fucking fire.
Okay, I must have had I don't know why I thought that, but anyway, I'm cool with being wrong about something.
So
It's not new for me, you know.
When Lazarus goes to hell, what does he experience there?
When Lazarus is that, yeah, he experiences fire, right?
That's right. And in Matthew 25,
Sure.
when
He asked for water.
In Matthew 25, when Jesus talks to the goat on his left and say, "Accursed are you, go where?" Where does he send him?
To Sheol or something, I think.
The
I
fires
can't
of hell
remember.
that were prepared for the devil and his angels.
Or no, the abyss. Does he say the abyss? Is that what he says? I can't remember what he says.
With what? What's there?
Fire, I suppose.
You got it. Fire. Yes,
Okay,
it says
so
fire
can I-
prepared, an eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So again, if you are not perfect, if you've committed even one sin in your life, and you die apart from the saving blood of Jesus Christ, he will light you on fire for eternity.
Okay, where did Jesus say that?
Matthew 25.
I can't remember. What specifically did Jesus say to the people he was preaching to about if they didn't follow him, they would just burn in fire? Where did Jesus say that?
Jesus says in the 19th chapter of Luke, in his parable of the wicked servants, he says, "Those who did not want me to be king over them, bring them before me and slaughter them in my very presence." So if all you ever did was deny Jesus Christ, that's enough.
What was the beginning of that sentence? I think you said it. What was it was like the third word.
Those who don't want me to be king over them, bring them before my very presence and slaughter them.
Oh no, sorry, it was parable. That was the word I was looking for. You said it was a parable.
Yeah, you know, parables map onto reality, right?
Parables are just a story somebody uses to help you understand something.
Yeah, they map onto reality. And in the reality of that parable, the king who goes away and comes back is Jesus. And when he comes back, he says, "Those who didn't want me to be king, bring them before me and slaughter them."
So that doesn't have anything to do with fire.
I didn't say it did.
Well, you keep talking about fire. Now all of a sudden you're talking about
I think
people
you're
getting slaughtered.
confused. What I'm saying is that Jesus will literally have you murdered and or sent to hell if you don't want him to be king. That's all it takes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can't remember when you talked about that.
All we have to do is press a little
ever...
bit, and we'll find out that you agree with me, even though you don't like that you agree with me. You actually agree with me. So if I come to you do just follow me, Josh. If I come to the age of accountability, let's just say, for example, that the age of accountability is now 13. Who knows where it really is? Let's say it's 13. Let's say, for example, I turn 13. I commit a sin that week, and then I die. Do I go to heaven or hell?
If you turn 13, I mean, honestly, I have no idea who goes to heaven or hell, dude. I don't know what age, I have no clue.
Okay, well, I'll help you out. If you can go to heaven without Jesus, then Jesus' death was for nothing.
That does not track.
It does track. If I can go to heaven without Jesus dying for my sins, then he died for nothing.
Okay, so if you're accepting heaven and hell, you have to accept the Bible, technically, for the sake of argument, right?
I'm doing that right now. I'm telling in the Bible.
Okay, thank you.
In the Bible.
Okay.
Who goes to hell in the Bible?
Right, but in the new covenant, it says that
the guy can't answer
law
a
is going to be listen. I'm answering it.
He can't stop himself.
It says the law will be written. It says the law will be written in our minds and in our hearts, which means that everybody will have the knowledge of and have the convictions of God, of the Holy Spirit written on their hearts from birth. So there's we know we are going to morally we're going to have a conduct that's written in us.
That's an adorable story, but it's not true.
It's not a story. It's the new covenant.
It's an adorable story. The new covenant is a foolish lie of a first century death cult that doesn't have any connection to the actual Hebrew scriptures. And Jesus
Read
says, if your
Jeremiah
right eye
31.
causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. Jesus thinks that creating sins, doing sins, sends you to hell. Is that true?
People are saying that's Paul. Can you read Jeremiah 31? I think it's Jeremiah 31.
This is not Paul.
where it
This
talks
is
about the new
Jesus in
covenant.
chapter 5 of the book of Matthew. Jesus says that
It's
better to pluck your eye out so that you don't sin and end up in hell. So what sends you to hell?
What are you talking about? I'm still trying to talk
What
about what we were just talking about. Jeremiah
sends
31. Can you read that?
you to hell?
I wasn't even listening to what you read. Dude.
I know
Hold
you
on a
weren't.
minute.
That's why you're
there.
trying to pivot to Jeremiah 31. So it's on the screen.
I'm not pivoting.
What
You
sends
pivoted. I was
people
trying to talk
to
about that.
hell according to Jesus' own words?
That's crazy. You pulled this up and you're saying I
John,
pivoted?
we've been
Interesting.
talking about this for 5 minutes. I know you're out to fucking lunch right now, but pay attention. So we're talking about who goes to hell and why. The question
Believe it or
is,
not,
what sends a person to hell? Jesus says that doing certain sins can cause you to go to hell. Do you agree or disagree?
And believe it or not, I like you guys a lot. You're very smart.
I asked
and
you a yes or no
appreciate it. I
question,
do.
Josh. Do you agree or disagree
sorry.
that committing sins will send you to hell?
Gosh, I'm a stupid Christian. Hold on a minute. I'm slow. Give me a second here. I gotta put my phone on the charger. That's probably why it's slowing down so much. I didn't 100%. I'll try to plug it into one of the outlets I actually have power on in, you know? Okay. Can you scroll it down a little so I can read it?
What do you need to read?
The scripture you have above your head?
You need to read verse 30, which happens to be on the
And
screen.
if your right hand causes you to sin. Nice. Somebody blocked it. Could somebody send another one of those? You blocked it perfectly.
Blocked what? What are you talking about?
Somebody sent you like some little fan club
Josh,
thing, and it popped up above your head.
Focus. We're reading the passage.
I'm sorry. I'm struggling. It's late. I'm still working. You know,
If
this
your
is
right
tough.
hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to go into hell. So Jesus is connecting going to hell with what? Committing sins, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and how many sins does a person have to commit before they get sent to hell?
They could technically commit one.
There you go. So we finally fucking agree on the thing I said 10 minutes ago, which is if you disobey God even once, he'll light your ass on fire and send you to hell. So finally you came around to agree with me. I'm glad you can figure that one out.
Oh, that could happen, yeah.
That is the case, because if Jesus had to die for everyone's sin, that means he even died for the person who only committed one sin. That's it. If he didn't have to die for my one sin,
only did one.
No one cares. If he didn't die for everybody's sin, that means he didn't have to die. There can't be any loopholes in Jesus' death.
I didn't say there was a loophole. Where's the loophole? I'm not saying there's a loophole.
I didn't say you said.
I'm sorry.
If a person with one sin can get into heaven, that means Jesus didn't need to die.
Well, nobody can get into heaven though without him. It says he's the only way into heaven.
Have you read the Old Testament, Joshua?
He has not. No way.
Yeah. Yeah, I've read the whole Bible several times.
Yeah, we certainly don't believe that. So anyways, the reality is,
oh, really?
According to Christian doctrine,
interesting.
If you commit even only one sin apart from the saving blood of Jesus, you go to hell. Do you think that's a free will choice? Like, I actually have libertarian free will to make choices in life, knowing that if I disobey God even once, I get lit on fire?
I do not agree with that first premise.
What premise?
The first premise of your argument.
I didn't give you a premise. I asked you a question. Questions are not premises.
You're framing an argument, and your first premise was that if you sin, you're going to hell. That's not good. That's not true.
You agreed with me. You said so.
I said it's possible.
It's like you're having a
it's just
different
not a fact.
conversation. It is a fact.
No.
Because if not, then Jesus didn't have to die. His death was unnecessary.
I was a Christian.
Okay,
I
but-
knew that if you committed any sin, that you would be damned to hell, for the wages of sin or death.
That's right.
Right. Yes, but what I'm saying is yes.
So
I see what you're saying.
how many-
I understand that. What I'm telling you.
It's crazy
Can I
how we
finish?
have to like slow walk Christians through their own theology.
I'm gonna be honest with you. There are pieces that you are not putting together.
We're waiting for you to put together the fact that if you commit even only one sin, you go to hell. That's what we're doing right now. The wages of sin
Yes,
are
and
death.
I told you.
The wages of sin are death is the explanation for why all people die. That's the explanation. People die because nobody can be 100% sinless. Although that's not actually true according to other passages of the Bible. We don't have to worry about that right now. The reality
know what
is
what's
if you
rest?
commit a sin, you will die. The wages of sin is death.
But the free gift of God is eternal life. That's the rest of the verse. Just read the whole verse.
Again, that's coercion.
No, it's not.
So
It's
so
not.
we'll start
It's
from
literally
so,
saying,
so we'll start from the beginning. So if I commit even one sin, I'm damned to hell, right?
dude, you don't have to do anything for it. That's what I'm
Josh,
trying to tell you.
I
That's
didn't
the
ask. I
coercion.
didn't ask you. I didn't ask you if you have to do anything. I said if I commit even one sin, do I go to hell?
How are you coercing me?
If
into
I
anything?
commit one sin, do I go to hell, Josh?
So are you basically trying
Josh,
to
I'm going to
justify
ask
doing
you the
something
same
wrong?
thing over and over again until you actually pay attention. If I commit one
Why do
sin,
you want to do
if
something
I commit
wrong?
one sin, do I go to hell?
What's a sin? Define sin for me.
A sin is anything God doesn't
Go ahead.
approve of. It's missing the mark. So we'll start from the fucking beginning. If I commit
What
even
is
one
it?
sin,
Okay.
do I go to heaven or hell?
No, what is sin? I want to get actually define
I just
sin.
told you. We'll try this again. It's missing the mark. It's doing something God didn't want you to do. Disobeying a command. If I commit even one sin, do I go to heaven or hell?
Sin is a transgression from the path of righteousness.
It's
That's
a
what sin is
transgression
in
of the
Bible.
law according to the New Testament. Pay fucking attention to my question. If I commit
no.
Josh, I don't care what the fuck a sin is. I need an answer to the question. If I commit one, whatever you think it is, I don't give a shit what you think it is. If I commit one of them, do I go to heaven or hell?
Dude, if you just commit a sin, no, you don't go to hell. If you just
Okay,
commit a sin, no,
then
there
Jesus
has to
died
be-
for
there's
nothing.
other steps.
Then he didn't die for anything. He died for nothing. If I can
You
go to
mean- you
heaven,
have- you
if I can
have
go to
to-
heaven, if
you
I can go
have-
to heaven, Josh, listen. If I can go to heaven without Jesus saving me, then he didn't die for everyone. He didn't die for me. He wasn't needed. He didn't have to die for anyone.
Yeah, but you also have to include that you died and you didn't believe in Jesus.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't matter. If I get to go to heaven,
when you die, you're not gonna go to
no,
hell.
No, if I get to go to heaven after committing a sin and not believing in this fucking sky carcass, then he didn't die for anything. He died for nothing.
What do you mean by that? Oh, I'm confused. I said that if you believe in
Okay.
him, you don't
Well,
go to hell.
I
If you
didn't ask
believe in
you.
Jesus,
I don't
you
fucking
go to
believe
hell.
in him, and I didn't ask you about that. So try to pay attention, Josh. It's too late at night to have to constantly redirect you like a fucking toddler. I didn't ask about Jesus. I said, if I die, you know I don't believe in that goddamn sky carcass. If I die having committed one sin, not believing in your cumulus zombie, do I go to heaven or hell?
Like, are you specifically? Is that what
Yeah.
you're asking me? I'm not gonna answer that, bro.
You know the answer.
Like, I would never answer that question.
You know the answer.
Dude, I'm not gonna say that about you.
You do know the answer.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm not.
What's
saying
the answer? Don't be a coward. Give me the
like,
answer.
can
Give
we
me
get-
the answer. Josh, I'm not going
I'm
to let you
not
deflect. You're not deflecting. You're going to give me the answer.
I'm not.
You
I'm
are.
not trying to deflect,
Yes, you
man. Can
are.
we
You're going
just
to give me
use-
the answer.
Can we talk?
In your Christian theology, if
Can we
a
at least
person who
talk
commits
about-
one sin, no, Josh, you're not deflecting. In Christian theology, if you're not sinless, what happens if you die apart from Jesus' blood?
Yeah, man. Like, you have eternal separation from God. I don't know what.
There
that
you
looks
go.
like, but
You
it's a-
fucking
it's a
said it. It's
permanent
about
decision.
goddamn time. I don't know what took so long, Josh. Now we get to the fact of the matter, which is even disobeying God once results in you going to hell unless you accept Jesus, correct? Yes
Oh,
or
man.
no? It's time to be honest. Stop fighting. Stop
I
running
haven't.
away. Just answer the question. You
I've
know,
been.
we
I'm
all know
really.
that. We
I'm
all
really.
know,
I'm really
Josh.
not.
Josh, we
Look.
all know the answer.
Look.
Everybody
Dude,
here. There's
you
3,000
are.
people watching, Josh, and everyone knows the answer, and you know the answer. We're waiting for it to leave your lips.
Dude, you're asking.
In Christian theology,
you're
if you
asking
die
me to
apart
say
from
that
the saving
you're-
blood of Jesus Christ, do you go to heaven or hell?
Oh, you have eternal separation from God.
There you
I
go.
don't
So
really-
you
I'm
do,
te-
so
I'm telling
so,
you,
so
like-
you don't go to heaven, you go to hell, right?
What is? Where does it say
Josh,
specifically that if you
let it
go,
leave
you go to hell?
your lips.
I'm not gonna just say what you want me to say.
It's
because you
either
want to hear it,
it's
bro.
either heaven or hell.
Dude. I've listened to you guys literally
Josh,
say that you don't even
Josh,
believe that hell
Josh,
is actually in the Bible. But now you want to
No,
use it as your
I've
argument.
literally never said that. Not in a million years.
I listened.
Never once.
You've
You didn't
nev-
listen
you've
to.
never-
You didn't
you've
listen to
never
my lives.
said that
Josh, shut the fuck up and let me finish my goddamn sentence. I've never said ever in my entire life that hell's not in the Bible. Not once. I have an entire spreadsheet dedicated to this topic because I argue even against atheists that it's in the Bible. You are not watching my live stream if you think I don't think hell is in the Bible. You're deeply confused.
Okay, that's possible. I apologize.
Okay, now
I'm
I still need an answer to the question. The two options are heaven or hell, correct?
I'm honestly like you'd have to convince me that hell is for sure because
Josh,
I genuinely
what's
I
the
believe that it's
alternative?
a decision.
Stop. Hey, focus. Focus, Josh. What are the two options?
You are with God or you're not. That's
Where?
what I'm saying.
If you're not with God, where are you?
If you want to call it.
If you're not with God, where are you?
You can call
Josh,
it hell.
where are you if you're
call
not
it
with
hell.
God? Josh, where are you?
Dude, you can call it hell if you want.
Where are you? Now would be a good time to just be honest and straightforward, Josh. Where are you if you're not with God? You're doing everything but being honest right now. You need to be honest. Where
I
are
already
you
told
when
you.
you die and you're not with God? Where? Where is it?
Hell.
There you fucking go.
There
It's
you
like
go.
pulling teeth with these fucking children tonight. Okay, so if you die apart from the saving grace of Jesus Christ, even with only one sin in your life, then you go to hell, which means my analogy 25 fucking minutes ago was spot fucking on, which means
Dude,
God will
it's-
light you on fire if you
completely-
don't obey him perfectly, Josh. One disobedience from God and he'll light you on fire.
That is not.
That's
That
the
is
fucking case.
absolutely untrue, man.
That is the case. You've already admitted it.
Okay, let me ask you this.
It's crazy. It's crazy how dishonest
What
these
do you-
Christians are. I've never seen a
what do
group
you-
of people,
what do you-
maybe aside from the Islamic guests, I've never seen people more dishonest in my entire life than a Christian that's literally fucking fighting for his life on a book he hasn't fucking read.
That's hilarious. I've literally sent you all over it because I know exactly where stuff is. I was one chapter away from the freaking tree of life. I told you right where Jeremiah 31 is. I've told you everything. I know right where it's all.
Jeremiah
at 'cause I'm in and
31
out
is
of it
where
all the
Jeremiah
time, bro.
31 is. Yeah, we know where Jeremiah 31 is.
you know
It's
what
the
I'm
31st
talking about.
chapter. Yeah. So the reality is,
Dude.
in the Christian doctrine, if I die apart from Jesus Christ, I go to hell, which means any disobedience, no matter how big or how small, if I disobey God, I'm doomed to go to hell unless I accept your sky zombie, correct?
Bro, if you've read it, then you're the one being disingenuous because you
We'll
understand
try this again.
full well. that
We'll try
it
this
is
again,
not
Josh.
that
That's not an
simple.
answer to my fucking question.
No, I'm
if
not.
I die apart
look,
from
look,
Jesus,
bro, hey,
we'll try
listen,
this again. No, I'm not going to fucking listen. You're going to
No,
get
dude.
muted. You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to pay attention. This could have been over a half hour ago. We could have been done with this conversation. We didn't have to be doing this right now. You could just be honest and stop fucking going back and changing your mind every time you don't like the way I phrase it. The reality is, you already admitted, if you only have one sin in your life and you don't accept Jesus, you go to hell. That means, and remember, sin is disobeying God. You said that, not me. Actually, I did say that. Sin is disobeying God, which means if you disobey God once, even once, he will send your ass to hell. You admitted it. You already said it. You can't take it back. If you take it back now, we all know you're a liar and a coward. It's crazy. You have to drag this out of them.
Are you done? Are you okay?
When I'm not talking, you know I'm done. I don't know if you know how conversations work. Apparently you don't.
It looked like you might just need a sip of your drink. I don't know.
So again, can we finally come to the agreement on what your book teaches? Which is namely, if I disobey God, even once, he'll light me on fire and send me to hell.
Absolutely not.
Okay, then where's he going to do with me?
Dude, you understand that there is a lot more to it than that.
Josh,
you know that.
what's he going to do with me?
I honestly don't know. You keep talking specifically about yourself, and it
you
makes
do
me uncomfortable.
know.
Can we use a different
You do
person?
know. Josh, you do know. You're being a coward right now. Tell me the truth. What happens to sinners? What happens to sinners?
Dude.
What happens to sinners?
I'm being honest with you when I tell you.
Well, you're lying then.
I do not know.
You're lying then.
You're
lying. You do fucking know, okay? Josh.
Fine, I'll tell you. Okay? I have deconstructed in my own life. I'll be for real with you and honest if that's what you want. And I know what it feels like to completely live my life separate from God. I've struggled with addiction for years in my life. Okay,
yeah, that checks out.
Like I decided that I was going to walk away from God a long time ago.
No one cares.
And I lived my life separate.
Nobody cares about your testimony. We want answers.
Going to do? This is what I'm telling you,
Josh. No one gives a fuck about your testimony. We want you to answer questions. That's what you're here for. Right now.
I am answering the question.
Okay, so the question is, according to your book, what happens to sinners?
You live separate from God forever.
Where?
Bro, I already said if you want to call it hell, call it hell.
Okay, so
sure.
Okay, so what I need to come out of your mouth right now is one honest phrase, which is
I've said this.
No, you haven't.
Yes, you will.
No, you haven't. So we'll try this for the last time. If you
disobey God once, you'll go to hell.
There you fucking go. There you go. You finally did it. Congratulations. All right. He finally did it. It's almost, geez, oh, Pete. It's almost fucking working with toddlers over here. So anyways, we can finally get back to the point of the conversation. We had to go through all of this bullshit because you couldn't be honest. The reason why this talking point even came up was it because you don't have a fucking free will choice. If you disobey God, even in the slightest, he'll punish you and send you to hell, which means you don't have free will.
No, that does not track.
That's exactly the case. Yeah.
Why do people freaking that do believe in God walk away from God and die if that doesn't make any sense. Nobody would not be a Christian.
It's because
everybody would be a Christian according to that.
No, because God's not real. So the people who don't believe in your God don't believe that your God exists. That's how that works. The reason why people leave your religion is because they realize that it's all bullshit.
No, listen. You're talking about a situation where a God does exist.
No, he doesn't.
Right? But you're talking about a situation where he does. That's what we've been talking
I don't
about
think
the
he
entire
does.
Conversation. Yes, but we're talking in context of the scripture.
No, we're not. You're
in
asking
context.
why. No, you're not. You're asking why people walk away. I don't know if you're tracking the conversation right now, Josh, but the last thing that left your fucking mouth was why people walk away. And I told you why people walk away. There's no scriptural context for that.
We're talking about Adam and Eve, correct?
No, we're not.
Yeah, we were when we were talking about.
But you're on a different. You're on a different fucking planet right now. You're not even in this conversation. This is your brain on religion, people.
Why?
You should go
We
back.
haven't spoken about Adam and Eve for
You
half
should
an
go
hour
back.
now.
I know this is crazy. We haven't talked about it at least a half an hour. Josh, why do you think talking over me is ever going to work? It's never going to work here. Not once. Not once will I ever let you talk while I'm talking. It's never going to happen. So again, you asked me about why people are leaving the faith, and I gave you my answer for why people are leaving the faith. It doesn't matter what the Bible says. I gave you an answer from reality, not from a fairy tale book.
Okay, can I ask you a question, please, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. What brought us to free will?
The fact that Adam and Eve didn't actually have a free will choice, which it took us a half hour to demonstrate that when you're coerced into making a decision, you don't have libertarian free will.
Oh, but I was just talking about in the context of scripture, and you said that we weren't when it came to free will. And
Weren't
I
what?
said, if...
Weren't what?
Dude, if what...
Weren't
if what
what,
you're saying is...
Josh?
You said that they don't have free will because
They
would
don't.
be coerced by God.
They are.
You said that... This is so difficult.
If there's a threat and a punishment that comes along with a decision, you don't have fucking free will. It's amazing that he can't figure this out.
It reminds me a lot of when I was a child and my parents tried to administer eye drops to me, and I wriggled and fought them so hard. What could have taken 5 seconds to finish took us half an hour.
It really is crazy that this is so painful. Like, we had these discussions as junior high students in Catholic school. These are not hard discussions. I have no idea why your brain can't handle it. I remember specifically being in the 8th grade when we had one of the free will versus determinism debates. It wasn't even hard. Nobody even had to yell.
Right. Okay. So you said that we don't have free will because whatever God says, like God is threatening with hell, so we don't have free will, right?
You fucking nailed it. Yeah. If you get threatened for making a decision, Josh, listen, this is why I keep shouting at you. If you get threatened for making a decision that is against somebody else's will, then you don't have free will. You have coercion. That's it.
And we're talking in context of the Bible, correct? With Adam and Eve.
Yeah, because I don't believe this is true. So obviously we're talking in the Bible context.
Okay. And in the Bible context, Adam and Eve would never have sinned if that's the case.
But they did.
You just said that if God coerced them, they would definitely agree with God, so they wouldn't go to hell and they would go to heaven. But
I didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say even a single word of that.
Yes, you said that
I don't think you're sober. I think you're still on drugs. You are not listening at all.
Hey, bro, don't say that, man. That's not even funny. All right, for real. Like, screw you, bro.
Okay.
Spade is spade.
Yahweh hasn't yet coerced Adam and Eve within the story with hellfire. Oh, and he ran.
Oh, well. It's crazy how you have to pry simple answers out of them to get to a logical conclusion. They waste so much time trying to pivot and evade answering when I know the answers to the question. Like, we know eventually they will come to the point where they fucking agree with us because it's in their book. I don't know why they fight it. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Oy. Well, hopefully we'll get an honest interlocutor.
You know what? It happens from time to time. He came in. I thought he was going to be rational, and it turned out to not be the case. But I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Design, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, believers seem so obsessed with punishment. Have you ever asked one if they thought they could enjoy heaven if they learned God was just cutting non-believers loose in Valhalla? I got to read that again. Believers seem so obsessed with punishment. Well, yeah, because without the punishment, Jesus died for nothing, right? Have you ever asked one if they thought they could enjoy heaven if they... Oh, I see. I mean, but Valhalla is like, isn't that the counter? Isn't that just like another heaven? Valhalla's not hell, is it?
Oh, Helheim is hell. Valhalla is the place where you go as a reward for being a
That's
good
what I
warrior.
thought. Why would God be cutting people out of heaven and sending non-believers? What?
Maybe God, he's referring that if you don't believe in the Norse gods, then you lose the opportunity to go to Valhalla.
Maybe Christians don't believe in Valhalla. That'd be a useless question, Design. I love you, but asking Christians about another mythical place that they don't believe in, I don't think is going to bring them to any solid conclusions. They're just going to say, well, I don't believe in Valhalla. For the same reasons I would say, well, I don't fucking believe in heaven. I don't know. I love you, Design. Thank you for the question, at least. And Hazik says, a better analogy. A mom tells her son not to climb a tree because he'll fall and break his legs. He climbs a tree anyway, falls, but doesn't break them. She then breaks his legs intentionally because she said he would. That is a spot on analogy. That is like dead on the money. That's a really good one, actually. I appreciate that. Yeah, because the as we said with the stove analogy, the horrible shit that happens for eating the fruit isn't an inevitable consequence of like gravity. It's a consequence of God's deciding. God can decide anything he wants to. He could have just forgiven him. He chose not to. And Jake, great to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what do G-strings and barbed wire fences have in common? They both protect your property without obstructing the view. What property is a G-string protecting? I don't think it's protecting anything. I love you, Jake. I'm baffled though. Someone in the comments tell me what's happening. You think it's protecting the booty hole? I don't think so, actually. If you've been around, you know that G-string ain't a problem for nobody. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to think if I missed it somehow. I mean, I appreciate the view, obstruction or not. Appreciate that, Jake. Love you, buddy. Guys, also make sure Jake's got his own podcast, too. You guys should definitely check out. It's the Exodus Brothers, and it's dope. I really do appreciate it. And TM, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that, friend. And I think we got time for at least... it's funny because all the guests are heating up now. I've got a full queue now that I spent the last 2 hours shouting at idiots. I've actually got a full queue, and I don't have that much time to take everybody. But we'll do what we can. We promise to bring in the humble theist after that. We'll see exactly how humble the theist is. How you doing, humble? Humble? Humble, you waited quite a while to be here. I really hope you're still here. I'd hate to see you miss out on your opportunity after waiting all that time.
Hello?
There you go. Now it's working.
Okay.
How you doing, Humble?
Good.
Humble, are you at least 18 and do you believe in Satan?
Yes.
Do you believe in the Bible Satan?
Yes.
Do you believe that Satan is evil?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it's stated in the Bible. Satan, for example...
Everyone's
Satan
having a hard time
and-
hearing him.
Oh,
I just turned him up. Give him a second.
So, for example, there's pretty good evidence that Satan is like the root cause of like man-made evil in the world currently.
What's the evidence?
Just the egregious amount of sin in the world.
What's that got to do with Satan?
Okay, it's hard to describe, but like just the actions that are described in the Bible by Satan, they are
what?
pretty correlated. Well, for example, like murdering people and whatnot.
Who do you murder?
Not I didn't say that Satan murdered anyone particular. It's just more so that he's like kind of like the root cause of those behaviors.
How?
Like arising in the first place?
How?
Um, that's a good question.
Last time I checked, it says in the Bible that God is the creator of evil.
Can you show me where it says that?
Isaiah 45:7.
Isaiah 4. Yeah, I create light and form the darkness. I create good and I create evil. I, Yahweh, do all these things.
Okay, that's actually pretty interesting. I think that verse is like more so insinuating that like God's creation, Satan, was evil, is it not?
Not in Isaiah.
Satan's not mentioned at all. Yeah, Satan's not in Isaiah at all.
Like my understanding of Satan is that he is like this basically evil incarnate. So I would interpret that verse as like God creating Satan, and as a consequence, Satan is evil.
But that's not in the book. That's what I'm saying. Satan doesn't actually do anything evil in the book. He's accused of doing all kinds of evils, but he doesn't do any.
Did he not deceive Adam and Eve in the forest?
No, he told
or
the
the
truth.
Garden of Eden? I mean, yeah, but by virtue of telling the truth, that caused like lots of bad
play out all
things
over
in the
again.
future.
No, not true. God wanted it to happen that way. It was a setup from the beginning.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, because God allowed a serpent into the garden, knowing that that serpent was in fact going to deceive them, knowing that they would fail the test. Why would God create his own enemy and then put it in the garden?
Well, okay, I think like an explanation as to why God would do this is because I think by giving rise to evil and good, this gives host to a plethora of decisions that you can make which supports free will.
No, you don't have free will. If you don't obey God perfectly, he'll light you on fire and send you to hell.
Right, but you still have like even if you're coerced into like not like following God's word, you still have like the choice to make that, which is an act of free will, is it not?
You don't. No, you don't have free will. If I say, humble theist, I'm going to take your sister out Friday night for a nice lobster dinner, but if she says no to me, I will have to put her in my basement and light her on fire. Am I giving her a free will choice?
Depends on like what you mean by free will. What's your definition in this context?
Free will is the ability to make a decision without outside influence.
What does outside influence entail?
Coercion, having a gun to your head. We'll make it easier. If I hold a gun to your sister's head and say, go out with me or I'll pull the trigger, am I giving her a free will choice?
No, not
No,
how you
of
define
course
free will.
not. Okay, fantastic. But that's the only choice you have in Christian doctrine. If you disobey God once and you don't believe in Jesus, he will send you to hell and light you on fire for eternity. Sounds like God's the evil one, not Satan.
Just to like be sure that this is actually what's like stated, can we like pull up verses that proves this?
Proves what?
That God would send you to hell for eternity, like if you don't obey him.
How long is hell for?
Eternity.
Okay, so when you go to hell, you're in hell for eternity?
Yes.
Yep, and there's fire in hell?
I'm not sure.
Yes, there's fire in hell. Yep. There's fire when Lazarus goes to hell. There's fire in Matthew 25 when Jesus sends people to hell. There's fire in hell when he says you need to pluck out your eyeball so that you don't go to the fires of hell. There's fire in hell. So there is, in fact, fire in hell, and you're stuck there for all eternity. Now, what causes you to go to hell?
From my understanding, like just, I'm pretty sure like the only thing that causes you to go to hell is just to. I see what you mean now. Yeah, because if you don't believe in God, then you go to hell for eternity, right?
You
Yes.
got it, right? So any disobedience, even one disobedience of God, will send you to hell for eternity if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, which means you don't actually have a true free will choice. You have coercion at best. He's got a gun to your head, which means God does want robots.
Can you explain why that entails God wants robots?
Yeah, because if you demand that somebody obey you perfectly or you light them on fire, you want someone that only obeys you, not someone that thinks for themselves.
Well, to my understanding, so long as you believe in God, you can still think for yourself in other matters, can you not?
No, he still wants you to obey him.
I think what would you call it obeying if like the only requirement to not go to hell is just like to put your heart into him? You can still commit acts of sin and like not obey like all the laws, but so long as you do that, uh, can still go to heaven.
Okay,
So I guess you.
So then you shouldn't obey God.
Well, no, it's just more so that not obeying God doesn't entail that you will go to hell.
It does,
As long as you
because
believe in Him.
That's a forced choice. You can't force someone to believe in something.
Jesus specifically tells us in Matthew chapter 7, verses 21 through 23, depart from me, you who, he says, Lord, Lord, didn't we cast out demons in your name, perform any miracles in your name? I'll say, depart from me, you who practice lawlessness, because they do not do the will of his Father in heaven.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It's Matthew chapter 7, verses 20, chapter 7 verses 21 through 23, where Jesus says, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who commit lawlessness. So if they disobey the Father and don't do his will, they go to hell.
I see. That's interesting. Like I thought it was just that you had to just believe in God and like you go to heaven.
That's Paul.
But
Even the demons believe, according to James.
Oh, the demons believe in God, like meaning they devote themselves to God?
No, believing and devoting are two different things.
It depends on what part of the Bible you're reading. In the Hebrew Bible, the demons obey God without question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
In fact, one of the evils, I mean, we talked earlier about how Satan causes people to kill other people. But in reality, in the Bible, it's Yahweh who's responsible for people killing other people. Saul tries to kill David. Why? Because Yahweh sends an evil spirit to torment Saul, which results in Saul trying to kill David.
This is all very interesting. I'm gonna have a lot to think about. Well, I think that's about it. Yeah, this was interesting. There's some things I'm gonna have to think over. Yeah, see ya.
Okay, cheers. Well, that was interesting.
He was humble. He lived up to the name. So props to him.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. He did kind of live up to the hype of being a humble theist. Imagine how easy conversations would be if more theists weren't in like a death panic in the middle of these conversations and they could actually follow like a logical path rather than having to get muted and shouted at. It's crazy to me.
There are two kinds of Christians, those who are dedicated to their dogma and then those who are dedicated to the truth. And the ones who are dedicated to the truth will not like flounder under the scrutiny of your words.
Yeah, that is the case. Well, listen, I wasn't going to take any more guests because it's getting late, but there's one more guest that actually has his Bible out. And because of that, we're going to take one more guest because very rarely do we actually get a guest with the freaking Bible ready to go. So Brandon, if I read your name correctly, Brandon's coming up because you got your Bible out and you're actually ready. And this almost never happens on this live stream. So we can't wait to talk to someone who's actually got his Bible out. How you doing, Brandon?
Good, man. How are you doing tonight?
You know what? I can't complain. I mean, I might at some point, but I'm not going to do it right now. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I spelled upon you just kind of death scrolling through YouTube there. Just want to point out one quick thing. You said God creates evil. Isaiah 45.
Yeah, raw.
So do we want to make sure we look at the context properly because depending on how you're getting that translation from, which translation are you reading that from?
Do you know what a
I'm not
merism
reading a
is?
translation.
Yeah, we both actually know Hebrew. So do you know what a Hebrew merism is?
I'm not familiar, no.
Yeah, it's the idea where you're taking the two logical extents of something and saying that you're responsible for everything in between, like heaven and earth, right? Or everything between hot and cold, or east and west, right? So there are two
Okay.
items that are like a complete opposite of each other. So when we
Sure.
read in Isaiah 45:7, where the word shalom is juxtaposed with the word ra, is referring to one end I create peace, on the other end I create evil.
So yeah, but specifically, what is the evil that he's speaking of? Is he speaking of?
So the reason why this author of Second Isaiah is writing this text is because he is intending to combat a by the way at the time that this section of Isaiah is written, the Jewish people are coming out of exile in Babylon, and they have been
Sure.
subjugated to a lot of Zoroastrianism thought. And in Zoroastrianism, there's one God responsible for all the good and one God responsible for all the evil. Well, no, the author of Second Isaiah is fighting against it, saying no, Yahweh is responsible for all of it. That's the context. That's the
Okay.
cultural context, the historical context for this passage.
Okay. So, but okay. All right. All right. I was just trying to gain some context on that. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but in the context of the way you brought it up, what was your purpose for bringing that up when you were talking to that gentleman?
The Yahweh is the source of evil and good.
Right.
See, and that's where I draw a distinction. You're saying he's the source of evil, and that when this translation, see, I'm reading from the New King James, doesn't use the term evil.
Right, it
They
says
use the term
calamity.
calamity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm just reading the Hebrew. It says
Yeah.
Yotze Or Uveri Choshek Ose Shalom
Okay,
Uveri Ra.
fair enough. Fair enough. But
The same word used here is used in Genesis for the tree of the knowledge of Tov Va Ra, good and evil.
okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Got some context for what you're bringing that up in.
There is one other thing I would add to this too. There's a really interesting line in Amos where we find the same, like your King James Bible is going to say calamity as well. But God says, when calamity befalls the city, is it not from the Lord? But it's actually the same word in Hebrew. It's going to be ra, if I remember correctly, from the book of Amos. So even if you want to translate it as like calamity, God is still saying
Yeah.
like I'm the guy that's causing it.
Yeah. But in what context is he causing that calamity? That's what I'm
Well,
talking about.
every context is different, right?
So Matthew Henry says the context of the calamity that they're talking about in the book of Isaiah is the context of calamity, say like when the Egyptians were bringing destruction upon the Israelites. So he brought calamity upon the Egyptians in order to bring his people out of bondage from Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Right?
he also almost like murdered the Israelites because of the golden calf incident, and it says, but he changed his mind because in Moses it says that he repented of the evil he was going to do to his people.
Okay. All right. I like that. So we're coming to a place where we're deciding. All right. So you guys, okay. I like this because now we understand. You guys want to call it evil. What I would call that is God bringing justice upon the evildoer.
Well, not necessarily. So the problem
Right.
we have is like in
Well,
the Hebrew
if
language, they've
someone's
got one
go ahead. Sorry.
word. They've got one word that's going to be variously translated. So the word "ra" is typically the word for evil or bad. It can also be referred to as a bad act, like calamity.
Yeah, but
So
there
any act that
in many
brings a
languages,
negative
there's many
impact
words that
is
mean
in
many different
fact.
things.
Yeah, I know.
Just
That's why we have to like learn Hebrew when we go to school. So the reality is in Hebrew, the word ra refers to anything that is bad. And it also refers to things that are evil. It never refers to justice, though. There's no such thing as ra being an act of justice. It just means something that has some sort of a negative or bad impact. There's really no distinction. So the question is, would badness even exist if God had not created it? And I don't think the answer would be yes. I don't think it would exist because in Revelation 21, when we got the new heaven and the new earth, what does it say? There's no more pain, no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more tears, and no more death, which means God could have created a state of affairs where bad things don't happen.
Certainly, but okay, and so that would bring me to that's my I guess my biggest point of contention with the way that you guys are going about this is that you guys are taking the New Testament and what it seems to me to be is as a transactional approach that you have to do good and believe in God or you go to hell, right? Am I
It
wrong?
depends on what books of the because the New Testament is not univocal. Like Paul surely believes in the concept of by faith without works you are saved, but Jesus doesn't believe that and doesn't teach that, neither does
I would
James.
disagree with that. I would disagree that Paul believed that.
That by faith you are saved and not of your own works. It's a gift from God.
Yeah.
That's a direct quote from Paul.
Yeah, but we follow up in the New Testament in the books of James where what does he say? Where does James say?
James contradicts Paul. He says that a man is not justified by faith but by works.
And faith without works is what?
Dead. Yeah, he's contradicting.
Okay.
He's directly contradicting Paul's point.
No. You're taking Paul's words out of context when you quote him by saying that.
No, they both quote the same story and they come to different conclusions.
No. He's speaking to a specific instance when he talks to that, and James is speaking to a specific instance when he talks to both. There needs to be faith, and there also needs to be works, because if you cannot show me your faith without works, but I will show you my faith by my works, right?
That's James' position.
Yeah,
you're starting with the assumption that Paul and James have to agree with each other.
They do.
No, they don't have to
agree with each other.
They don't.
No, that's okay. Hit me up with where Paul contradicts James. Let's go there.
Yeah.
Paul states over and over again that you're not saved by your works, lest any man would boast. You can't be saved by your works.
Okay, let's go to Romans 5 then. What does the end of Romans 5 say about grace?
Does it say anything about works?
Where sin abounds, grace abounds all the more.
Yeah, and then what does Romans 6 verse 1 say?
Let me take a look.
I'll hit you with it. It says, so then shall we continue in sin so that grace may abound?
Yeah, but no one's...
May it never be. And then why?
No one's asking if Paul is suggesting you should keep on sinning.
Well,
no one asked that question.
We're getting there.
The
in
question
Romans 6 chapter 1.
The question is...
Romans 6 chapter 1.
The question is whether or not your salvation requires works or not.
That's where we're getting at in Romans 6 chapter 1. So
hit
that section right there.
We just read it. You just did. What then are we to say? Should we continue in sin in order that grace may abound? By no means. But he's not
Keep going.
saying that
Keep
your
going. Keep
salvation.
going. Keep going, though.
He's not saying that your salvation is dependent on this.
What is it? What does it continue to say?
That you shouldn't keep on sinning.
Okay, what is that? And
That's
not
behavior.
just to stop sinning, but to do what exactly?
Those are behavior recommendations.
No. What does he also tell you that you must do?
Not
in
works.
Romans chapter 6.
Certainly no works.
We're not under the
Are you
law,
sure about
but under
that?
grace.
Or do you not know that all of us who have been baptized into Christ have been baptized into his death? Therefore, we have been buried with him through baptism into death, so that Christ was raised from the dead through the glory of the Father, so that we too might walk in the newness of life. The action of baptism for the
Is
salvation
the
of our
initiation?
sins.
Yeah, it's the initiation ritual. We're aware.
Okay, so explain to me then how Paul is telling us that only by faith we can be saved, except for that one thing that you need to do, which is go be baptized.
You don't have to be baptized to be saved. The thief on the cross was never baptized.
Oh, but Jesus commanded that in the Great Commission.
Well, I'm
in
sure he
Matthew.
did. He also did in John. And John, he says that no man can be born again unless he enters via the Spirit and the water.
Okay. Again, actions that people take.
So again, you're finding more contradictions between
I'm telling you
between Paul and other people. You can't tell me what
no,
Paul
these are
said
not
by
contradictions.
You can't tell me what Paul said by quoting Jesus.
These are trying to make people understand the value of the grace that is attributed to
find
us
me a passage
through Jesus Christ's death.
where Paul says you have to do something to obtain your salvation.
Paul, are you serious? I just did.
No, you didn't, because
Paul
in Romans
attributes baptism.
Paul attributes. No, he doesn't. In Romans 10:9 and 10, he literally says, "For."
What did Paul do when the scales were removed from his eyes?
I don't know why you keep talking as I'm about to read your book to you. It says, "If you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved." That's it.
Oh. But didn't you bring up the verse where he said
he forgot the baptism part? Oh no!
And shudder.
Yeah, there you go. You found the contradiction. We're not asking about James. We're asking about Paul.
No. You guys are parsing out.
So again, we're
Brandon. So again, well, now you're talking over me.
I'd never finished. So again, Brandon.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
I'm not asking you what James said, and I'm not asking you what Jesus said. I'm asking you, where does Paul say that you have to do works?
I just laid it out.
You didn't.
That he tells you that in Romans chapter 6, baptism is necessary for your salvation.
No, it's not.
In
Romans 10:9 and 10, he says otherwise. He says, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. That's a direct,
what would be the point of baptism?
That's a direct, explicit statement. Was Paul lying when he said this?
No, it's one of the many things that you have to do.
Will you be saved? Will you be saved? Will you be saved?
See, now you're interrupting me.
Will you be saved if you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead? Will you be saved?
Jesus Christ said, "Go ye therefore into all
nations." I'm not
nations.
asking you about Jesus. I'm asking you about Paul right now. Is Paul's statement true? If you do these two things, will you be saved?
It is one of the things that you have to do to be
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, if you do these two things, will you be saved?
If you confess Jesus' name, that he is the living Christ, the next step you have to take is baptism.
We'll try this again. It was a yes or no question. If you do the two things that Paul tells you to in Romans 10:9 and 10, will you be saved?
Because the inference is that it's necessary
that he
to
can't
be baptized
answer the question.
If you believe.
We'll try this again.
Well,
if you do the two
now
things
you're just being intellectually dishonest.
If you do the two things that Paul says
not allowing
in
me to
Romans
answer the
10:9
question
and 10,
in fullness.
I'm waiting for a yes or no. You can say no, by the way. If I do the two steps that are in Romans 10:9 and 10, do I get saved?
All right, let's go to Romans. Let's go to Romans 10. Because just to read one scripture out of context to the rest of the scriptures that Paul says, that all you're doing is trying to hogtie me into one position when
I'm not
you're just
hogtying you
leaving the rest
anywhere.
of the scripture out in context.
I'm asking for a yes or no.
If the Bible is God breathed, why do
But
you
well,
pinpoint
We're
one
not
single
asking
portion of
about
the
the Bible.
scripture
We're
and
not
then
asking
leave
you
out
about
the
the
rest of the
Bible.
scripture in
We're not
order to
asking you about the Bible.
fulfill your
We're
requirements for
not
the question
asking
you're
about the
asking?
Bible. We're asking about Paul.
This is the plain
So
intellectual dishonesty that you bring to
what's
the table
intellectual
by
dishonesty is that you
eliminating
can't
everything
actually
else that doesn't work
follow.
for you and focusing in on a small.
So I know you're having trouble tracking here, Brandon, but the reason why this topic, and no one can hear you because now you're muted. You're muted. No one can hear you.
Why do they keep talking when they're muted? He wants
They're
us
not
to
bright.
assume.
They're not
He
bright.
wants us to
So,
assume.
Brandon, no one can
biblical-
hear you. You're muted, by the way. So the reason why we're on this topic right now is because Dalton pointed out that there's a contradiction between James and Paul, which means you can't clear up the contradiction by quoting James. Right now we're asking, what does Paul actually say? And you can't clear up the contradiction by saying, what does Jesus say? Because the question on the table is, what did Paul say? So I'll ask you again. In Paul's letter to the Romans, he says, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. If I do those two things, am I saved?
Yes.
Then you don't need baptism. Congratulations, you finally figured it out. There we go. All right.
You don't get to finish the conversation.
We did it. That is.
If you
I do
believe
actually
in Jesus
get to.
Christ and
I do
confess
actually
his
get.
name,
I do get
the
to
obvious
do the
progression
conversation.
is that you are going to be baptized because that is the prescription for salvation at the end.
Okay. So what? So what if I die before I get baptized?
That is not for me to decide.
It sounds like you know the answer. It sounds like you know the answer. She's cowardly to say.
Because
Okay,
God
so
tells us,
was the thief on the cross
that
baptized?
we are not to judge the hearts of men.
Was the thief on the cross baptized?
And because I would never prescribe to God what his final decision
The preaching doesn't help you here. Answer the question. Was the thief on the cross baptized?
No.
Oh, shit. Oh, geez. But he went to heaven, didn't he?
Yeah, but that's Jesus Christ.
Oh, geez. It's almost
that is the Son of the living God.
It's almost like baptism isn't actually necessary for salvation.
I wouldn't put any restriction as to what God can and cannot do. If he wants to violate his own restrictions to us, he can do that because that is his prerogative. It is not mine to
God
decide.
violates his own commands. What a crazy position to be in. What a wild thing.
He is not beholden to what he prescribes to us. He is infinite.
So God doesn't follow his own prescription.
He can make whatever decision he wants. It's
he
not
can just do whatever he wants. Anything God says goes. It doesn't matter if it's logical or not, I'm sure.
That is what omnipresence is. That's what omniscience is.
Not what either of those two things mean.
He is, dude. Like I love when people will try to hogtie God into doing the things that they think they should be doing.
I didn't say anything about God not being able to do things.
You sure did. That's exactly what you're doing.
So God can contradict himself then?
It's not contradiction.
Can God? I didn't ask you that. Can God contradict himself?
What did God prescribe us to do?
Well, try this again,
Matthew
Brandon.
chapter 26.
Can God contradict himself?
No.
Okay.
He can do whatever he wants. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Fantastic. Well, that didn't answer my question. But also, do you believe that God is all-knowing?
Yes, 100%.
Do you believe that God can tell a lie?
Do I believe that God can tell a lie?
Yeah.
No, because it says God is truth.
Do you believe that God
what he
can
says
change
is truth?
Do you believe that God can change his mind?
The Old Testament is full of that. Prophets asking God to not destroy Nineveh. Prophets asking God not to destroy the people of Israel.
Okay, so then the Bible
Jesus' death on the cross is an intercession for our sin.
So then he's not all knowing.
No, see, and this is the part that gets is the most vexing for you guys.
What's vexing is that you actually can't track. So just try to pay attention for a second. So all-knowing entities can't change their mind. Do you know why all-knowing entities can't change their mind?
Well, tell me, since you are one of them. Holy
Yeah, so
smokes.
all-knowing entities can't change their minds because they can't be wrong about what they know about the future. So if God knows he's going to do something, he can't change his mind
See,
about what he's going. We'll try this
you're
again.
beholding.
So if God already knows he's going to do something, he can't then be wrong about what he knows. So if God knows, again, you're muted because you talked over me. So this is how things going to work. So if God knows, in fact, that he's going to do walk to the store, he can't then change his mind because then he would be wrong about what he knows. So all knowing beings can't actually change their minds.
You are holding God to human logic.
I'm not.
And he is far beyond your understanding.
He's certainly not. And the
His
Bible agrees with
intelligence is
me.
far beyond your understanding. And your level of
Certainly,
pride and
yeah, my level of pride is actually rooted in the fact that I read this book that you haven't. Numbers 23:19 says that he's not a human being that he should lie, or immortal that he should change his mind, because all-knowing beings can't actually change their mind. Samuel, moreover, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he's not immortal that he should change his mind. The reality is all-knowing beings, it's just logically entailed that all-knowing beings cannot change their mind, because then they wouldn't know all things. It's baked into the definition of all-knowing.
am I muted still?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. This is the wonderful part of it. You're beholding God to your understanding of this world.
No, I'm not.
Your primitive understanding of this world.
No, it's your understanding too. So we'll try this
100%.
again. Can you be wrong about something if you're all knowing?
You guys are good. You guys are coming from an intellectually dishonest place. You guys frame all the arguments.
He's a coward. He's running.
You people, when you don't want them speaking the truth,
so many
what you have to say, and then you insult, because
there's the tiniest
you don't
violin
have
for
solid
you.
answers to the conversation piece. Yeah, see, it's an embarrassment.
It's an embarrassment that you can't understand basic definitions. So we'll try from the beginning.
No.
Can you be wrong about what you know? Your reasoning. So we'll just mute you since you're not old enough to know how conversations work. So we'll try this again. If you're all knowing, can you be wrong about anything? Yes or no?
An all-knowing God knows what's going on.
I didn't ask you that. Try again. I need a yes or no question answer from you. If you're all knowing, can you be wrong about anything in the future?
You are prescribed.
Try again. It's a yes or no question. If you're all knowing, can you be wrong about what you know is happening in the future? It's a really easy question.
If you're going to just continue to mute me, you can just cut me loose and talk to somebody.
I'm waiting for you to be an adult and answer the question. It's really easy. We just need
let me.
Yeah, the reason why you keep getting muted is because you can't track. If you would track for 5 seconds, this would be way easier. So again, the question is, if you're all knowing, you know all things, can you be wrong about what you know about the future? Yes or no? Logic is so hard. It's yes or no.
I'm not going to answer your question because you base everything from a false premise.
He's running.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
We got a runner. He's getting his shoes laced up right now. He's making excuses and crying because he can't say yes or no. Let me try Dalton. Dalton, can an all-knowing being be wrong about what it knows about the future?
No, because then it wouldn't be all-knowing.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. All-knowing beings, baked into the definition of all-knowing, means that it knows all things. Do you follow?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So if God is all-knowing, that means he can't be wrong about what he knows is going to happen in the future, correct?
But if God gives us the opportunity,
God, I didn't ask you to preach. I asked you for a yes or no. We'll try this again. Yes or no questions don't require lessons or preaching. Yes or no. Can God be wrong about what he's going to do? No, you're muted, Brandon. No one can hear you. We'll just let him go.
So when I change my mind, what happens in my brain is, like, for example, I think I'm going to go to the store, but then I change my mind because it turns out I was wrong about the fact that I was going to go to the store because I didn't know the future. So I changed my mind based on circumstances. That's how changing your mind works.
This is the difficulty of free.
So Brandon, no one heard you. You were muted the entire time. We're still waiting for an answer to the question. So we'll try this again. All I need is an answer to the question. It's a yes or no. Can God be wrong about what he knows he's going to do in the future?
No.
Oh, very good. No. We finally got it. Okay. So if God knows he's going to do something in the future, can then he know that he's not going to do it?
This is the discussion of free will.
It's not. Try
discussion
again.
Of free will.
Nope, not even close.
See, don't interrupt me if you don't want. If you don't want an answer, that's fine.
I want an answer. I want you to stop fucking pivoting. We're not talking about free will. We're talking right now about omniscience. Omniscience and free will are not the same category. So try again, Brandon. No one can hear you. You're muted. I already told you when you yap, you get muted. All I need is answers to the question. I don't need yap. So the question is, if God knows he's going to do A, can he then do B?
In what context?
Any
In what
context.
See, you're prescribing. You're prescribing simple law.
I'll ask Dalton. Dalton, if God knows he's going to walk to the store, can he then also know that he's not walking to the store?
No, you can't hold two contradictory concepts in your mind at once.
That's right. Yeah.
Not if you're all-knowing.
You nailed it. Okay, so we'll try this again.
Moronic.
So, Brandon, if God knows he's
this
going
is a moronic conversation. That
it's really easy. It's
so
basic
you could just
logic.
cut me off.
It's just basic logic.
Yeah, that's the problem is that you're trying to attribute basic logic to an omniscient God.
Well,
that's the problem.
It's actually not hard. So we'll try this again. Can God be
no,
wrong
I'm
about
not
what he
try
knows
it
about
again.
the future?
If you don't have
the
a better conversation,
no, he actually
to
can't
have the conversation, then cut me loose.
He actually can't be wrong about what he knows. So if God knows that he's going to do something, let's say he knows he's going to wipe out the Israelites. If God knows he's going to wipe out the Israelites, can he be wrong about that?
What did God know what he was going to do with the Israelites?
Try again.
What did God know he was going to do?
I asked you a yes or no question. Can he be wrong about it?
That he didn't do that.
I didn't ask you if he did.
Did not do that.
I didn't ask you if he did. I'm not asking you.
Israelites,
Brandon,
he used
focus.
the Israelites
hey,
to bless all nations through
hey,
Jesus
little baby.
Christ.
Hey, little baby. Do I have to dangle my keys in front of you?
You are the most
Do I have to dangle my
childish
keys?
person. Your argumentation
I can dangle my
so
keys.
Childish.
We'll try this. I think I got keys with me. Here, we'll just dangle some keys to try to get your attention, little baby, while you're waiting for your bottle. So again, the question was a yes or no. Can God know he's going to destroy the Israelites and then not destroy them?
The plan was always for God.
I'm not asking you about the plan. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking a yes or no question. Can he know he's going to do something and then not do it?
Can he know that he was going to use them for a different purpose?
I didn't ask you that. Again, it's a yes or no question.
Yeah, because you don't want to answer questions that you're uncomfortable with answering.
It's not being uncomfortable. We're actually in the middle of a dialectic right now, and you're actually incapable of following. So we'll try this again.
No.
So right now, I need a yes or no to the question. If God knows he's going, if God knows he's okay, so I'll just mute you again since you're not capable of following. So. The reason why we're doing yes or no questions is because you've got mouth diarrhea and you can't stay on topic. Right now, what we're trying to determine is whether or not God can actually change his mind. We've been at this for like 10 minutes now, and it would go a lot faster if you could focus up and stop being a child. In order to know if God can change his mind, we have to determine what it means to be omniscient. So I'm going to give you another try. Yes or no. If God knows no one can hear you. They can hear you when I'm done asking you the question. That's when they can hear you. So the question is, if God knows he's going to do something, can he then not do it?
You are prescribing.
We'll try this again. You're muted. Nope. Every time you don't say yes or no, you get muted. We'll try this again. If God knows he's going to do something, can he then not do it?
You're prescribing limitations.
Oh, and you're muted. No one can hear your yapping. We'll try this again. It's going to be a yes or no every time. Yes or no, if God knows he's going to do something, can he then not do it?
Oh my gosh.
Still waiting for a yes or no. Gosh, he wants to preach so bad. He's dying to preach. The whole audience already answered the question for you. We're still waiting for you to answer the question. If God knows he's going to do something, can he not do it?
God knows he's going to do.
Oh, try again. It was a yes or no. If God knows he's going to do something, can he not do it?
No, I'm not going to answer these questions like this.
Oh, you're
Go on
definitely
to
going
some.
to answer the question. So I don't know like who you talk to on the internet, but I'm way more stubborn than you'll ever be. You'll never find any more stubborn person in the world than me. Right? You're never going to out stubborn me. So what's going to happen is you're going to say yes or no, or you'll get repeatedly muted for the next 5 fucking hours. I'll skip sleep tonight. No one can hear you. You're muted. I can't even hear you. No one can hear you, not even me. No one, not a single human being can hear you right now. You're just shouting in the void. I'll let you go though. Go ahead. No one can hear you.
It's crazy. If I wanted to believe in a God and I didn't want to subjugate myself to actual answers and questions about the God, I would cope by saying, well, my God's just beyond all logic and reason. Therefore, I can believe whatever I want about him.
That's definitely the cope I would use. Nevertheless, I'm still waiting for a yes or no answer. If you are all knowing and you know you're going to do something, can you then not do it?
Yes.
Okay, then you're not.
You can
then
do
you're
what
not.
you want.
Then you're not all knowing.
Oh my gosh, that is such a lame.
It's just basic
excuse for
logic.
reason.
It's not even
No,
hard. So
yeah,
we'll try
no,
this again.
that's not basic
So
logic.
then you'd be wrong about what you knew.
No, not if you
Try
had
again.
a plan
We'll try this
forward for
again.
the
We'll
action.
just pay attention for 5 fucking seconds to the dialect. It's not even a hard one. If I know that I'm going to the grocery store in 5 minutes and then I don't go to the grocery store, then I was wrong about knowing that I'm going to the grocery store. Do you grasp that?
God knew he was going to use Jesus.
Nope. I asked for a yes or no. If I know that I'm going to the grocery store and then I don't go to the grocery store, was I wrong about what I knew?
You're talking about free will,
Well,
right?
try this again. I'm not talking about free will. I'm talking about knowledge. If I know that I'm going to the store in 5 minutes and then I don't go to the store in 5 minutes, was I wrong about what I knew? Yes or no?
This is infantile reasoning.
It's infantile that you can't actually follow it. It's just embarrassing right now. This is like the most embarrassing full-grown adult thing I've seen in a while. It's really not hard at all. So if I know that I'm going to go to the store in the next 5 minutes and then I don't go to the store in the next 5 minutes, was I wrong about what I knew?
Okay, let's go with yes. Let's go with your premise.
Okay, so if I'm
enough.
wrong, if
Fair
I'm
enough.
wrong,
What changed?
if I'm wrong,
What changed why you're
Brandon,
not going to the grocery store?
Pay attention. If I'm wrong about what I know, then am I omniscient?
No.
There you go. So if God knew he's going to do something and then he didn't do it, that means he's not omniscient, because that means he would be he would be wrong about what he knew, which means in order for God to be omniscient, he can't change his mind.
What was the end state? What did he tell Abraham he was going to do?
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about Abraham. We're talking about what it means to be all-knowing.
You don't want to have those conversations.
I do.
That points out God's plan.
I want to have the conversation.
To the
Brandon,
birth of Christ.
Where the fuck are you? We've read the book. We know the story. We're not talking about the story. We're talking about logic right now. We're talking about what it means to be omniscient.
Yeah. See, you don't want to talk scripture.
Actually,
you want to talk logic.
Brandon, just shut up for 5 fucking seconds, okay? I've got a BA and a master's degree in biblical studies. I know the book from beginning to end. I read it in Greek and Hebrew. I don't need to hear the story. No one cares. Everyone here, all these atheists here know the book better than you do. We don't care about the story. Right now, we're trying to determine if God actually has omniscience, and if he does have omniscience, does that mean that he can change his mind? That's currently where we're at right now, and we're not going to pivot to another topic until we finish it. So again, no one can. You're muted, Brandon. I told you, every time you yap, you get muted. So if you need me to dangle my keys again, I can dangle my keys again to get your attention. But what we need to do is actually finish this dialogue about omniscience, or we're never going to get anywhere. You're gonna be up all fucking night with me, banging your head on the table because you can't follow along. So
You know what? You're right. I
Can
gotta concede something. Can I
can
concede
God
something real quick?
can God be wrong
Okay.
about what he knows he's going to do?
No. Let's say no.
Okay, so if God knows he's going to do something, can he then
Yeah.
not do it?
Yeah. No, he can't.
He can't.
He's
Okay.
gonna do what he decides he's gonna do. Yeah.
Because then he'd be
Yeah, I'm
wrong
gonna
about what he
concede that.
knows.
You know what? I misspoke when I said that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
I'll give you that one.
So what
Yeah.
that means is if God knows he's going to do something and he says he's going to do something and then he doesn't do it, there's three implications. One, he changed his mind and he's not all knowing. Two, he lied. He said he was going to do something and then he didn't actually do it. Or three, the book talking about God lied. Those are the implications. Do you follow so
What
far?
about four? What about four? He was implementing his plan for the future.
Well, it doesn't matter. He'd still be a lie.
Yeah,
That's a
like for
lie.
example, if I say to you that I'm going to the store, I know for 100% for a fact that I'm not, but I tell you that I'm going to the store, did I tell you the truth or did I lie to you?
I don't know. You tell me.
That's a lie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
All
a lie
right,
because I never
so are
intended to
you-
go to the
So
store.
you're calling God a liar when he came to the garden and asked Eve and Adam.
Oh,
Where
I
are
wasn't referencing that.
Neither one
I'm
of us
referencing
are
I'm
that.
just trying. I'm trying to
I'm
draw.
referencing
I'm trying to draw
when
conclusions
Yahweh.
based on your guys' reason.
I'm referencing when Yahweh
so-
told Moses that he was going to wipe out the Israelites and then start over with Moses. Was he telling the truth or was he lying to Moses?
You tell me.
Well,
Was
did
it
he
a
do
lie?
that?
You tell me. Was it a lie or was it God implementing his
Do
plan?
you know the Bible?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what
So
happened?
did
I'll
he
be
wipe out
perfectly
the
honest. I'm more student of the New Testament than the Old,
did,
but
did,
Yeah, that's
did he wipe
typical.
out the Israelites and start over with Moses?
no.
Did he
Then he
change his
lied to
mind?
Moses.
Is it a lie? Why do you guys immediately paint that as a lie?
Because
That's
it
my
has
question.
to be a lie or a change of mind.
Why?
Because that's what happened. Well, in fact, I know you haven't read it. It's okay.
The
We'll read
choice
it.
is
We'll
omniscience
actually
or
just.
liar. You're calling God omniscient or a liar.
He's-
Or is God using the same reason and rhetoric that you guys try to use in these conversation pieces to get people to come to the conclusion that he hopes that they will come to?
Neither, because he's talking to Moses. So pay attention.
Oh,
It says
see,
Moses implored the Lord. He's not talking to the people. He's talking to Moses. Moses implored the Lord his God and said, "O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say, yada, yada, yada?" So Moses is talking them off the cliff. Why is he talking them off the cliff? Do you know what happened just before this?
Is this right before they were worshiping to an idol?
Yep. And God says,
Okay.
"Leave me alone." He's talking to Moses, by the way, not Israel. He says, "Leave me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them. And of you, I will make a great nation." So he's saying, listen, because they did this thing.
Can I give a very simple answer to this?
Because they did this thing. Because they did this thing, he says, "I'm going to wipe them out and make a nation out of you," right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the question
This
is...
foreshadows the New Testament.
No one cares. The question is, did he change his mind or did he say something untrue?
Without free will.
No one cares about free will. No one cares.
See, because
we need you to focus. Focus up. Focus up, little baby. Oh, it's okay. He's got to preach. He's got to preach. They can't help themselves. No one cares about your preaching. No one cares. We're talking right now about whether or not God changed his mind. So again, the question is, when he says he's going to wipe out the Israelites and make a nation out of Moses, and then he doesn't do it, did he change his mind or did he lie?
Or did he convince
no one
people,
cares. We're asking. It's a true
either
dichotomy.
A or B, but you guys will not accept the C.
It's a true
answer.
dichotomy. We're asking, did he? Okay, give me the third option. If he didn't lie and if he didn't change his mind, what did he do? Because the text says he changed his mind. Just so you're aware, if you actually bothered to read it.
The option.
We'll try this again.
People to decide for themselves.
Nope.
Right. Decide for
talking to
yourselves
Moses.
what you will
He's
do.
talking
For
to
me and my
Moses.
family, we will serve
He's
the
talking
Lord.
to Moses, not Joshua. That's a quote from Joshua.
Oh,
We're in
man.
Exodus, so try to pay attention.
You guys have to.
So the question
You
is,
guys
did he
have
change his
to
mind?
cut out.
Did he
You
change his
guys have to
mind?
cut out.
Did he change his mind?
He gave
Did he
Moses
change his
the
mind?
opportunity to save his
Did he
people.
change his mind?
He gave Moses
Did he
the
change his mind?
opportunity.
I'm not gonna let you pivot.
Can
Did
I,
he change his mind?
dude,
Yes or
if
no?
you can give me, if
Yes
you
or
can give me
no?
just
Yes or no? Did he change his
15
mind?
seconds to
No one gives
explain
a fuck about
the
your
purpose of
explanation.
God's
We need a
action.
yes or no. Did he change his mind? Yes or no?
No, he didn't.
Okay, then the
And
text
he lied.
lies. It says the Lord changed his mind
No,
about the
that's not
disaster
what
that he planned to.
happened.
It says
That's
it.
not what happened.
It's in your book. The
Because
Lord changed
you
his
guys,
mind about the disaster he planned to bring on his people. What a dishonest
you guys are
coward.
painting.
It is
You guys are
crazy how
painting a
dishonest
logical
this guy
border.
is.
You guys are
This is
Does
painting a
Brandon know
wild.
logical
what it means to lie?
border
Does Brandon
because
know what it means to
you are
lie?
omitting.
I don't think he does. I don't think he knows what it means to lie.
Brandon, what does it mean to lie to somebody? Does it mean to say something that you know isn't true?
It means to speak with deceit. It means to speak with full intention, understanding of knowing what you are saying is
Okay,
incorrect.
did Yahweh know that he wasn't actually going to destroy the Israelites and start over with Moses?
Did Yahweh? And here's the deal. And this is where free will comes into the conversation. He gave them the
Well, try this again. No one gives a fuck. It's a yes or no question, Brandon. Yes or no. That's what needs to come out of your pie hole is a yes or a no. Try again.
Say the question again.
Question was, when Yahweh said that he was going to destroy the Israelites and then start over with Moses, was he telling the truth or was he lying?
He could be. He was telling the truth. Yes, because he was giving Moses the opportunity to intercede for his people. And then what did Moses do? He asked for
No
the
one
forgiveness
cares
of his
about
people.
Moses. No one cares. We're asking about what God did. Try it for 5 fucking seconds. Pay attention. No one asked you about Moses. We asked you about what God did. Pay attention.
What did God do?
No one
God
cares
told
about Moses.
He was going to do a thing. Moses said,
Did
what?
he do it? Did he do it?
Because he allowed Moses
Did he
to
do
beg
it?
for their lives.
Did he do
and
it
then
though?
He allowed Moses
But did
to
he
intercede.
do it? Brandon, we know the fucking
No.
story. So did he do this thing he said he was going to do?
Well, I mean, at some points he did. Yeah, he went to town on the Israelites, didn't he? How many people who worshipped at the foot of Baal
When
made
did
it
God
to the
make a
promised
nation
land?
out of Moses? Brandon, when did God make a nation out of Moses?
Abraham. He made a nation out of Abraham.
Abraham's not Moses.
God said he would make a nation out of God said he would make
Abraham.
a nation out of Moses. No, the text we just read. No, not Abraham. Stop talking about Abraham. We're talking about Moses. God said, I'm going to destroy these people, the Israelites, and I'm going to make a nation out of you, Moses.
Okay. And then Moses asked for intercession for the people.
We
And God allowed
know it's not relevant. The question is, did God
It's
do
not
the thing
relevant
he
to
said he
you
was going to
guys.
do? It's not relevant to the discussion. The question isn't why he didn't do it. The question is, did he say he was going to do something and then not do it?
Obviously, it's in the scripture right there in front of
Okay, so if he said he's going to do something and then he didn't do it, you only have 2 options. Either 1, he said something untruthfully, or number 2, he changed
What does
his
that
mind.
prove to you guys? What does that prove to you guys? That he doesn't exist?
So you've actually lost track. You started probably an hour ago. It's about 45 minutes now, actually.
No, you just talk so much it feels like an hour. That's
No, I've actually got the time here because I timed every single
you
live
didn't mute
stream.
me fast enough. I got one in on you.
No, I brought you in because you had your Bible. Unfortunately, it turns out you don't know how to read it. So the reason why we're talking about the contradictions is because you said, because you were stating that Paul and James couldn't contradict
That's your shtick, man.
because
You
the
just insult
Bible
people.
because the Bible can't
You can go ahead and mute
contradict.
me and throw me off because you're insulting.
I'll never throw you off, but I will continue to mute you when you continue to talk over me. So the reason why you get talked over, Brandon, is because you can't follow the flow of conversation. You think you get to redirect the conversation at every turn, and you think that talking over people is dope. And if that's the way you want to behave, listen, you're welcome to do it, but I'm going to do it back to you. See, that's the fun here, is like when people come in and they act like children, I just do it back to them. It's a good time for me. It's not fun for you. It's great for me. So we'll try this again. So the reason why we're talking about this contradiction is because you seem to have the opinion that the Bible doesn't have contradictions.
I do. You're right.
There you go. And that's why we're talking about this right now. And we demonstrated to you that there is a contradiction in the Bible because God can't change his mind if he's all-knowing. And it's also true that it just says he doesn't change his mind.
Was that a pause for me to talk, or is that...
That was a pause for you.
Okay. All right. Can I explain? I'd love to explain this.
You're going to explain it,
and then I'm going to... telling me that I'm diverting to something
And then
else,
I'm going to tell you why it's meaningless. Go ahead.
All right. See, you're doing the same thing that you're accusing me of doing by interjecting in the middle of my speech. All right. The whole purpose, that entire conversation with Moses and God, where God is like, yeah, this is about time. I think I'm ready to destroy it. There are two directions to go, right? God destroys the Israelites and starts new with Moses, or he doesn't, right? I believe that in his omniscience, he already knows what he's going to do next. I do. All right? He gives the opportunity of the people on this earth to make decisions for themselves, which direction they're going to travel. If Moses decides to intercede for the people and ask for mercy from him, he's going to go that direction. And that travels to the exact path that God lays throughout the Old Testament to get to where we need to be, which is Jesus Christ through the people of Israel. That was always the intended
God lied to
path.
Moses.
Yep.
Then
So
God
then he
lied
lied.
to Moses.
Your explanation didn't solve anything.
No. What if Moses had chosen otherwise and allowed God to wipe out the Israelites, and then he found the path to Jesus?
You're missing the
through
point, Brandon.
Moses?
God told.
It wasn't
You're missing
Moses'
the point, Brandon.
choice.
God told Moses that he was going to wipe out the Israelites, and that and I shall make a great nation of you. But he knew that wasn't true. He knew he wasn't going to make a nation out of Moses, so he was lying to him.
Gosh, that's intellectually lazy.
Oh, God, it's intellectually lazy when you point out a contradiction in my book that I have no actual answer for.
It's not a contradiction.
I'm
Why
going
is
to
it
cry
so
about it
hard?
like a little baby.
You guys belie your entire argument on logic and reason, but
I
can't
know,
even take a moment to
which
look
is
at the
why you're
rhetoric
getting
the
you're like
rhetoric
getting
in the conversation
like
between
actual
God
fucking
and
back
Moses.
shots right now. So again, did he say something? Did he say he's going to do something and then not do it?
Yes, that is what free will is.
Then there's
That
only
is the
two
entire-
options. If you
we
say
could
you're
talk
going,
about Adam and Eve.
Brandon,
Go ahead, sorry.
if you say you're going to do something and then you don't do it, you only have two options. You either changed your mind or you lied. Those are the only two options.
And I guess that's my sticking point with you guys is why is it so important to you that omniscience means that his end state has to be like one line of thought, one process?
Because that's what it means to know all things. You can't be wrong about what you know. It's just definitionally true.
If he knows that Moses' answer to his question is going to be what it is, what's the issue with that? Why do you call that a lie?
Because he said he's going to do something, then he didn't do it. That's called a lie.
What if the only way for Moses to answer that question was for God to say what he did?
There was no question.
It was just a statement.
What if the only way to get Moses to take the action that he wanted him to take, giving him the opportunity to intercede for his people, what if that was the only choice, that's the only way that he had to present it to Moses?
Your claim now,
presenting Moses with an
your
option
claim now,
so God forced Moses to intercede for the people?
No, not forced.
By lying.
He gave him the opportunity to make a choice.
So he lied to Moses to force Moses to intercede. So he forced Moses by lying to him to intercede for the people. Why does he? Why does he need? Brandon? Hey, pay attention. You hear my question, okay? Why does he need Moses to intercede for the people if he already knows what he's going to do?
Because with without free will, what would be the purpose of any of these things?
We'll try this
In the,
again.
in,
If he already knows he's not going to wipe them out, then why does he need Moses to intercede on behalf of the Israelites?
Because the entire purpose of this was to give Moses a choice.
Moses didn't have a choice.
A right or wrong decision.
Nope, wrong again.
I disagree with you.
We'll try again.
I disagree
Why
with
does
you.
God need
I think
Moses to
you're
intercede?
wrong, so-
Why does God need Moses to intercede?
Because life is about choices. Life in general is about making choices.
That didn't
in one
answer the
direction or
question.
the other.
Yeah, the question was, why
Yeah,
does God
that's
need?
your interpretation of
Why does
it.
God need
And
Moses
that's
to
fine.
intercede?
God doesn't need Moses to intercede.
Oh, okay.
Moses-
so then
Moses
so then
needs to
saying
take
that he
action.
lied to Moses so that Moses would
No,
intercede doesn't pan out
no.
anymore.
It's not A or B. You guys are drawing.
It
you
is
guys
A
are
or
drawing
B.
a
I
1 or
hope that
0
you don't
answer.
have like a
That's-
career where you have to actually work in logic. This is not a good game for you. You're not good at logic.
You're the one sitting on a stinking video at 12 o'clock at night. I'll be
Yeah.
honest. I'm an addict to listening to this kind of stuff.
He gets
I have
paid
a
for it.
job.
Yeah, I get paid for
He's
it.
good at what he does. He's good at what he does, and he gets paid for it.
I have an actual engineering degree, which is why I understand how logic works. So the reality is, all you need
Yeah,
to
but
get
that's
through
the
these
problem.
arguments
That's
is
the
a little bit
problem.
of
Engineers
logic.
are ones and zeros. And you
Yeah,
can't-
we're
you can't stop to
logical. You
think about
nailed it. Yeah, we actually know how
Ones and
logic works.
zeros.
Congratulations,
Ones and
you
zeros.
figured
There's
it
no room
out.
for error.
There's
not.
There's
And it's obvious
there-
because you look at the scriptures.
there's no dichotomy
There's no
between
grace. There's no
an
grace.
on
There's no
or an
mercy.
off. Nope, none of those things are true. You're just now lying because you're
you're
coping
right.
because you
Yeah,
can't actually
that-
handle
that
the
makes
conversation
total
right
sense to
now.
me.
Yeah, just
That makes total
cry.
sense
Just
to
keep
me.
crying about the fact that you're getting roasted right now. So again, if God said that he's going to do something and then he didn't do it, there's only two options. Do you know of a third? What's the third option?
The third option is God's plan. The third option is
That's
God
not- that's
made
not
the
an
moves
option.
that he needed to make to give people the
We'll try this
opportunity
again.
to
So,
choose following
if God
him
said
or
he's
not.
going to do something and then
Nah,
he didn't
I'm
do
good.
it,
You guys
then the
have a
first
good
option
night.
is he lied.
Obviously, nothing
The
I'm
second-
going to say is going to prove anything. To
I
you
would run too if I was a coward as
and
well.
we're hitting the pearls before swine situation. So
Yeah, you're definitely a swine. I
I'm
agree
gonna
with you.
concede the night to you guys.
My
I
pearls
hope you
won't even
guys
fit in your
have-
mouth, I would imagine.
Oh, that's disgusting. I would expect better of a person that.
If you want pearls, open wide.
Yeah, that's shameful. I would.
It's
hope you
shameful that you're a Christian up here crying, like literally crocodile tears.
conceding
The
the
fact that you
arguments
can't
here. I
actually
don't-
follow a simple line of logic. We wasted like an hour, maybe 45 minutes, who knows, on simple,
I thought
basic
you said this is
yes
your
or
profession.
no
Why would you call it a
logical
waste?
questions. No,
thought
no.
that this
It's
is-
not a
I
waste
thought
for
if you're a
me.
professional,
It's not a waste for
why
me.
would
I'm
this
getting
be a
paid.
waste to you?
You're a waste.
That's
is
what
what
I'm saying. Well,
yeah,
you just said it was
you're
a
a waste.
waste, so-
To be fair, I will get like this conversation is going to get a lot of views, and I'll get paid again when I clip this. So just so you know, like there's going to be like 40,000 people that watch you not being able to understand kindergarten logic.
Oh, your insults. These are bare insults. And
Hey, you're the
that's fine,
swine.
man. I don't.
You don't.
I have-
you don't
I
deserve my
have-
pearls. You're a swine.
Yeah,
You said it. Those were your
that's
words.
a good point. I'll concede that one to you as well. Hey, you guys have a good night. I'll be praying for you.
Yeah, no
I
one
know
gives
you
a
guys
fuck.
don't
We'll
really
think
care
for
much
you.
for that, but
Yeah, we'll do your
I'm
thinking
sorry.
since you can't do that.
That's
Beat
cool.
me to it.
Please do. And you guys have a good one.
Yeah, have the day you deserve.
Gee whiz. The
He's a winner.
dishonesty is inside, isn't crazy. While you were absolutely roasting the fuck out of him, I made a little cartoon picture of Yahweh and Asherah. And she's holding their divorce papers. It says divorce. It says terms. Eternal separation from Yahweh.
That is amazing. I need to get one of these divorce papers. That guy, I really thought he was going to come prepared, and he did not come prepared. I don't know what's so hard about logical yes or no questions.
The crazy part about that whole passage that we were referencing is that someone's lying. It's either Yahweh who's lying to Moses, or Moses is lying about the fact that Yahweh changed his mind. Someone's lying.
Indeed. Listen, if you say you're going to do something and then you don't do it, there are literally only two options on the board. You were not telling the truth, or you changed your mind. It can't be, and there's no in between. There's no third option. And the Bible explicitly says that God doesn't do either of those two things, which means it's just a straight up contradiction.
He tried to make the claim that Yahweh's declaration of Moses was to prompt Moses to repent, to beg for the lives of the people. But at best, that all that gets you is that Yahweh lied to coerce Moses in order to do something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if he tried to say that to coerce Moses to do something, he still lied. It's still a lie. Like, he kept running away from it, trying to say, well, if there's a good reason, it's not a lie. And no, it's still a fucking lie, whether you have a good reason or not. All right, friends. I stayed up way too late. I'm going to read read the super chats now. I know after that last guest, there's going to be a mountain of new super chats. So I'm sorry. This is a late night super chat sesh. And, it is what it is. We're definitely going to clip that last guy, though. That last guy is going to get clipped. And there'll be a lot of people entertained by that, I would imagine. I could be wrong. He's on my list now. I'm now keeping a list in real time on my Google Drive of people that I know I'm going to clip. That way I do less searching through the videos to find people to clip. Like, I just know ahead of time when I open up a stream from a particular day, I already know who's getting clipped based on our conversation, because fuck, by tomorrow, I'll already forget half these conversations today.
The same way. And I get called out. Ashlyn calls me out all the time because I hardly ever remember the people that call in.
It's hard to. There's so many. Let's get some super chats, friends. Timothy, thank you for your donation, friend. I really appreciate that. And also, D, I'll take the D, Christian scholarship on display. You're referring to the guy that was chewing tobacco, spitting on camera. You're right. That was Christian scholarship. That's a good use of words. I really appreciate that. I really do. And, Aaron, you're right. We'll get to that super chat in a minute. Aaron said there is a third option, which is God forgot.
Oh, yeah, he got distracted and forgot.
Still ends in the same place. He's still not omniscient. So,
yeah, no.
What are you going to do? Good idea, though, Aaron. I didn't think about the third option. Steve says, do you have any thoughts about Phyllis Tribble, who passed last week? I do have some thoughts. And her feminist interpretations of the Bible, did they have any validity? So I'm only vaguely familiar with Phyllis Tribble's feminist interpretations of the Bible. I don't find most feminist interpretations of the Bible very convincing. The Bible is very male-centric. Very much women are basically property. And so I can understand, if you're a Christian, why you would want to go into the Bible and make it more feminist. And to be sure, like, there's some writings of Paul that would lead you to believe that he was a little more egalitarian. And there's some writings, there's some sayings of Jesus that could lead you to that conclusion. But you would have to get rid of all the other passages that say exactly the opposite to make your case. So it's like, if you remember those connect the dots diagrams where you got like 100 dots and you have to like draw a dog's face. This would be the equivalent of like getting the connected dots, and like you can see from out here, you're like, oh, it's clearly a dog's face as long as I connect these dots, and then you end up making a fucking circle. That's basically what's happening here. Is you're not actually following all the dots you're supposed to follow. You're just drawing what you want from the book.
It's just an example of Jesus, it's just a further example of people making God in their image, as opposed to what the Bible says is the other way around. Like, everyone wants Jesus to be what they want him to be.
That is the case. That is the case, yes. Lord Illuminous Pooh, thank you for the super chat. Says, Puff the Magic Dragon, Peter, Paul, and Mary. Come on, people, work with me here. Throw me a friggin' bone. Listen, Puff the Magic Dragon is a timepiece. Right? If you didn't live through the 80s or even early 90s as a child or an adult, you're not going to know who Puff the Magic Dragon is. It's just not going to happen.
Like I said, the only reason I know of Puff the Magic Dragon is because it gets referenced in Meet the Parents, because Gaylord is listening to it on the radio with his father-in-law. Yeah.
Indeed. When I was a kid, we used to go to this campground, and they would have like movie nights at the campground for the kids. And they would Puff the Magic Dragon. Every summer we would watch the Puff the Magic Dragon shows at the campground. And it's funny because like anyone who's an adult knows what that cartoon is about. Like it's based on a little bit, and so like it's crazy that it became a phenomenon for kids. But what are you gonna do? Lord Illuminus says, touched by an angel. Okay, that was acute. If you don't get it, you're obtuse.
Touched by an angle.
Oh, fuck. My brain understood the joke. My mouth couldn't spit it out correctly.
You corrected it in your head.
This is what happens after midnight. My brain gets a little bit discombobulated. Thank you for that, Lord Illuminus. That is a good joke, though. I really do appreciate that. That's also a pretty famous pickup line. If you go to somebody like, hey, you must be an isosceles triangle because you're acute. Right? Isn't the isosceles triangle acute? Now I forget what my triangles are called.
Yeah, I'm like 180 degrees or whatever because I'm obtuse. It's all right.
It's been a long time since I did an isosceles triangle, the triangle with at least two sides of equal length. They are acute, right? I gotta Google it. Are isosceles triangles always acute? Not always acute. They can be acute. Okay, fair enough. Nevertheless, listen, it's a great joke. I'm just saying. It's a great joke. You probably get a laugh out of it. I'm just saying. It's better than how much does the polar bear weigh? Never do that. That's silly. Unless you're going to do something fun with it and be like, how much does the polar bear weigh? And they're like, enough to break the ice. I'm like, no, actually it's about 2,000 pounds or so. But actually where polar bears live, they don't typically walk. You got to do some kind of bullshit like that. Don't just go out there and... I'm just saying, you got to think about these things, friends. Medusa says, are you concerned at all that these streams, since NSPM7 was signed by Trump, the order to characterize anti-Christian behavior as terrorism? Well, not really. No, I'm not too concerned about it. I don't know who's going to enforce it.
Right? I feel like it's all talk, and Trump's a lot like Yahweh in a lot of ways, in that he talks a lot of shit, but he never delivers.
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it. Although the things he has delivered on has not been good. Varen says, after getting good enough to read Ruth and Jonah in Hebrew, what do you recommend next? Also, how easy to go from biblical Hebrew to modern Hebrew? Okay, so I'm actually doing modern Hebrew now. And from the people I know who do speak modern Hebrew as like a native language that also know biblical Hebrew, they say it's about a 70% overlap. If you know modern Hebrew, you can read about 70% of the Old Testament without too many problems. There are some very archaic words in the Hebrew Bible that you won't find in modern Hebrew, so that's one hurdle. And then the grammar,
Lamo.
yeah, the grammar is a little bit different as well. There's definitely going to be a change of grammar. The biggest thing that they change up is there's no vav consecutive in modern Hebrew. That's only a biblical Hebrew thing. I don't know why they got rid of that. I love it.
At least in modern Hebrew, they have introduced an actual word for the word of. So, shel. So,
Shel, yeah.
there's that. I would suggest another book for them to read would be Genesis. In my opinion, Genesis doesn't have a very, difficult vocabulary. It's very easy to read in Hebrew.
I would say so. So after Ruth and Jonah, those are really two easy books. I would read Genesis. It's a really good one. And once you get past the creation narratives, or creation stories, mostly narrative, like so-and-so did, and they're narratives that you know. So your brain will help to fill in the gaps because you're reading narratives that you know. So you might see a word and at first your brain doesn't remember what it is, but since you know the story, your brain's like, oh yeah, I know what that word should be because I actually know the story.
That's exactly what I was doing when I was learning Hebrew.
Yeah, it does make it easier. It's funny because if you give me a text of the Bible in Hebrew, it's easier to read than a text in ancient Hebrew that's not in the Bible because I kind of know what the Bible is supposed to say there. I already know the stories, right?
Also, it's generally just pretty hard to read most ancient Hebrew that's not found in the Torah scroll.
Yeah, indeed. So when I was in Bible college, last thing I'll say on this, Varen, when I was in Bible college, one of the exercises we did was our teacher had us memorize chunks of Genesis in Hebrew. So every day every week we would learn a new sentence or new verse rather in Hebrew from the book of Genesis until the end of the semester. So by the end of the semester, you've actually memorized quite a bit of the first chapter of Genesis in your head. And that does a lot to build your vocabulary, because when you forget a word, you're like, oh, I remember that word because it's part of my reading memorization.
I think out of all the Hebrew of the Bible, the one I can quote the most from memory is probably the opening lines of Genesis. Yeah, that's accurate.
Seems to be the case.
I did all the things y'all did. I just didn't pay for the schooling.
I know Dalton didn't have to take out any debt to learn all this, which is amazing. Guys like me took out a bundle of debt. Thank goodness I had an engineering degree first. I could pay for it. But guys like me took out a bundle of debt to learn what shoot, what was that movie where the janitor learns all the stuff at
Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, Dalton's like the Good Will Hunting guy, basically. I mean, you're not a janitor. But you're basically...
I think you know more of the technical grammar and stuff like that than I do. I don't. You know Hebrew like adult knows where a house is. You can be like, this must live at 231 East Street, and I'm over here like a kid, like, yeah, it's the third house down the road next to the red fire hydrant.
There is, I would say, if you learn Hebrew in school, it's just like going to English class. You have to learn all of the grammar. There's a lot of stuff in biblical Hebrew that kind of hangs on the grammar, but nevertheless, I would, like Dalton says, I agree. I would go to Genesis next. Fry says, song list edition, Sister, Sister, Temptation, Resistor, from the movie None of That. Hilarious. On YouTube as None of That dance song. I've never heard of that. Neither the video or the song, but I appreciate the recommendation. And Steve says, praise Doug, do you have textbook suggestions for real history of the Bible's time period? Well, that's the thing, is if you want Old Testament or New Testament. If you want Old Testament, I highly recommend the 4-volume series, The Context of Scripture. You don't need all 4 volumes. Like, even the first volume is a great start.
I would also suggest John J. Collins' on Introduction to the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, that's true. John J. Collins, and also there's another one before Collins did his by Hubbard and a few others. Basically, it's an Old Testament survey. If you get a good academic Old Testament survey or a New Testament survey book, it'll serve you pretty well. For example, this was my New Testament survey book, and it's beefy because it's basically an introduction to everything in the New Testament, including the background. And we had to read this. So like, you'll learn a lot of material just going through like an Old Testament or New Testament survey book. Even if there might be some sections that are boring, you can skip over the boring section and go to the fun section. You don't have to read it all at once. That's the fun thing about some of these books, is you can pick one section one day and read another section the other day. It's not a story. You're not forced to read it chronologically. You can pick and choose how you finish it. It's like a choose your own ending book. And TTV says, the Bible guy, I gave Cyber a mic. I would love to donate you with some stream equipment. Message me on Discord. We'd love to have some of that for sure. Dalton, do you have Discord?
I don't have a I mean, I have a personal Discord. I don't have like a Discord the way you have a Discord. I used to, but I don't have it anymore. Okay. I kind of just direct everyone to Justin's Discord.
Well, TTV Atheist Gamer, hit me up on the Discord. I'll make sure we get the equipment to Dalton. He's got a computer on the way, and he's got some other equipment that he's taking care of. So we're gonna get him streaming real fast. I'm excited for it because, like, listen, like, we can accelerate the deconstruction process by having more people doing it. So I'm excited to get more players in the game, even if they, put me out of business. You know what I mean? The goal, I can always shift, by the way. I can always pick at new topics. The goal is to get people out of these dangerous religions. Ben says, do Christians...
I was going to say, I would just shift. I think that you would probably just shift to just teaching the Bible like an academic way instead of just doing deconstruction stuff.
Yeah, that's true. And I was telling somebody recently that like I can tell when it's time to get new talking points because I hear other people on TikTok starting to use them because they got the cheat sheet, and it helps to push me to continue to read. That way, I can constantly bring up, move the conversation forward on new topics. But Ben says, do Christians named Paul who deconstruct legally have to change their name to Saul? That's really funny, Glenn. I hope not, but that's a really funny question. And John says, criminally ignored failed prophecy. It was written that Gozer, you mean Gopher would? Gozer would? One of those two words is wrong. Gozer would return.
They meant to do, they would WOULD is what they meant.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Gozer would return in a pre-chosen form, yet Ray chose the form of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Oh, from Ghostbusters, Gozer. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's
sorry.
the demon god guy.
I wasn't putting that together. It's been a long. You know what? It is Halloween. It's time to watch Ghostbusters again, but it's been a long time.
In my head, I was like, all the Bible was going through my head. I was like, who the hell is Gozer?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, is this an alternative rendering of a name I should know? Like, it wasn't coming to me. HP Lovecat says the topic inspired me to listen to Doug's Rock Hard for Doug, Heavenly Choir, the Rolling Stones. Indeed, they are masterpiece. Sympathy for the Devil while listening to the barbecue. 1,000,000%. How could you not have sympathy for the devil? He didn't do anything wrong. He did exactly what he was told to do, which means he didn't sin. He didn't commit any sins. He did what he was told to. Deviant Outcast says Moses never existed. Was the story about him a lie? Well, okay. Here's my position. I agree with most of like the biblical archaeology in that there probably was a contingent of Semitic speaking people that left Egypt and settled in the hill country of Judea. And they probably got mixed in with some of the people like the Midianites and adopted Yahwistic religion from the Midianites. And then eventually they became a whole people group that inhabited not just the hill country, but also the Negev. And then when the Assyrians came in and devastated all of the northern Israelites, they were the most powerful people group. And therefore their story and their mythology became like this really big narrative that kind of everybody accepted. But the reality is they were probably just a small contingent of like probably not even Hebrews. They're probably just random Semitic speaking people that joined together after leaving Egypt, which is kind of a weird anachronism since you can't really leave Egypt in the middle of the Bronze Age because they owned all of the Levant.
Was the Hyksos? Is that what you're referring to?
No, actually, well, no, I think the Hyksos expulsion happened prior to when the Exodus period would have happened. That's the 1600s. But there probably was some remnants of Semitic speaking people after the Hyksos expulsion that left. I think that whoever left after the Hyksos expulsion probably joined up with what was left of the Hyksos to help craft their narrative.
Yeah, there might be some sort of like kernel, like very deep kernel of like a historical event that all of the legend is based on. I mean, we know like the Moses nativity story is basically from Argon, but the fact that Moses's name, it seems to be an Egyptian name like Ramosis or Tutmosis, which means to be born. It seems like it's an Egyptian name that lacks a theophoric element of a different god, but it's given a different explanation within the text, meaning to draw out.
Indeed, yeah. And if you haven't actually already listened to the basket salvation narrative of Sargon, I definitely recommend it. It's on my channel, Readings from the Ancient Near East or the Ancient Near East. I do have an audio copy of it. If you don't know it, the Moses narrative was robbed directly from the narrative of Sargon. Inane Glory says, if God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and his creation was perfect, why did it epically fail when tested for the first time, requiring a complete reboot? I couldn't agree more. It's crazy to me that humanity failed the first test. But again, it makes sense once you realize that it was a setup. God wanted them to fail. It's just like this was the explanation for why the current state of affairs existed, but it couldn't have been any other way. It's just one of those inevitable consequences.
This is also one of those things that I talk about, that a whole book could be written on the things that aren't in the actual creation myth. And it's one of those things is that the creation was perfect. Never does it ever say that. At most, it says it's tov me'od. It's very good, but never perfect.
Indeed. Indeed. Carla, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says atheist soundtrack suggestion. I'm not sure has been mentioned yet. Do the Evolution by Pearl Jam. I actually forgot about Pearl Jam. Yeah, you know what? I do like a little bit of Pearl Jam, even though you can't understand Eddie Vedder at all as a singer. But listen, I love me some Pearl Jam. And Squid Pope says, I did not know about the background for the name Lucifer in the Bible. I had always thought it was somehow related to the Roman Lucifer. No, it wasn't. Lucifer is the Latin translation for Hillel ben Shikar, or Hillel specifically, which is like the light bearer or the light bringer in Hebrew. And so it gets translated into Lucifer. And they had already mythologized this figure to be Lucifer, and they didn't want people to lose sight of that. Adam says, Philbro, Orthodoxy, Christian nationalism, a link? Link to what, my friend? I don't know, Adam, I don't know what you're looking for. If you need a link, though, Discord me. I'll hook you up. Tim says, look up the
Velocipaster. Velocipaster. So Velocipaster is a really great movie about this reverend who loses his parents, who becomes an orphan. So he travels to China to find enlightenment, but ends up getting the power to turn into a dinosaur.
Oh shit.
It's crazy.
That sounds really good, actually. I'd watch that.
I think it's intended to be satire, because at one point the way his parents die is from a car explosion, and you don't see the explosion, and then the next time you see the car, it's a guy standing with a sign saying "Insert CGI" or something like that. It's really good.
I gotta watch that one. I gotta get it. Adam, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you think Jeconiah being included in the lineage was just a goof, or did it have some editorial purpose? No, I think it's a goof. The same reason why we're missing 3 people from the lineage between Joram and Uzziah, and also why it gets the father of Jeconiah wrong. By the way, I don't know if people realize this. The father of Jeconiah was not Josiah, according to Matthew. It just wasn't. So I think Matthew is a dunce. There's no way he was a good Jew.
I think he was intentionally trying to delete generations in order to fit the 14, 14, 14, which he failed anyways. But because he's trying to, I think, draw, some have proposed that it's meant to be a reference to David, since David in Gematria is 14.
Yep. That's always been the explanation I was aware of. But to be fair, like, nobody would capture that. It's written in Greek. Your audience wouldn't know that.
Yeah,
it still doesn't.
I'm not sure if the author. I'm not sure if the author knows Hebrew.
Matthew did not know Hebrew for sure. Milf Wrangler, thank you for the super chat. It says, off topic, do you know if books like the Lesser Key of Solomon were considered canon to Christianity or accepted as reality at some point? No, not that particular book, but there were.
That was a medieval work.
Yeah, there were definitely some early apocryphal works that were included. In fact, Tertullian makes a really strong case for why Enoch should be canonized, and of course he got overruled. And we know, like, the Epistle of Barnabas nearly got included. There was also the there's another one that nearly got in. Shit, what was I thinking?
First Clement?
No, it wasn't.
The Apocalypse of Peter?
Wasn't the Apocalypse of Peter? It'll come to me when it's too late. It'll be 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll wake up in the middle of the night with the memory. But there were some books that nearly made it in, and some of the early church fathers made pretty good arguments for them. But what are you gonna do?
I am of the persuasion. It's probably just
Shepherd
because
of
I'm not a
Hermes.
believer, but I think there you go. I've read it before. Good. Yeah, I've read that. Kind of a little bit of that anti-Semitism in there, but yeah, but the idea of canon is just, it's the invisible and arbitrary line that churches form. It's still silly. Jesus didn't believe in canon.
No, definitely not. Gary says, I'm possessed. My demons are scared of Satan. What? Why would they be scared of Satan? They're buddies. They work for Satan. Satan's a good guy. Luke says the Josh Ritter songs, Getting Ready to Get Down, Theophany, Young Moses, and Old Black Magic, while not atheist per se, are delightfully irreverent. I do like some good irreverent songs. My favorite is probably Hand of the Almighty by John Butler, and I'd play it if it wouldn't get my stream taken down. It's amazing. And Adam says the Anton LaVey documentary Speak of the Devil is a trip. Highly recommend. I didn't even know that existed.
Is that because there's a book called Speak of the Devil, and it's about the Satanic Temple. Not and Anton LaVey isn't the founder of the Satanic Temple; he's the founder of the Church of Satan. There is a documentary about the Satanic Temple called "Hail Satan?" It's a really good documentary.
Definitely have to catch up on my documentary game. Big Cheese, great to see you. It says Revelation 13:8 plus 1 Peter 1:19 through 20. Christ's death was preordained. Agreed. Also shows up elsewhere like Ephesians chapter 1. If Canaanite slaughter was good via God's command, why isn't Satan's role also good per divine command theory? That's actually the case we've been making is whatever Satan does, if he's doing it under the God's compulsion, it just means that he's doing good. Agreed. And Christian
Most
says,
people, I was gonna say, most people would consider the angel of the Lord to be a good character, and yet the angel of the Lord in Numbers 23:23 is called Satan.
Yep. And also in 2 Samuel 24, when the angel of the Lord kills 70,000 Israelites for David's taking the census, it's described as doing evil. That's the word Ra is used to characterize what it's doing. So Gretchen says, can you turn off that AI, please? Gretchen, my friend, I don't know what AI you're talking about. You may or may not be referring to Ems. Ems is not AI, and he's not using a voice changer. Guys, that's literally his voice. That's what he sounds like. And Trevor says,
To me, I know too much to be a regular person.
Trevor says, does the Old Testament stuff that got mixed into Battlestar Galactica plotline drive you nuts? I think via OSC. Well, I've not seen it, so it doesn't drive me nuts at all. I have no idea what's in it. Easy question. Simeon says, may the Church of Doug heal from its schism. There's no schism, and have our community metamorphose into a stronger, more united bedrock for our... We already are in a bedrock. There's no schism. There's no need for healing. This is fake news.
There's no schism in Ba Sing Se.
You Hemerus says, would you rather deal with Satan, who might sell you on a bad contract, or Karen, who will call the cops to get you swatted? Well, first of all, I'll say, not all Karens are bad. I've met some decent Karens. Some of my best friends are Karen. That being said, to answer your question, I would definitely rather deal with Satan. He's not a bad guy at all in the Bible. He seems to be a pretty dope dude. And Tim says, I could listen to M read the phone book. Agreed. And I love M's voice, by the way. And Adam says, some heritage, I don't know what heritage means. Some heritage Jews in Israel believe that Ben Gurion haunts the toilets of yeshivot. What?
Haredi Jews, yeah, like the really hardcore Orthodox Jews, like the long payout, and yeah, they haunt the toilets of yeshivot.
I was unaware.
They must have hate the guy. I mean, I guess it's kind of like a reference to earlier we were talking about the Jinn,
the toilet,
the evil
Jinn
in the toilet. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Ben Gurion's a Jinn.
Listen. If Islam brought us anything, we can at least laugh at toilet Jinn. Yoda St. Cloud says, Justin and Dalton, have either of y'all watched Promised Land yet? Only snippets. If so, thoughts? Well, first of all, it was funny from what I've seen. Yeah, it's really good.
There's a whole plot line about an Egyptian who snuck in with the Israelites, and he steals in the Israelites' clothes, and in the Korah, the whole time is suspicious that he's actually not an Israelite. It's so funny.
I gotta watch more of it. It's been good from what I've seen so far. Sonus, welcome all the way to Argentina, says, have you mentioned devil's advocate a couple times? I'm sorry, heard you mention devil's advocate a couple times. What do you think of AI, Al Pacino's speech at the end of the movie? I've never seen the movie. I have no idea what happens in that movie.
Oh, it's insane. He plays the devil in that movie, actually the devil, and it's one of his best performances. It is a creepy and thrilling film.
Look at the Christians crashing out on TikTok, shouting over and over again that God loves you. Well, God doesn't love you because he allowed me to mute you for the rest of the live stream. So good luck with the spamming of the chat. Jem and Jay says you should do shorts where your audio is done by Seifel and Ollie style rock puppets. Never even heard of them. I might be the only one who digs that, but whatever. Rock Hard for Doug and right in the ear. Well, we agree, Rock Hard for Doug. I have no idea what Seifel and Ollie is, though. I apologize. This just you guys got to remember, I don't know anything about pop culture whatsoever. I stopped. My understanding of pop culture stopped in like 1995, and I didn't learn anything after that. So, if you guys know what that is, let me know. Send me a message on Discord. I have no idea what that show is. Send me a link. I'd love to see it. And Pat, good to see you, says, hey, I just wanted to say, what's up? Keep cooking. Well, thank you, Pat. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I really appreciate you being here. And Adam says, I possess the longest magical stick. Well, is it as long as Aaron's magical rod? Because he had quite a rod. It even sprouted after the fact. I'm just saying. It grew even after it was disconnected. HP Lovecat says, had his own riff on Job called the color out of space, and the color was less evil than God. Are colors evil?
If we read it.
It might be one of those things where you have to see it to understand it. I don't know how color can be evil, but HP Lovecats, still love your name. I think it's a great name. I really appreciate that. And Jennifer says, how does Job give anyone hope? Scared me shitless. Yes, that's exactly the place. If you want to be scared shitless, you turn to Job, because basically what it's saying is God will fuck you up and you can't even ask questions. Simeon says, I know what you just said completely destroyed my really bad excuses, but have you considered we live in a fallen world? Every apologist ever. And you nailed it. Absolutely nailed it, Simeon. That's exactly how they do it. Pat coming in again says, Justin, how is it that God faces any accountability? He doesn't. That's the problem. He puts all of the responsibility and accountability on Satan, the guy that's just doing his bidding. And Jennifer says the snake was... Mm-hmm.
I would say it used to be his wife would just ring him in, but ever since she left,
That's right. Yeah, ever since Asher left Yahweh, he's just been on a bender. He's not been good for him.
I'm working on building this lore up slowly.
We really need to. There is a story in the Baal cycle where El gets drunk and he basically soils himself and makes a mess of himself. We might be able to mix this into the Asherah left God divorce lore.
Yeah.
He's a mess. He doesn't know what to do with himself. I agree, though, Jennifer. I agree. The snake was a freedom fighter. Couldn't agree more. And a truth teller. And Double Dad says, hey, guys, I just got here. Have we covered snake is not equal to Satan etiology? Well, we don't in this particular topic because we're accepting the Christian interpretation of the topic. But you guys know well enough, if we're not doing that type of a live stream, yeah, we would definitely make people aware that the snake is not necessarily Satan.
Yeah, if we only allowed them to talk about the passages that were actually about Satan, they wouldn't have very much to talk about.
Indeed. Namaste says, did God know that Adam and Eve would talk to the serpent and eat the fruit? Well, yes, if God's all-knowing. Now, if you ask me personally, not doing an internal critique, no, God's not all-knowing at all. There's lots of shit he didn't know. But if you're a Christian, you have to accept the position that God's all-knowing. I'll never know why they pigeonhole themselves into that position, full well knowing that there's really nothing in the Bible other than like one passage in First John that would intimate that he actually does know all things, and a dozen passages that demonstrate he doesn't know all things. But that's the position they want to hold to. Science Lover says the story of the Garden of Eden seems to boil down to one, God made everything. Two, women can't be trusted and should be subservient. And three, don't ask any questions. And that's about it. Disobey me and I'll fuck you up. Also, women, this is why you have to serve men. I think those are really key takeaways. And Erzmont, good to see you, says the guy who used to be king pissed me off, so that's why. Babies are starving to death. Impale 5 randoms of his own kin on spikes and we're square. Yeah, so you're referring to 1 Samuel or 2 Samuel 21 with the Gibeonites impaling the 7 family members of King Saul as justification for why the famine was happening, because King Saul murdered some of the Gibeonites, went to war against the Gibeonites, even though Joshua chapter 9, there was a promise that they wouldn't kill the Gibeonites. They would allow the Gibeonites to live in the land with them peacefully, and he went back on that. So God sends a famine for a period of 3 years. People are starving to death, little babies starving, and God only fixes the famine when he decides to finally tell David why he's starving little babies. And then the solution to the famine is to go impale on sticks 7 members from Saul's household as blood feud vengeance. Real merciful God, good guy, real good guy. I Am the Chief says it's heretical for callers to talk about evil as if it has ontological, eternal status equal to God. I actually agree with that. I think most Christians think of it that way. Bible states God created evil good explicitly. Yes, it does. And we covered that. We agree with you there. And Gene says, Connor, well, you see, atrocities are okay so long as they are eternal rather than temporary. Totally different, much better. Yeah, you know what? We didn't get around to really addressing the temporary versus eternal talking point because it was a distraction, but maybe we could have touched on it. Meg, great to see you, says, so God eventually sucks at creating... Oh, evidently, sorry. God evidently sucks at creating people and other creatures as they all seem to end up falling into sin. Yeah, not only do all of them fall into sin, but God knew that would happen before he created them in the Christian worldview.
Yeah. As Matt Dillahunty once put it, the Old Testament is just a long list of the comedy of God's errors.
Indeed it is. Demon Mitten Hands says, I think Connor is a visual learner. Justin, you're going to have to date his mom. Very well then. I already told him I'm going to be late, and look at it now. I'm not a liar. We are late. It's almost 1 in the morning where I'm at, and Connor's mom's going to be quite disappointed knowing that dinner has already gotten cold. I apologize, Connor's mom. I'm doing the best I can. Odelay says, how was childbirth not painful prior to the fall? Did Eve have a huge taco and then God shrank it? Does that mean Adam was made with a huge snake? So the text does say her childbirth birthing pains will be increased, basically, which means it was slightly painful before. Now it's more painful. But because of the shrinking of the taco, it also added to the infant mortality rate and to the maternal mortality rate. So by making it more painful and difficult, God also made it so that more innocent babies would die giving birth. Very merciful. Solavino, good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. It says, why is free will so important for humans when God, who is supposed to be the ultimate standard, does not have free will? No, Christians don't know this, by the way, and we didn't get a chance to address it, but God does not have free will. If you know everything you're going to do and you cannot change your mind, you don't have free will. Free will is the ability to choose, but God doesn't choose. He can't choose.
No. I mean, standard Christians will say God has free will. That's like the standard position within Orthodoxy. But yeah, as Justin just said, not possible.
Jennifer, thank you for the super chat. Says M's voice is smegsy AF. I find it comforting. I agree. Listen, even I get like a little tingle whenever M's voice comes up on the stream. I'm just saying it happens. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that his voice is amazing. And Mike Bowen says, Connor was so confused, I thought he might back himself into converting to Islam. I think I think I agree with you there. That guy was lost. He had no idea. He was concussed. And Godwin says, "Okay, I converted. Doug loves horizontal and vertical perspectives." Yes, Godwin, that is the case. There's no schism. Doug loves all streams.
Spread the word, Godwin.
And Adele, great to see you tonight. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says dilemma: Monday Night Football with the Chiefs or Monday Night Justin. We put both on. Well, shit. I feel really special right now that you're putting me up with like Monday Night Football, which reminds me, I may or may not have actually fucked up my fantasy week because I forgot to set my lineup. And it all comes down to my kicker. So I got to go now see. I forgot to put a kicker in. Oh, fuck. I got saved. I was saved by Travis Kelce tonight. I forgot to put a kicker in my lineup, and I nearly lost my matchup. But because Travis Kelce popped off, I was able to win missing my kicker. Congratulations. Must be the power of Doug.
Now I know how people feel when you and I geek out about Hebrew. I don't know anything about football. I'm completely lost.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm a huge meathead, guys. I love football. I don't know what to say. Deuce X Marine says the horizontal versus vertical schism is a reverse psychology psyop guided by Doug to get us to gift more memberships. I love it. Doug would never lie to his followers, but Doug definitely appreciates everyone who supports the stream.
Yeah, that's more of a Yahweh thing. Lying to coerce you to do something.
Yahweh will definitely not. And if you guys read the story carefully, where Yahweh sends out the deceiving spirit and to be in the mouth of the prophets, Yahweh doesn't know who's going to be chosen. He's figuring it out as he goes, just like he does in Exodus 33. He basically says, "I need to see what I'll do with you in the future."
It's one of the most interesting. It's one of those few interesting passages of scripture where you get like insight into God in heaven speaking with spirits. It's weird.
It's a fun one. There's so many passages where God doesn't know something. Gut says, "I'm a horizontal Dougite," or a horizontal for Doug. I'm a proud whore and stand with my fellow whores. I see what you did there now. I'm a horizontal Dougite or a whore for Doug. Listen, we're all whores for Dougs, unless you're erect for Doug. I'm a horizontal. I'm a whore and erect. I'm an erect whore for Doug, guys. This is getting off the rails. This is getting crazy. Somebody's going to clip this. I already know this is going to be circulating the internet tomorrow. Daniel, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Christians seem to be under the mistaken impression that Adam and Eve were created immortal if they think shall surely die means become mortal. Yeah, that's the case. And Dalton nailed that one on the head midstream.
It's not necessarily like modern Christianity's fault. Like this was an idea that had been started like in ancient Judaism as well. They kind of came to this weird conclusion that not only was Adam like immortal from the start, but he had like a heavenly body. He was clothed in light, and some have them being like 90 feet tall and stuff like that.
Oh man, Nkosi says if God told the truth, the serpent would be powerless. I mean, if well,
you would just be doing the serpent's work. You'd just be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if Satan didn't have any powers, then God would have to do his own dirty work, right? My understanding is he needs Satan. Satan's a co-worker. Literally Jesus, great to see you, says Alkaline Trio, Back to Hell, Atheist Playlist. I forgot about Alkaline Trio. I didn't know I didn't know they had atheist jams. It's been so long. Shit, my brain is already forgotten. But I've got one of their albums. I still have one of their CDs. I'll have to give it a listen. Game Guy says, I don't know if you're into rap. Not really, but there's an atheist artist named Graydon Square who put out a really good song called Stockholm Syndrome. That's crazy. Now I gotta Google that one right now. I haven't done that live prompt in a while. I used to do that one. I used to do a live prompt that Christianity is Stockholm Syndrome. And it's a really fun one. But it's 100% true. Christianity is just Stockholm Syndrome. Okay.
Maybe we'll bring back some of the classics.
We really need to. Adam, great to see you. Says, can I speak? I don't know. Can you? Dog, you gave me PTSD from second grade, but I'll tell you what I can. I'll tell you what, sorry, but I'll tell you what I can, may, and will do is be rock hard for Doug and simply what for sharing. Well, Adam, I'm sorry that I triggered your past memories. I apologize for that. But like when a grown ass adult is listening to silence and they're saying, "Can I talk?" Like, what else are you supposed to tell the dummy?
Two different people did that tonight. I don't. It dumb.
Optimus Rhyme says, "Oh no, he has children." Well, I forget which guest this is about now, but I hope none of those guests has children. It's been disturbing. Anna Brem says, "Me and my wife are cackling at Prophet." Yeah, he was something. I hope Prophet doesn't have children out of all of them. Every time you call him out for being a dummy is hilarious. That guy was not bright. He was
dense as all hell.
Yeah, that was the case. That was the case. Oh well. He was not the brightest knife in the drawer. Mike,
God doesn't send his best prophets. That's apparently.
Definitely not. Mike Bone says, "I'll never understand how Yahuwah took on." I mean, I do understand it. It's just bad.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's so bad. They have their own Bible translation. I don't know if you guys know this. The Yahuwah people.
What's the explanation you heard for that pronunciation?
So the Yah basically comes from the shortened versions of Yahweh from the Hebrew Bible, and then the U has got various explanations. Like they point to various people named like Jehu, and all kinds of people that have an U in their name, and like the theory is that the U is how did they do it?
I'll tell you that the version I heard, and it made, I mean, I understand how they might have gotten to this because they don't understand Hebrew, but they thought that the name for Judah in Hebrew was Yahuda because they don't know how to pronounce it correctly, and because Yahuda is one letter away from Yahweh, they thought therefore you just take away the dalet and it becomes Yahuwah.
Yeah, there is an explanation. Another one. It's a little more convoluted. Give me a second.
It's always convoluted.
I forget the name of the Bible that is perpetuating this nonsense. Give me a second to see if I can find it. I think it's called Debar Yahuwah. It's literally called the Yahuwah Bible. And there's an explanation in the Yahuwah Bible about how they constructed the name Yahuwah.
You know what? I think there were, when I was a member of the Hebrew Roots movement, there was a couple of people in my congregation who may have had a copy of that Bible.
But yeah, they have a PDF version you can get online. It looks like it's all there, but I don't know if the explanation is there as to how they came up with the name. Nevertheless, there are multiple explanations for how they came up with it, and none of them are good. Johannes Abram's prophet getting cornered so hard that he argued against his own analogy, I know, was fucking legendary. You really rocked his world, Justin. Take my money. Well, thank you, Johannes Brahms. I appreciate that. And prophet got cooked pretty hard.
That, you know, that guy spends all his time talking with all his friends in analogies. That's all he knows.
Yeah, and they weren't good. That's the problem. None of them were good. Mike says, so cooked he's bringing up shit like the book of Braden and admitting to ruining Thanksgiving. 3 world wars in the Bible. I'm crying. Yeah, he did at least admit that people don't like talking to him.
I have to find this book of Jasper now.
Oh my, the book of Jasper is crazy. That's crazy work. Stereoplexus says, I think you got a bit rude. I did. I got a little hot on some of these callers because they couldn't track. I appreciate the points that you make, but I don't think being toxic during a discussion like this helps. I don't know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's helpful. I want to see the tally. Sometimes it's fun and sometimes it's not. But listen, the reality is, if we got a goofball here that can't track the conversation, that overtalks both of the hosts, then yeah, I'm gonna cook his ass. We've demonstrated over and over again that if you come in here with the right attitude and the right behavior, then you don't get treated like an infant. Frank says, I know this isn't the most important part, but it's revelation, singular, not revelations. And I do agree. I don't get hung up on that. But yeah, if someone says revelations, it's typically a good sign that they're a goof.
Yeah, they don't know anything. They're dispensationalists. They think that left behind is like how you interpret the book of Revelation. Yeah.
Yeah. Johannes says, prophet made me cringe into orbit. Please send air. I hope you're okay, Johannes. I know that was a difficult conversation to listen to. Unfortunately, it was followed by 2 or 3 other conversations equally as bad to listen to. And Josh says, obviously, the name Yahuwah appears in the book of Jasper. I think it's in Onyx as well, the book of Onyx. I'm pretty sure. Matt Lee says, why does God always choose morons to be prophets? That's the crazy part. Yeah. That guy had the word prophet of Yahuwah basically as his name, and he didn't know shit. Coffee Breath says, Ahola equals DZ debates. Aholiba, oh, from Ezekiel, deconstruction zone. Those are the two the whores basically from Ezekiel. Ezekiel 23:20 equals truth. So I see what you're trying to do there. You're trying to pit DZ debates against deconstruction zone the same way Ezekiel talked about these 2 women that were gone astray. I forget which one he says was worse. Doesn't he say that the whorings of Aholibah was worse than the whorings of her sister?
I don't remember.
It's tough. We'll have to reread that section.
That is a niche reference.
It really is. It's a good one, though. And Johannes says, American progressive Dugite reformists unite. We've got denominations. Oh, my God. This is terrible. And GPEGEMGTM3 says, rock hard for Doug. The only thing Satan is guilty of is having better music. By the way, Dalton is a great co-host. Dalton is amazing, by the way. He's super knowledgeable. Comes up with great points and analogies. He is fantastic. Design says, as a kid, I was told Adam went to heaven after death. I never got over thinking about what the hell that reunion conversation must have been like. Well, that's the thing is, unfortunately, the story, this is how you know Adam and Eve is contrived. Because after the getting kicked out of the garden, we don't hear any of their life. They live for hundreds of years. And all we ever hear about them after that is who they gave birth to. Why? They're the most important humans probably that existed prior to Jesus. We know nothing about them. Good.
The Apocalypse of Moses, also known as I don't remember what it's, the Life of Adam and Eve is what's also called. Really interesting because, at the end of the book, Adam dies and so does Eve, and then angels come and they take Adam's body and they take him up to the third heaven where paradise is located, and they bury him there.
There's a bunch of extra biblical lore from Judaism about the Adam and Eve narrative. It's pretty good. Johannes Brahms says $10 says Josh's electrical work was a dab rig. That sounds about right. I could see that being the case. And if you don't know what a dab rig is, it's okay. You don't have to build your own. I don't recommend it. You can just buy them. They're not that expensive. But yeah, I think that's the type of electrical work he was engaging in. If you know, you know. TMs, thank you for sending out 1 DZ Debates gifted membership. I appreciate that. And Isabel says, keep holding their feet to the fire, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. I did. In fact, maybe even too much fire. I was hard on some of them today, but they were being obnoxious and I was being impatient. Bunny says it's like pulling teeth to get a theist to admit what's in their own religion and twice as painful. I couldn't agree more. That's what makes these conversations so painful is we know the end point of the conversation already because we've already done the thinking about it, but we have to drag them along, kicking and screaming one step at a time for them to realize the thing that we already know is true.
It gave me PTSD.
It really did. Jay says, so what's going on with his electrical project? I can only assume he got electrocuted. I don't have a lot of faith in his skills. I could be wrong. 12 Shepherd says, most likely homosexual relationship in the Bible, maybe David and Jonathan, or Paul and Barnabas, or Moses and Egyptian he killed, or Jonah and the whale. Well, we know for sure that Jonah penetrated the whale, so that's already a deal. He penetrated the whale. Did David and Jonathan have something going? I'm kind of the opinion that Jonathan was into David and David wasn't into Jonathan. That's just my opinion. Also, in the ancient world, like they really idolized the male bonding type relationships, especially those that went to war, and David and Jonathan were warring people. And so like you would idolize that relationship, not because it was sexual, but because there was such a glory in going to war with your brothers. In fact, there's a lot of people that basically volunteered to die in war because of the glory. So like when they climb up the walls and go into the city, listen, the first couple of people climbing up that ladder, they're dead, they're toast, they're going to get murdered. But people would literally fight over that position of privilege to be the first martyr over the wall, so that their body can be taken back to their family and then can be praised as a martyr for the rest of their lineage. Like being a war hero is a major thing in these ancient cultures. So the fact that David and Jonathan were two brothers at war, not really related by blood, but two war brothers, is kind of a big deal. I'm not sure I would suggest that there was a sexual relationship there. Dexter's Lab says, my goal, see callers come on with no new apologetics, so long that Justin falls asleep and still manages to win arguments. Praise Doug. Moisture to Sharon. I think I could. If you called me at 3 a.m. while I'm sleeping with a bad argument, I can rattle off the counter argument to it. Hill Hugger says, back when I was studying geology, we were taught that it's okay to lick rocks. Are Doug and Sharon down with that, or should you get consent first? Well, it's okay that you already have consent. By the way, Doug and Sharon have already given you consent to lick the rocks. In fact, it's good for you. That's why there's so many animal species that lick the rocks for the salt and minerals, because not only is it good for you, but it's enjoyable for Doug and Sharon. Jagger says 100% of people sin on earth and 100% of people don't sin in heaven, both based on how God makes you. That's called determinism. It is. And also, it's true that if free will is so pivotal, you have to have it, then there must be free will in heaven in Revelation 21, or the new heaven, new earth. That's and there's some other mechanism causing people to not sin rather than taking away their free will. If God takes away their free will, then it was never important in the first place.
One of the things I always worried about as a Christian was if Satan was perfect and could sin in heaven and start all of this nonsense, then what's to stop someone from doing it again and us going through everything all over again?
That's right. I think the real answer is that according to the Bible, God is going to change your heart. Like he's going to change your internal workings so that you don't want to sin anymore, just like Jeremiah 31 says. But if that's the case, do you still even have free will if God is just changing your heart so that you can't make those bad decisions? It sounds like no, and God doesn't give a damn. Nathaniel says, I love how humble theist is actually curious. Actually, that was refreshing, was it not? I think it was.
That was actually good. Let him be your example, Christians.
Indeed. Jorge, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, if we were able to 100% confirm the existence of intelligent life in the universe, does it hurt or help the case for God? I think it hurts it. I agree. I think it really does. Now, will Christians agree? No. They'll twist themselves into a million pretzels saying that somehow, actually, if you read the Bible just right, you'll find, excuse me, if you read the Bible just right, you'll find that the aliens were hidden there the whole time. Sorry, Dalton, I did to you. So
yeah,
certainly some of them would.
It definitely gets rid of Yahweh because the Psalms seem to believe that the humans are like the pinnacle of all creation, even above the angels. So why not the aliens?
Yeah, certainly agree. And why don't we have a creation account showing how the aliens got there? Johannes says context proceeds to read verses out of context. I know. I'll never understand why Christians will shout context and don't want to read a passage completely unrelated to the thing we're reading. It's because it's a pivot. McDubbin says, I will never be able to cognitively internalize the complete lack of humanity displayed by any theist that subscribes to divine command theory. And McDubbin, that's one of the reasons why I do the God is not good topic so often, because it's the best way to demonstrate how horrific divine command theory is, and it is horrific. Locke, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if you're brainless enough, you too can be an apostle of Paul, the one true God. Indeed. Indeed, that is the case. Design, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, how did the argument for God become, but are guys gonna deliver pain? Reads prompt. Wait, what? How did the argument for God become, but are guys gonna deliver pain? I may not fully understand what you're suggesting. Do you get it, Dalton?
How did the argument for God become, but our guy deliver? Our guy's going to deliver pain. I think the argument that for God's existence is you have to believe in him or else you'll end up in hell. He's going to deliver the pain.
Maybe that could be a one way to read it. Yeah, that's probably it. Lockfurry, thank you for the additional super chat. Says God might like getting hogtied. Oh, geez. Well, maybe he does. The jury's still out on whether or not there's pegging in heaven. So if there is, then certainly he would be into things like getting hogtied or.
If there's no pegging in heaven, I don't want to go. That's all I gotta say.
Listen, if there's no pegging in heaven, then there's no real free will, is there? The same. Lila Tan says Brandon can't get enough of those everlasting thought stoppers. Also, you can just say Voss for my name. Oh, Voss. I will call you Voss. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And yes, they do love the thought-stopping cliches and preaching. What they don't love is staying on topic. They'll never stay on topic. And Gemma J says Brandon's cam looks like fisheye lens of him pooping. Oh. I don't know if anyone needed that visual. I mean, you're not exactly wrong, but yeah, that was something. That was something. Glucho. Every occasion is an admission of guilt. Brandon, turn over to Doug, as he is the foundation under our feet before it's too late. Rock hard for Doug. Well, it's never too late to turn to Doug. He'll never send anyone to hell because he's better than the God of the Bible. That's for sure. But Brandon might get stoned. That might be a real thing. Sergio, thank you for the 20 New Zealand dollars. I appreciate that. It says, Justin, thanks, Justin. You're amazing. Sergio, thank you. You're amazing, my friend. Thank you for being here and supporting the channel. And Mike says, describing being honest with the text as being hogtied is certainly a choice. And you can see his forehead veins from the firmament. Lamau. You're right. He thought being asked to answer simple yes or no questions meant being hogtied. No, you're not hogtied. You're just dishonest. Any child can answer these questions. Jake, thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. Says, how many friend-zoned guys does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. They all sit there and compliment it, but then get pissed when it won't screw.
Fucking hell.
That's fucking amazing, Jake. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. At all. The best advice I ever got for dating is this. If you want to go talk to a girl, fucking just go talk to her. Even if you make a fool out of yourself, it's fine. If she thinks you're cute, it'll be funny. It'll be a good story down the road. If she thinks you're cute and you say some dumb shit that comes out of your mouth and embarrass yourself, a year from now, she'll be like, hey, it was so cute when you first started talking to me. You couldn't even form sentences, and look at us now. But listen, if she doesn't like you just because you stumbled on some words, you shouldn't be talking to that girl anyway. She's clearly judgmental and isn't your type. So
Thanks,
fucking
Dad.
go talk to him. Or it's kind of like there was one Christian movie. I love the advice. There was a kid that wanted to try out for the football team, and he was like, he was talking to his grandpa. And grandpa was like, "Well, you're already not on the team. The worst that could happen is you're where you're at right now." Well, it applies to dating. You're already not dating her. The worst that could happen is you're still not dating her. Go talk to her, you idiot. Crazy. 12 Shepherd says Christians don't be like Brandon, and I agree. Do not be like Brandon. And Dan says, ironically, being devil's advocate with this topic would also be being God's advocate. Sinfully wet for Sharon. I mean, you're not wrong, actually. That's a fair point, because if you're trying to defend the devil, you are, in fact, trying to defend God, since he put him up to it. Also, Jimmy is asking with a super chat how far away his super chat is, and it looks like you're 1, 2, 3. You're about 15 super chats away, Jimmy. We're almost. I think you're the last super chat right now, my friend. If you need something, let me know. I think I got the comments in front of you, in front of me.
Snow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Carnage Asada, great to see you, friend. It says Brandon aggressively giggling on mute while the keys are jingle jangling is the most unintentionally funny things I've seen all month. I wish I had better keys. I just had this one like little keychain. I didn't have anything good, but what are you gonna do? I think he was the type of guy that needed to be dogged a little bit. Some people deserve it. I think Brandon deserved it. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm mean. Maybe I'm the bad guy here. I don't know. Jake, thank you for the 666. Says there once was a woman who got implants made of wood. It would be great if this joke had a punchline, wouldn't it? Oh, jeez. Fair enough. That was funny. That was funny. I appreciate that. And Locke says, Brandon, you're supposed to turn the other cheek. Stop getting mad. That's actually a good point. If Brandon had actually read his Bible, he would know that he shouldn't be up here being combative like a prick. And Adam says, wanted to be very clear to Brandon, we want Justin to interject to stop the sermons. We don't care. Thank you, Adam. Yes. We don't care about your preaching. We don't care about your sermons. We want you to follow a linear path of discussion. That's it. That's all we want. Joel says, get paid, rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Joel. I appreciate that. Assisting me in getting paid in my career. Thank you so much for that. And Kayun says, first time catching your live stream. That was awesome. Well, thank you, Kayun. We gave Brandon a pretty good roasting. He didn't get any leeway, but it was late at night and I was tired, and he pretended that he knew the Bible by showing up with the Bible. I don't know what to tell you. Tom, thank you for the $25 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. Says, good evening, Justine. I caught another live stream. Sorry, but I can't listen to Brandon any longer. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to listen to that either. Time for bed. Guys, I only kept him on to make him run at the end. That's the only reason why he was on so long. I was going to keep him on as long as it took for him to tuck tail and run, just so he has to go to bed at night thinking, fuck, I ran away from this group of people.
Work on that. You are way more patient than me.
Tom says, I've told you I'm the most stubborn asshole on the internet. Keep grilling. Thanks for the entertainment. Well, thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. Listen, you're not going to find somebody more stubborn than me. I don't know what to do. McDubbin says, I'm so happy I'm not part of whatever Brandon is a part of. Embarrassing. I have no words for his intentional cognitive dissonance. That's the right word for it. Intentional cognitive dissonance, or just straight up being a liar. That's what maybe another really good option. Aaron, thank you so much. I appreciate the additional super chat. It says, Justin, come on. The third option is God forgot. That's what, yeah, you said earlier. Yes, that is the third option, that the all-knowing being did in fact forget. And Simple Programmer says, as a human, you don't understand God's logic, whereas I, also a human, somehow do understand it. Good cooking tonight. Praise Doug. Thank you, programmer. I'll never understand it when they declare that God is above human logic, as if there's another type of logic we can appeal to.
Super logic, yeah.
Oh,
Does stuff.
super logic. Oh my God, we have to coin that phrase. We got to do super logic. I love super logic. Okay. 12 Shepherd says, do you guys know Aramaic too? Not really. Like, I can read a little bit of Aramaic from the book of Daniel, but it's different enough that it'll really fuck you up if you don't know what you're reading.
Abun dabashmaya nit kadashmach nithwe zamyanach. That's the Our Father prayer in Aramaic. That's pretty much all I know. I used to pray in Aramaic when I was Catholic, so.
That sounds like a good time. Yeah, Aramaic is similar to Hebrew, friends, but it's just not quite the same, and the grammar is a little bit different.
Yeah. Avinu Shabashamayim, Abun Dabashemaya. You can hear a somewhat of a similarity between the two.
But it is helpful for determining the age of different texts. Like, if it's a text that's got a lot of Aramaic words in it that are like translated into the Hebrew, you know that it was written during the captivity or post-captivity. And if you find a text that's basically free of Aramaisms, then yeah, we'd say it's probably pre-exile. But William Rogers says, rank these 3 English translations from bad to god awful. Okay. And the options are KJV, NIV, and the Message. Okay, so I'm going to rank the Message as god awful. It's the worst thing that ever hit a Bible translation shelf. The guy who did that, Eugene Peterson, did not even call it a translation. It was an artistic representation of the Bible, and it was meant to be read as such. But when people got a hold of it, they're like, oh, this is such a good translation. And then once he realized he could make a lot of money on it, it became a translation.
This order above is the order I would rank it. Bad would be KJV, NIV in the middle, and the Message would be god awful.
I think so. I might rank the NIV 2011 just above the Message. It's too Christological. They try to do too much theology in it, and they don't do it like. Even at that, they don't do a good word for word wooden translation. At least the King James tries to be as literal as possible with the translation, even though it's just outdated and half the words are not readable anymore.
Yeah, I do like the KJV for being very flowery language. It does sound nice. But which one do you think is worser? If that's not a word. Which ones do you think is worse? The Message or the Orthodox Jewish Bible?
See, that's the thing, is now that you've introduced me to the Orthodox Jewish Bible, it could actually be the worst. I have to read through it to find out. I think it might be worse for sure. We'll see. Nailed it like the Roman says, show me on the doll where Jesus touched you. He didn't touch me. I'd be having a good time if he did. And Jamma J says, Schism is a great Tool song. Oh, I didn't know that. I listened to a little bit of Tool, but I don't know their corpus of work. F. Hearns runs away. Hernsel?
Horizontal.
Oh, horizontal. I don't. Why are we doing so many abbreviations? Listen, there's nothing wrong with the horizontal stream. We're all one family, friends. Science Lover says, if God punished women by making childbirth more painful, why did he allow men to create epidurals? Weak punishment if it can be bypassed. Rockhartford, like, this is a fair point. Yeah, like, did we defeat God?
We also made it to where planting crops was a lot easier, and we didn't have to sweat as much. So we are one by one. Just next thing we do, we have to build a little machine so we give snakes legs.
Yeah, humanity's fucking got up all over the place. Man, we gotta get this sky carcass out of the way so we can finally progress. Science Lover says, God, if you eat the fruit, you will surely die in a few 100 years, and then you'll go to heaven. So there. That's how Christians think it really reads. That's really what they think it reads. And Jimmy, thank you for the super chat, my friend, says, check your texts and your voicemail. Robot is an uncanny valley creepy. I appreciate that, Jimmy. So I use a RoboKiller to screen my phone calls. I get so many spam calls that a RoboKiller actually screens my calls. They actually have to call in and tell RoboKiller who they are and what they're calling for before it even sends it to me to answer, which means if RoboKiller doesn't tell me that it's got a real person on the line, I will never get your phone call. If you hang up during the robocall, you'll never contact me.
I was wondering about that. I was like, what the fuck is this? By the way, Jimmy Snow, huge fan, been watching you since I was a baby atheist, like almost 10 years ago. Just had to put that out there.
We'll definitely bring you into the fold. But anyways, as soon as I end the live stream, Jimmy, I promise I will check my voicemail and my text messages. Sorry, I'm not really paying attention to that while I'm on screen, but I apologize. We'll get it taken care of. And Mr. Kiki, thank you for the $5 super chat, says the worst she could say is no. Asks a girl out. Ew. If you were a prize in my race, I'd walk backwards. I mean, yes, she could hurt your feelings. That is a thing that could happen. Is it a good possibility? I don't know. It's been my personal experience that most women are they're more polite than men when they decline, because they're used to having people ask them out. They're used to being, pursued and whatnot. So they're used to declining people. They learn how to deal with it pretty gracefully. At least my sisters did. I had people trying to get after my sisters all the time, and they were always pretty nice about letting them down, not too difficultly. But yeah, listen, again, I'm not giving dating advice. All I'm saying is if you want to go ask somebody out, just go fucking ask them out. That's all you got to do.
Man, if you really want to seduce a woman, you have to, one, learn Hebrew and read to them from the Song of Songs. That's how it is.
Yeah, do the Bible pickup lines. Your hair is like a flock of goats descending from Mount Gilead. What woman doesn't want to hear
like
that?
The Tower of David. Yeah.
Exactly. Melting. Like just panties on the floor. Done. I don't know.
Oh, man.
No one can hold back. Although we do have one additional super chat to weigh in. Might IV, thank you for the super chat, says there are some objective morals that are seen not only in humans but also in mammals such as apes, monkeys, elephants. Example, caring for children. Well, these are not objective. That betrays the meaning of objective. You could say the common morals, but they're certainly not objective because there are lots of species where they don't do that, where they literally eat their own young. So, or like lions will, when they come into a leadership and a pride, they'll kill the young of other males in the pride. So there's no objective morals, friends. They don't exist.
Yeah. At the best, what you've just demonstrated to us is that animals exude like more primitive forms of morality, but it's still all dependent upon their like social schemas and minds.
And a new last super chat from our friend Jimmy. Thank you, my friend. Says, not to be weird, but handsome men give awful dating advice. Well, it's not weird. It's a compliment, Jimmy, and I'll take it. I appreciate that. And to be sure, the dating advice that you'll get from attractive people will be different from the dating advice that you'll get from not attractive people. But again, everybody has their own cup of tea. What's attractive to me might not be attractive to somebody else. So shoot your shot, man. That's what I'm saying. Shoot the shot. I've done it. I've got rejected. It's okay. You get over it.
Positive way to end the show.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You get rejected and you learn God's not real. It's a horrible day. You'll get past it. Thanks, Jimmy. All right, Fred. Listen, it's 1:30 in the morning. I have to be up in a couple hours. I have to take my mom and her dog to the vet early in the morning. I already agreed to it. I shouldn't have taken that last guest and stayed up this late, but I mean, I didn't think it was going to be that long of a conversation. But what are you going to do? You got to do what you got to do. Guys, make sure you're following Dalton on TikTok and on YouTube on both locations. Make sure you're watching his live streams that he's uploading. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes and shares and support. Is somebody live right now that we can go raid?
Let's take a look. Let's see.
Somebody's got to be live right now, right?
Oh yeah. If anyone, it's gonna be Born Again Atheist. She every night she's partying. Let's see. Yeah, Born Again's and Thinker and Quantonaut.
Oh,
Good
Thinker's
Trouble.
live. Yeah,
Yeah.
let me find her real quick. We haven't rated Thinker in a while, but it looks like she is live right now on TikTok and on YouTube, both streams. Let me, for those who don't know, if you're on YouTube, you may or may not know about Archthinker. If you're on TikTok, you better know about Archthinker. If you don't know about Archthinker, you don't know how TikTok works. That being said, let's go raid Thinker's live stream on YouTube. Her name is Archthinker. On TikTok, it's going to be at N growth, the letter N and then the word growth, N growth. But on YouTube, it's Archthinker, Think Beyond Dogma. And she is amazing. There's 66 people watching right now. If we don't get at least 100 people watching her live stream in a minute, I don't know what to do. Let me see how many people are still here. How many people stayed for
320 people here on the TikTok.
Okay, and we've got still over 1,000 people on DZ Debates, and I'm sure a couple hundred on the Vertical channel on Deconstruction Zone. So we need guys. If we can't get her YouTube numbers up over 100, I'm sure her TikTok numbers. She's probably got like 600 people in there. But let's move this number up. I want to see this number get up over 100. I'll meet you over there. We'll go have a party at Thinker's place, but go tell her Doug and Justin and Dalton sent you. And what topic is she talking about tonight? Oh, the real face of Jesus. Yeah, they're doing a really good topic tonight. I think you're gonna like it. I see 80 people almost in there now. Let's get this thing over 100. Let's go. Let's pump it. Let's pump it.
Right.
Archthinker runs a great live stream, and I think you really enjoy it. So, anyways, friends, thank you so much for being here. We'll see you again soon on Wednesday. And Dalton, thank you so much for joining me.